Chapter 302. Wow, game console great. Chen loves it the most. Chen excitedly reached out his hand, but Chen hid it behind him. If you promise Daddy one thing, Daddy will give you the game console. Chen nodded. Look, you've already slept with Mommy for a few days. Isn't it time to return Mommy to Daddy? If you sleep alone for a week, Daddy will give you the console, okay? Chen had already planned, for his own happiness, when necessary, he would threaten and bribe his precious son. Chen hesitated. But Chen wants to sleep with Mommy. A man should sleep alone. But Chen is still a kid. That's still a little man. This game has the world's most difficult maze. Don't you like mazes? Wow, the world's most difficult maze. Chen likes it. Then, do you want to trade? Chen waved it in front of him. Chen hesitated for a few seconds, then finally nodded. Okay, good son. Chen gave the game to Chen, thinking that he could finally monopolize his little wife tonight. When this brat grew up, he would steal his woman every day. Poor him. He could only sleep in the children's room. It was too cruel. Chen sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, reading the newspaper, happily thinking about which outfit Shu Jing would wear tonight. Unfortunately, his sweet dream didn't last long before Chen ran over. Here, Daddy, I'll return the console to you. Give me back Mommy. You don't want to play anymore? I solved it. Chen almost vomited blood. The world's most difficult maze. You solved it in 15 minutes? Even if his son inherited his genes, isn't his intelligence a bit too scary? That's right. Daddy, are you lying to me? Such a simple maze. How can you say it's the world's most difficult? So boring. Chen held the console, feeling very depressed. That won't do. We agreed that I would give you the game console, and you would give your Mommy to me. Yeah, but I've returned the game console to you. But the terms of exchange are still valid. Daddy, it's like this. When you give me the game console, Mommy, I'll give it to you. But now, I don't want a game console anymore. Mommy is mine. Daddy, don't bully a kid just because you're 40 years old. Now it looks more like you're acting shamelessly. Chen didn't go back on her word. Oh, even if she did, Daddy, haven't you heard the phrase, all's fair in war? Who taught you this idiom? Uncle Chen. Chen by you on. Chen gritted his teeth. He knew that he shouldn't have shown kindness and let them eat. What else did he teach you? Uncle Chen taught me a lot, like how to pick up girls and how to make girls happy. Chen made Mommy so happy. Uncle Chen is too awesome. Chen grabbed the little person and asked sourly, is he better or am I better? In terms of picking up girls, Uncle Chen is better. Chen, I think you want to get beaten up. Chen pressed little Chen on his lap and was about to beat his butt. Chen cried out loudly, Grandpa, save me. Daddy is hitting Chen. In less than 3 seconds, Sibo Hong ran over angrily. You actually dare to hit my precious grandson? Who gave you the authority? As he spoke, he raised his dragon-headed walking stick and was about to hit Chen. Dad, I'm also your precious son. Right now, I only have one precious son, and that's my grandson. You dare to hit my flesh and blood. I think you're asking for a beating. Sibo Hong held his walking stick and chased Chen around the hall. When Chen saw his son cheering at his misfortune, he felt like dying. Now, in this family, Chen was the treasure of the whole family, and he had completely fallen out of favor. Even if he was an old man in his 40s, he still needed to be doted on. Okay? How could he treat him like this? Too heartless. Chen suffered a beating, and his mentality was extremely unbalanced. He made up his mind to occupy Shu Jing tonight, even if he had to be a hooligan. At night, when Chen was not around, Chen sneaked into the bedroom. Wife, I got beaten up today. Shu Jing was wearing cream on her face. Apparently, she was used to such complaints. She smiled and said, You bullied Chen again and got beaten up by Dad? When did I bully him? Now it's my son bullying me, okay? You don't know how cunning he is. He's simply a little devil. His obedient appearance is all an act in front of you. In front of me, it's completely different. When Chen told him about the game console, Shu Jing almost collapsed from laughing. No matter how I hear it, I feel like you're bullying your son. Your son did the right thing. How is that possible? I gave him the game console, and regardless of whether he finished playing it or not, he should have given you to me. He's being shameless. You can't let him. You're the one being shameless, right? They all say that men are more mature and responsible when they become fathers, but you're the complete opposite. You're even more childish than your son. I don't even want to scold you. You deserve to be hit by Dad. Si-Won-chan immediately cupped his chest and pretended to be hurt. Even you're helping the little devil. As expected, I've fallen out of favor in this family. I don't have my position anymore, so I might as well run away from home. Okay, when no one comes to find you, you can come back yourself. Don't say it's embarrassing. You really don't want to find me? I have to take care of Chun-chan. I don't have time. And now that Ocean Group has merged with Shangyang, shouldn't you have a lot of things to do? Why you still have time to fight for favor with your son? No matter how busy I am, my wife is the most important. Si-Won-chan was tempted to make a move as he looked at his lovely wife. Honey, we've been sleeping in separate rooms for 8 days. Do you know how I've survived these 8 days? He hugged her from behind, his thin lips caressing the side of her neck. It's been too hard. I've been thinking about you all the time, so much that my hands are sore. Shu Jing raised an eyebrow. Stop fooling around. I'm not fooling around. I know, you must miss me too. Si-Won-chan kissed her fragrant neck, slowly moving down to her collarbone, where the beautiful curve was faintly discernible. His big hands also wandered over her body. Honey, so soft, so fragrant. Shu Jing gently pushed him away. Won-chan? He didn't allow her to say more. Honey, it's just the two of us tonight. Shu Jing could only put her arms around his neck under his gentle attack and let him press her down on the bed. Just when the two of them were kissing passionately. Mommy, mommy. Knock, knock, knock. Si-Won-chan was so depressed that he wouldn't stop no matter what and kissed her even more deeply. Chun-chan is calling me. He wouldn't stop or let go of her. It's okay. The door is closed. He can't come in. Knock, knock. Mommy, what are you doing inside? Mommy, Chun misses you. The childish voice of a child made Shu Jing anxious. Our son said he misses me. He didn't care. His wife seemed to be more important than his son. He's already 4.5 years old, and he doesn't want to drink milk. Why does he keep pestering you? Si-Won-chin's eyes were burning. He doesn't want to drink milk, but I do. Shu Jing was speechless. You are annoying. Tonight, I won't let you go no matter what. I want to get back at you for those 8 days. Si-Won-chin took off his shirt as he spoke. His actions were slow and unhurried, like a wolf. Shu Jing was completely defenseless. She was still a little worried about the little thing outside the door. But, our son, don't worry about our son. Tonight, you're mine. The CEO of Wild Wolf smiled evilly. Honey, tonight, you can't escape. His protest was blocked by his domineering lips, and he couldn't hear the voice outside the door anymore. Si-Won-chin knocked for a long time, but the door didn't open. She pouted strangely. Does Mommy not love me anymore? Sybil Hong walked over. Chun, why are you standing at the door alone? Daddy is bullying Mommy. Why don't you let Mommy open the door? How do you know that your daddy is bullying Mommy? Mommy keeps calling me. Don't. 3 black lines appeared on Si Bai-hong's forehead. Let's go first. Grandpa will take you to bed tonight. But Chun wants to sleep with Mommy. Grandpa will tell you a story. Really? Okay. Chun wants to hear a story. The old and young left hand in hand, and the atmosphere in the room was full of love. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, and the bustling city was operating in an orderly manner. Everyone was playing their own role. The sun shone on the skyscrapers, and they rose into the clouds, making people feel excited. Qin Baiyuan stood on the top floor of Blue Sky, drinking his first cup of coffee of the morning. After working hard for the past 3 months without rest, and with the help from Ocean Group, Blue Sky finally got through the crisis, and everything returned to normal. Only he knew how hard the past 3 months were. But it also made him feel as if he was reborn, and he became a new Qin Baiyuan. The secretary knocked on the door and entered. When she saw the tall and straight figure in the sunlight, she couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. The current CEO had lost his youthful frivolity and impetuousness, and he became more charming and mature than ever. Qin Baiyuan faced the window, and his entire face was bathed in the sunlight. He gently closed his eyes. Sure, Xu Jing, how good would it be if you were by my side at this time? But I know you must be silently watching me. Seeing me now, you will be happy for me, right? There was regret, but Qin Baiyuan's heart was very calm. There was no desire, only ambition in his career. Within 3 years, he must expand the scale of Blue Sky to 5 times its current size. He wanted Blue Sky to become the most outstanding leading enterprise in the industry, and he wanted everyone to look at the Qin family in a new light. After the secretary reported the daily work, he said, "Young Master Lin and young Master Chu have an appointment with you tonight. 11 o'clock at the Imperial Nightclub." "I know." Qin Baiyuan signed his name in a flourish and returned the document to the secretary. Chapter 303. Child Lin and Child Chu were Qin Baiyuan's former bad friends. After Blue Sky's accident, he asked them for help, but they all found excuses and refused to see him. It was not until Blue Sky came back to life that they called him brother and said that they had been helping him before. If it was Qin Baiyuan's temper in the past, he would definitely break off the relationship with him. But now, he learned to endure and also learned to put on a mask in the business world. Since they were no longer friends, he would use the business method. In the business world, there were no eternal enemies, but there were eternal interests. As long as there was cooperation, he could still call them brothers. Nightclub. Qin Baiyuan swirled the coffee cup with his fingertips, and some scenes of drunkenness and extravagance flashed in front of his eyes, as if it had already happened in the last century. In the coffee shop downstairs of Blue Sky, the 20-year-old girl Yin was worried about her livelihood, holding her cheeks and looking at the street outside the glass window. This was the most prosperous area of the whole city, and everyone looked smug and well-dressed. She always fantasized that she could be one of them, but that was too difficult because she was poor. Sorry, I'm late." Chen Meiqi hurried over. "Have you waited for a long time?" "No, it's only half an hour," Yi Yin said in a good temper. "I just finished a show, and it's far from here, and there was a traffic jam on the road." "How about it? Are the costumes ready for the night?" "I won't go tonight." "You won't go? Why not?" At the thought of the mixed environment of nightclubs, Yi Yin was full of resistance. "You know, I hate it, but who really likes it? Isn't it for money? Think about it. The money you earn after working hard for a week is not as much as dancing in a nightclub. How easy it is. The Imperial Palace has such high requirements that some people don't even have a chance to dance. Your grandma is hospitalized, and the monthly medical expenses are so high. If you don't dance, how can you pay? But every time she asks me where I work, I don't know what to say. I feel so guilty. What's there to feel guilty about? You were just dancing there, not selling yourself. The money we earn is all from dancing. It's clean. But that place is too complicated. I'm afraid I'll sink deeper and deeper. You're just too naive." Chen Meiqi shook her head. "I know you're still a student and haven't seen much of the world, so you're always afraid of this and that. But look at me, I've been dancing in the nightclub for a few years, and I'm still clean. Have you ever heard of the phrase, unsullied by the mud? As long as you don't want to become bad, no one can change you." Yin shook her head again. "I really don't want to jump down there. Something will happen sooner or later. Then let's dance one last time tonight. My eyelids have been twitching today. I have a bad feeling that something bad is going to happen tonight." Chen Meiqi smiled. "How can a young man like you be so superstitious? Don't worry. I'm here to protect you. Nothing will happen. Rest in peace. Think about the $500. Yin didn't want to go, but $500 was enough to pay for her grandmother's medical expenses for a week. Considering this, she had to compromise. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the nightclub was at its busiest. The dazzling lights in the hall swept wildly, and men and women twisted their bodies in the music, indulging in sensual pleasure. In the middle of the stage, a girl in a leopard print skirt was pole dancing, which made the audience's blood boil. Backstage, Yi Yin looked at herself in the mirror with heavy makeup, almost unrecognizable. She felt that she had not only changed into another body, but also another soul. She was no longer herself. Meichi said that the environment couldn't change a person, but she thought it could. This nightclub was constantly corroding her soul, because here she saw all kinds of filth and promiscuity, which devoured the good and beautiful side of human nature. Therefore, she had to leave this place and leave this place. It's the last night. I'll be free after holding on, she said to herself in the mirror. Okay, it's time to go on stage. Mama Sang urged. Yi-in, Chun-Meichi, and several other girls went on the stage together. There were many men around the stage. They were like lambs in a pack of wolves, being glanced at by all kinds of greedy eyes. If eyes could take off people's clothes, they would have been naked now. When the music started, they danced to the music. Their sexy bodies and ambiguous eyes made the blood of the men below the stage boil, as if they were on drugs. A man suddenly rushed up from below the stage and hugged Yi Yin's leg. She was so scared that she screamed. Fortunately, the bodyguards dragged him away. Looking at the crazy world in front of her, she felt that a group of monsters had been released from the gates of hell. Each of them had a ferocious face, and they were opening their bloody mouths to swallow her. Several men came in through the door, escorted by bodyguards. Yin didn't know why her eyes were attracted by the man in the middle. Not only because he stood in the middle, but also because he was different from the others. In her eyes, those people were all wearing masks of monsters, but he had a human face. Outstanding and eye-catching. In this place, she had seen too many handsome men, but he was definitely the most handsome one. He was a man who could cause the downfall of a country, and he was breathtakingly handsome. The colorful lights swept over his face, creating a mysterious and dangerous atmosphere. When his eyes met hers in midair, Yi-in suddenly felt a shock that reached her heart. She avoided his eyes in a panic and danced a few wrong steps. Qin Baiyuan, why don't you go? Young Master Lin stopped and looked in the direction of his eyes. Yo, who do you like? I'll ask her to serve you. Qin Baiyuan's eyes stayed for a few seconds, and then he looked away indifferently. No, let's go. They entered the private room, and Lin Zizong and Chu he asked a few girls to accompany them. All of them hugged women on their left and right, and their hands touched the women's bodies. Qin Baiyuan sat on the left and right of two women, and they fought to please him, but he was unmoved and only drank. He used to love to come to such places, but now it made him feel irritated. A face flashed in front of him. It was the dancer from earlier. Somehow, he noticed her at a glance. Perhaps it was because she was not like the other dancers who flirted and teased men. She looked a little unwilling, and her eyes were filled with grievance, as if she was complaining about the unfairness of fate. Involuntary? He actually felt a sense of sympathy for her. In this world, how many people were not involuntary and were not pushed by fate? Qin Baiyuan, why are you only drinking? You're neglecting the beauty. Lin Zizong joked. Could it be that you haven't been to the nightclub for a long time and you don't know how to play? That's right. You were the one who brought me here to play. At that time, you were like a madman. Qin Baiyuan smiled faintly. Being with them was nothing more than socializing. His body was here, but his mind wasn't here at all. What's wrong? Lin Zizong pushed the beauty away and sat next to him and put his arms around his neck like a brother. Could it be that you can't do it anymore? F***ck off. Could it be that you've been hurt? That's true. You used to despise that old woman in your family the most. I didn't expect her to be with Mr. C, and she even betrayed and dumped you. If it were me, I would be embarrassed too. A cold light flashed in Qin Baiyuan's eyes, and he clenched the glass. But Lin Zizong continued to speak recklessly. I think she's really not that good looking. I don't know what Mr. C sees in her. Good in bed? Hee. Good in martial arts, but it's also because you taught her. This is called the predecessor planting trees for the posterity to enjoy the shade. Mr. C should thank you. I think he's just looking for novelty. Men are all despicable. They always think that others are the best and want to snatch it. But once they get it, they won't care about it anymore. When the time comes, you could just kick her away and vent your anger. That's right. Don't give up a forest for a tree. You often don't come out to play, so you must be trapped. Now that you're back, there will be a lot of hot girls waiting for you. At that time, You won't even know who Shu Jing is. Ha ha ha. He laughed wildly. Qin Bai Yuan's face was gloomy. If you don't speak, I won't treat you two as mutes. Only then did Lin Zizong smell the danger and shut his mouth sensibly. It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. We're all good brothers. I'm just trying to comfort you and make you happy. Qin Baiyuan wanted to say that they were really good brothers. When the Qin family was in trouble, they wouldn't hide from him. It was ridiculous to call him good brothers now. They didn't even feel embarrassed. However, in his eyes now, they were two dirty maggots. It would be an insult to himself to argue with them. Qin Baiyuan drank a glass of wine, and his whole body exuded a cold aura. Lin Zizong whispered in Chu He's ear. He seems to have taken a fancy to a dancer just now. I'll get her for him. Finally, after a dance, Yi Yin couldn't wait to run off the stage. There were a few men pestering her, but she managed to find a way to avoid them. The dance was paid through the bank. Therefore, as soon as Yi Yin returned backstage, she wanted to change her clothes and leave, but Mama Sang came to stop her. Don't go first. What's wrong? Didn't I finish the dance? Yi Yin was very vigilant. Being stopped at this time was usually not a good thing. Moreover, her eyelids had been twitching all night. Once something happened, she would be as nervous as a bird startled by the twang of a bough. Let me tell you a piece of good news. Young Master Lin has taken a fancy to you and wants you to drink with him. Young Master Lin? Which young Master Lin? It's Lin Zizong, the crown prince of Imperial City Real Estate. Don't you know him? Yi Yin shook her head. I don't know him. Chapter 304. It sounded tempting, but Yi knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch. If she wanted that 100,000 yuan, she would have to sacrifice the most important thing. So she shook her head. I'm not going. Are you stupid? It's so much money that some people can't earn it even if they want to. Didn't Meichi say that you were short of money? But I don't want to trade my body for it. I'm just a dancer. I don't sell my body. You can't figure it out. Doing it once or twice, isn't it the same? There was still money to be collected. Don't be so stubborn. Hurry up and dress up. Don't let young Master Lin wait for too long. Sorry, I can't do it. Yi Yin didn't even want to change her clothes and was about to leave, but two bodyguards blocked her way. You're refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. If I tell you to go, you have to go. I'm not one of you. You have no right to force me. In this society, who cares about power? I'm only talking to you about money. You can go if you want to, but you have to go even if you don't want to. I'm not going. Let me go. Let me go. Yi Yin struggled with all her might, but the two bodyguards were so tall that she couldn't push them away. Don't waste your strength. If you don't go today, don't even think about walking out of this door alive. Yi Yin's face paled. The nightclub was the dirtiest place. The people there were cruel and merciless, and they could do anything. If he fought them head-on, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. He might as well agree with them first and then find a chance to escape. With that in mind, she had no choice but to relent for now. I know, I'll go. Madame Sang had been watching over Yi Yin as she touched up her makeup. Then, she personally sent her to the private room and instructed the two bodyguards to guard the door and not let her escape. As the door closed behind her, Yi Yin felt as if she had been pushed into an abyss. There were more than 10 people sitting in the private room. They were all escorts, and there were 3 men in the middle. One look at their clothes, and you could tell that they were rich. 2 of the men looked at her maliciously. Only the one in the middle had a cold expression. His face was expressionless, and there was no desire in his eyes. It was him. It was the only human face among Oxhead and Horseface. She didn't expect him to be this kind of person. Yi Yin couldn't help but laugh at herself. Did she understand him? What made them think that he was different from them? How many of those who came to this place were good men? Why are you still standing here? Come here quickly. Lin Zizong grabbed Yi Yin's hand. Oh, your hands are so soft. Your skin is so soft and tender. It's so comfortable to touch. Qin Baiyuan, this is the person you fancied just now, right? I brought it to you. Just take it as an apology for what I said just now. Lin Zizong pushed Yi Yin to the side of Qin Baiyuan, and the ladies who were pushed away stared at her jealously. This is our young Master Qin, Serve him well. Yi sat next to him uneasily, not knowing what to do. She only felt that his body smelled very good, a kind of musk mixed with a strong masculine scent, making her feel slightly dizzy. Of course, what made her even more dizzy was that breathtaking face. Are you a piece of wood? Do you only know how to sit still? I only know how to dance. I don't know how to drink with people, Yi said uneasily. I don't care what you do. Just drink when I tell you to. Lin Zizong poured a full glass of whiskey and stuffed it into her hand. Drink. Young Master Lin, I cut the crap. Do you want to get beaten up? Yi had no choice but to bite the bullet and drink it. She had never drunk alcohol before, and it was so spicy that her throat hurt and felt like it was on fire. She stopped a few times in the middle, and in the end, she was forced to finish the glass. Cough, 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 cough. She coughed until tears were coming out, but not only did they not have any sympathy, they kept laughing. What a bunch of beasts. Qin Baiyuan thought to himself, lit a cigarette, and put it in his mouth. Do you know how to play dice? Me? Yi shook her head. No. Rock, paper, scissors. No. Then what do you know? I know how to sing. Sing a song. Young Master Qin gave a look, and Lin Zizong hurriedly passed the microphone to Yi. Look, our young Master Qin's heart is aching. He really knows how to cherish women. At this time, the song changed to Mo One Ways He Doesn't Love Me, and Yi happened to know how to sing it, so she sang it. I know he doesn't love me. His eyes say his heart. I see through his heart, and the back view of others lingering. His memories are not clean enough. After drinking some alcohol, her hoarse voice sounded like she was weeping and complaining, and the song went straight into Qin Baiyuan's heart. He felt that this song was singing about his feelings for Shi Shujing. Every word was like a needle piercing into his heart, making him feel uncomfortable. He couldn't help but drink a few mouthfuls of alcohol, and his temples tightened. I see his heart. It's all about him and her. He doesn't love me. Even so, he still won my heart. I know he doesn't love me. His eyes say his heart. I see through his heart, and the back view of others lingering. His memories are not clean enough. Bang! A glass was smashed against the wall, breaking into pieces. That's enough. Stop singing. Qin Baiyuan suddenly roared angrily. Yi was so scared that she didn't know what to do. Lin Zizong's expression also changed. He pulled Yi up and gave her a hard slap. You unlucky thing. How dare you make our young Master Qin unhappy? You're courting death. As he spoke, he gave Yi a few more slaps. The force of the slaps knocked her out. That's enough. Qin Baiyuan rushed up and grabbed his hand. Looking at the unconscious Yi with red marks on her face, his heart ached slightly, and he carried her up. Lin Zizong was afraid of making him unhappy, so he trembled. Young Master Qin. Qin Baiyuan didn't even look at him, and directly left the room with Yi in his arms. There was a hotel above the nightclub. Qin Baiyuan booked a room, kicked the door open, and put Yi on the bed. He was irritated by the song she sang, and he tore his tie. He wanted to leave her alone, but when he saw the slap marks on her face, he couldn't bear to do it. So he got a basin of ice water to wipe her face. Yin woke up from the pain and looked at him in a daze. Don't move. He carefully applied an ice pack on her, and his face was very close. When he breathed, a gust of hot air drilled into Yi Yin's nose. It was as if some insects had drilled into her body, and it was very itchy. Her body started to heat up, and she couldn't control it. The heat drilled from the soles of her feet to her brain, and her whole body felt like it was boiling in hot water, getting hotter and hotter. I'm so hot. Large beads of sweat broke out on her forehead. She wriggled her body and grabbed his hand. I'm hot. Qin Baiyuan frowned. The temperature in the room was very low, and she was applying an ice pack. How could she feel hot? Could it be that Lin Zizong put something in her wine? Damn it, Qin Baiyuan cursed. Yin arched her body and stuck to him. I'm hot. Help me. It's so hot. Her eyes were already blurred by the tears of desire. She looked a little embarrassed, but strangely charming, like a charming fairy. Qin Baiyuan originally wanted to take her to take a cold shower, But the moment his hand touched her, Yin wrapped around his body like an octopus. Don't, don't leave me. Her body wriggled helplessly, and she kept rubbing against him. Qin Baiyuan drank the wine, and for a moment, he was very excited, panting heavily. Damn it, don't move. But Yin was already dominated by her desire. She didn't know what she was doing. Her burning hot hands held his face, and her fiery lips pressed in, squeezing as much as she could into his mouth. An impulse rushed into Qin Baiyuan's brain. The taste between her lips and teeth was actually so sweet. He was like a traveler in the desert who had been thirsty for many days. When he saw a spring, he instinctively drank it like crazy. He pressed the back of her head and deepened the kiss. The desire that he had endured for a few months completely burst at this moment. Qin Baiyuan didn't care who the person below him was. He could only rely on his body's instinct to push her down on the bed. Dry firewood was like a raging fire. The hot night burned crazily. The next day, when Yin regained some consciousness, she only felt that her body was very painful. It was as if she had been repeatedly crushed by a heavy object countless times. She was sore, painful, and powerless. She slowly lifted her heavy eyelids and looked around the unfamiliar and luxurious room. Where is this? Why was she so tired? Ouch! It hurts. Yin suddenly felt as if she was struck by lightning. She hurriedly pulled the quilt. Her body was naked and covered with bruises. It was a horrible sight to look at. Could be that last night. Calm down, calm down. She tried to comfort herself that she didn't reach the last step. However, on the snow-white bedsheet, that glaring scarlet was an inescapable nightmare. A charming scene appeared in front of her eyes. That woman, was it really her? It hurts. Ah, the feeling of being torn in half was still very clear. Hua, hua, hua. The sound of the bathroom water stopped. A man wrapped in a bath towel walked out of the bathroom. The sunlight was dazzling. When their eyes met, the hatred in Yi Yin's eyes was as sharp as a knife. You're shameless. She grabbed a pillow and threw it at him. Qin Baiyuan tilted his head to avoid it and slowly walked over. What are you doing so early in the morning? You're forcing me. I'm forcing you. Qin Baiyuan looked like he was listening to a joke as he coldly twitched the corner of his mouth. Are you kidding me? Even if you're forcing me, you should be the one forcing me. Last night, you were the one who took the initiative. You were the one who kissed me first and begged me to take you. I can't do that. You were drugged. How is that impossible? However, even if you don't take the medicine, you can still do it just because of my face. You drugged me. I wasn't the one who drugged you. It was Lin Zizong. Qin Baiyuan sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and puffed out a cloud of smoke. Last night, she cried in pain. Her face was colorful like a palette. He felt that it was ugly, so he removed her makeup. He didn't expect her to be so beautiful without makeup. Her skin was crystal clear and delicate. To the touch, it was as soft as tofu. Chapter 305. You guys are in cahoots. You guys conspire to drug me and then rape me. You bunch of bandits. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue you until you go to jail. Qin Baiyuan squinted his long and narrow eyes. Like an elegant fox, he slowly blew a smoke ring at her. Sue me? Do you have any evidence? Huh. Since when is bringing a prostitute to the dance considered strong? I'm not a prostitute. I'm still a student. So what? There are more students in this line of work. Or are you looking for a higher price? I don't want your stinky money. I'm only here to dance and was forced to drink by you guys, and Yi Yin's eyes were even redder than a rabbit's. You bunch of spoiled brats. You just rely on your family's money to do evil. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Since you know, why are you asking me? Isn't it obvious? Qin Baiyuan just wanted to make her angry. He knew that she was harmed by Lin Zizong. Last night was her first time, which proved that she was still very pure and not that kind of woman. But he really couldn't stand to hear her scolding him. Since she thought that he was that kind of person, then he would use that kind of identity to piss her off. You want to sue me for rape? Don't say that you don't have any evidence. Even if you do, who would dare to meddle in my affairs, Qin Baiyuan's? His attitude was insufferably arrogant. which made Yi so angry that she wanted to hack him into pieces. But what he said was the reality. This cruel society was full of injustice. How many girls were mercilessly harmed by people like him? Yet they couldn't seek justice and lived in pain for the rest of their lives. Even if the law can't punish you, but God is watching, you'll get your retribution. I don't believe in retribution. I only believe in myself. Don't say that you raped me last night. Even if I really raped you, even if I killed you, what can you do? You're inverting right and wrong. You're the one who doesn't have self-respect. A girl who has self-respect wouldn't go to that kind of place to dance and wouldn't get into trouble. If I want to do anything to you, you have to give me a chance, right? Do you think I want that? Isn't it all for the money? Oh, you just want me to give you more money after taking such a big detour. Tell me, how much do you want? 100,000? 1 million? 10 million? Yin gritted her teeth in hatred. I want your life. I will pull out your tendons, peel off your skin, and drink your blood. Huh? Didn't you almost take my life last night? It's so tight. It's so comfortable, yet you're still so passionate. You, shut up. It seems like you have the same feeling as me. I believe that your passion is not the effect of drugs. You are a passionate little vixen. Am I right? Qin Bai Yuan's face did not even blush as he said those explicit words. I'm not. You are despicable and shameless. You say that I don't know how to love myself. You really know how to play the blame game. I'm just dancing to earn money. I'm innocent and clean. How can I not have self-respect? Then tell me, do those men want to see you dance? Or do they want to see you flirt? Or do they want to see you bare your skin? If you wrap yourself up tightly, no matter how well you dance, will they watch? To put it bluntly, you understand men's psychology very well, and you also know what men want. In that kind of situation, they naturally won't use their pure eyes to watch you dance. But if you still go, then you have to be mentally prepared to sell yourself. Whether it's dancing or being a prostitute, it's all about the flesh. There's no difference, so don't flaunt yourself. If you don't do it, then you're not selling yourself, understand? Yin was so angry that she couldn't speak. Every word that came out of that pair of beautiful thin lips was as hurtful as ice shards, piercing her heart with a piercing pain. I'll fight you. Yin jumped up, and her body suddenly turned cold. Only then did she remember that she was naked and exposed in front of Qin Bai Yuan. Her body was as white as a lamb, pure and beautiful, and it made his eyes suddenly warm. He didn't even notice that the cigarette but burned his hand. After a few seconds, he threw it away and said while smoking, "Are you seducing me?" Yin pulled up the quilt to cover herself in exasperation. Her face was burning, and even her ears were red. Close your eyes. Don't look. I saw clearly what should and shouldn't be seen last night. Isn't it too fake to cover up now? Qin Bai Yuan said indifferently, but his heart was stirred by her, and he was a little restless. Perhaps it was because his body had been restrained for too long after 6 months of abstinence. Once the dam broke, his desire was as strong as a flood. Last night, he was only satisfied after having sex with her 6 times. But as soon as he saw her body, it was a little unbearable. He wanted to press her under his body and squeeze her dry until there was nothing left. Shameless villain. Yin couldn't find any more words to scold him. Thinking that her most precious first time was taken by this kind of person, the strong anger was simply indescribable. She felt so dirty that she wanted to peel off the layer of skin on her body. I'm shameless. Isn't it just right for you? By the way, your chest is quite beautiful. It's actually as big as my palm. Qin Bai Yuan rubbed it with his hand and gestured. Soft and comfortable. Go to hell. Bad people live long lives. I won't die so soon. He stood up and pulled the bath towel off his waist. Yin screamed and covered her eyes. Are you an exhibitionist? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Why do you hide it? I'm more generous than you. As if afraid that it wasn't exciting enough, Qin Bai Yuan even turned around and openly showed his perky buttocks. The young man's body glistened under the sun, like the handsome Apollo. Every part of him was perfect like a sculpture. It made one exclaim at the unfairness of the Creator. But in Yi Yin's eyes, he was not Apollo. He was obviously Satan. She didn't know what kind of bad luck she had to actually provoke him. It was a pity that her first time, which she had treasured for 20 years, was lost just like that. Her heart ached terribly. Qin Baiyuan slowly put on his shirt and suit. The man in the suit looked especially mature. It was as if he had changed into another person and transformed into a well-dressed CEO, noble and elegant. When he looked at her, his eyelashes were long and curled. Even that playful look was extremely beautiful. Do you like me on the bed or this me? I hate both. I hate. Qin Baiyuan's lips twitched, revealing a row of white teeth. Women all say one thing, but mean another. You don't know how much you like it when you say you hate it. Are you thinking how lucky you are to have such a perfect first time? And it's just like me? After all, this young master doesn't like to touch. Yin said mockingly. I'm lucky, but it's not good luck, it's bad luck. Your body has been in and out of countless women's bodies. You think you're charming because you're experienced, but in fact, you're a disgusting stallion. You're filthy from head to toe. It's my bad luck to be tricked by you. I'll just take it that I was bitten by a dog and blame it on my bad luck. Dog? You're calling me a dog? Calling you a dog is an insult to dogs. People like you are jackals and wild leopards. You have no humanity. Qin Baiyuan shrugged indifferently. So, bite me. If I don't pay for killing, not to mention biting you, I'll die with you. You want to die with me? It seems like you really like me. I've never seen someone as narcissistic as you. That's because I have the capital. Qin Baiyuan smiled. That smile was indeed devastatingly beautiful, dazzling. He picked up the leopard print skirt on the ground and threw it to her. His body suddenly pressed down on her. His hands were on both sides of her body, imprisoning her in his arms. That breath was very restless. What do you want? Yin was so nervous that her heart was in her throat. Believe it or not, last night was the first time, but it won't be the last. She wanted to deny it, but her throat couldn't stop trembling, and she couldn't say a word. His eyes, which were as bright as the stars, flickered with a sense of destiny. Soon we'll meet again, Qin Baiyuan said firmly. That arrogance was also his most charming feature. Beautiful skin, like an elegant fox. If foxes could become spirits, then he was definitely a male fox spirit. His beauty was unparalleled, more attractive than women. Qin Baiyuan's lips curled up in satisfaction. He rubbed her furry head. Before she could recover from her fear, he had already pulled away. Admittedly, he hadn't completely gotten over his previous relationship, and he didn't want to start a new one, so he didn't want to be too involved with any woman. However, this woman named Yin, at least physically, aroused his interest. Raising a pet could satisfy his needs. Occasionally, he could also bicker and have fun. It was also a kind of pleasure. The man who had been satisfied physically and mentally 6 times in one night was particularly refreshed today. Even the secretary noticed it and couldn't help but ask, President, you're in a good mood today? Qin Baiyuan slowly took a sip of coffee, his eyes sparkling like stars. Oh, is it so obvious? Yes. Is there anything good? Guess. Women? Uh-huh. This answer was a confirmation, right? The secretary felt a little jealous. A man like the president was simply born to satisfy the fantasies of women all over the world. In the past 6 months, he seemed to have changed into a different person. He didn't have any scandals. Therefore, she felt a little better in her heart. If she couldn't get him, other women wouldn't be able to either. But now, sigh, she could only say that she wasn't that lucky. Even though she was by his side every day, she was only his secretary. By the way, Tsinghua University invited you to attend the graduation ceremony. Do you think the secretary guessed that Qin Baiyuan would refuse? He didn't like to attend those kinds of occasions the most. According to his original words, he nodded and smiled at everyone like an actor. It was too boring. Tsinghua University? Wasn't that Shi Shujing's alma mater? This was Qin Baiyuan's first reaction. Then he remembered that Yin seemed to be from that school too. Last night, he saw her student ID in her bag. She majored in architecture and was in her 4th year this year. No wonder he had a premonition that he wasn't done with her. Wasn't the opportunity here? President, reply to them that I will attend on time. Yes, I got it. Chapter 306. Yin returned to her slum and cried while taking a shower. She washed the kiss marks on her body with all her might. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't wash them clean. It was extremely uncomfortable. She regretted jumping into the fire pit, even though she knew it was dangerous. Compared to hating them, she hated herself more. But what could she do? She was just an ordinary person. She was weak and couldn't fight them. She still had her grandmother in the hospital. She couldn't die just like that. Life often gave her suffering. She could only bite the bullet and carry on. In life, some people were destined to suffer. No matter how hard and tiring it was, she could only endure it. In the afternoon, she went to school to discuss her graduation project with her tutor. Her tutor was Mubai, the youngest winner of the Pulitzer Prize in Architecture and the youngest honorary professor in the school. He was young, handsome, and talented. It was the dream of countless girls, and it was also her dream. Ever since he became a professor in her third year, she had been secretly in love with him. Of course, in life, she carefully hid her feelings and never dared to express her feelings. She dreamed that after graduation, when they were no longer in a teacher-student relationship, she would confess her feelings to him. Of course, a dream was just a dream. How could an ordinary person like her be worthy of Mubai? However, she had always treated him as her motivation. In order to get closer to him, she worked hard with all her might, just so that one day in the future, she would be qualified to stand by his side. But now everything had changed. Mubai was still Mubai, but she, Yin, was no longer the pure Yin. Although they were not together, Yin still felt that she was dirty. She gave others the impression that she was not worthy of him. Mubai was wearing a white shirt and drawing a design. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows. He looked gentle and handsome, giving people a warm and refreshing feeling. "You're here." He raised his head and smiled at her under his warm gaze. His smile was so beautiful that it made Yi Yin's heart ache. She regretted not confessing to him earlier. Even if she was rejected, at least she was still clean at that time. However, in the future, she would no longer have the right to express her love. In fact, she would no longer have the right to like him. "What's wrong?" "No, nothing." Yin forced a smile. "I've seen your graduation design. It's very thoughtful. Among the graduation works of this year, you're the most outstanding. You're worthy of being my only student." Mubai praised her. He was only an honorary professor. Originally, he did not teach students. However, Yin's design touched him and made him make an exception for her. She was very smart and had a talent for design. He wanted to personally train her. "Thank you, teacher. Let me tell you a piece of good news. In a few days, the president of Blue Sky will attend the graduation ceremony. You know that I'm the chief designer of Blue Sky. At that time, I'll recommend you to the president. After graduation, you can work at Blue Sky." Mubai had his own selfish motives for doing so. Initially, he did become Yi Yin's mentor because of her talent. However, as they slowly got along, he was moved by her personality. When he was with her, he was very happy and always looked forward to seeing her every day. This kind of feeling was a man's love for a woman. It was between the sexes. It was only because of their current relationship that he didn't confess. Now that she was about to graduate, he wanted to keep her by his side and find an opportunity to pursue her. To Yin, this was indeed very good news. However, right now, she was a little depressed, so she wasn't very excited and only nodded her head. What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" "No, I might be too tired from designing recently and don't have much energy." "You're just too hardworking. Girls can't stay up late often. You have to pay more attention to rest. To celebrate this good news, I'll treat you to dinner tonight." Yin originally wanted to refuse, but she still liked him greedily. Unable to refuse his invitation, she nodded her head. Mubai helped Yin revise her graduation design and went to dinner at 7 o'clock. Mubai chose a Western restaurant. Yin rarely came to such a high-class place and was a little unused to it. She really didn't understand a lot of Western etiquette and was afraid of making a fool of herself. "Actually, you could just eat casually in school. There's no need to travel so far. This is the first time I'm treating you to dinner. Of course it has to be grand." Mubai joked. "Drink red wine? I don't want to drink." Therefore, Mubai only poured a glass. As graduation approached, they often discussed design together, but it was the first time they had a meal together like this. Coupled with the romantic candlelight dinner, it gave Yi the feeling that they were on a date. She knew that she shouldn't have any extravagant hopes. How could an ordinary person like her get Mubai's favor? He only treated her as a student, and she, too, had to treat him as a teacher. She was more or less a little disappointed in her heart, so she could only find a topic to talk about. About the design. Today, we are just eating as friends, not a teacher and a student. Let's not talk about the design first. Then what should we talk about? Only then did Yi realize that when the two of them were together, other than the graduation design, they really didn't seem to talk about anything else. Other than knowing that you're very talented, I don't know much about you. You can talk more about yourself. Me? There's nothing to talk about with me. I'm just an ordinary person. Every ordinary person has something unusual about them. My parents passed away, and my grandmother raised me. You can say that I'm half an orphan. Other than that, there doesn't seem to be anything special about me. Yin didn't sound very sad when she said this. It had been so many years, and she had long since gotten over it. No wonder you're so special. Special? Yes. You have a very tenacious strength in you. You're very independent and hardworking. Sometimes, misfortune can be turned into strength, which will become an asset in your life. Yes. What about you? I only know that you graduated from Stanford University, and you were born and raised in America. I don't seem to know much about other things. There's nothing worth talking about a man who buries himself in drawing designs. Then, you've never had a girlfriend before? Don't tell me you already have a fiancé at home? Mubai seemed to find this question very interesting. Why do you think so? I just feel that from your upbringing, you must be a descendant of an aristocratic family. Don't those families pay attention to a well-matched social status? My parents received a Western education, and they don't have such traditional views. In terms of relationships, they respect me very much. As long as I like it, it's fine. They won't arrange it for me. That's great. I'm currently single, and I don't have a girlfriend. Mubai suddenly said this sentence very seriously. That look in his eyes made Yi Yin's heart burn, and she couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Did he say this deliberately for her to hear? What was he hinting at? The 20-year-old girl's heart was thumping wildly. Don't think too highly of yourself, Yin. I'm just playing along with your words because you asked. How could it be a deliberate hint to you? Don't think too much. Yin hurriedly drank a mouthful of water, trying to quench the restlessness in her heart. In the end, she drank too quickly and choked. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Mubai handed her a handkerchief. It's just a meal. Don't be too nervous. I'm sorry, I'm always being silly today. Cough, cough. I don't know what you're worried about, but I hope that you remember that I'm not only your mentor, but also your friend. If you have any difficulties, don't hesitate to look for me. I'll definitely do my best to help you. Yin, you're not alone. You still have me. If you encounter any difficulties, I hope that you'll think of me first. This sincere gaze, this promise, made Yin feel touched, but also made her feel embarrassed, because she felt that she couldn't accept it. She wasn't worthy of him treating her so well. Her nose couldn't help but turn sour, and her eyes turned red. Teacher, what's the matter? No, nothing. I'm too touched. Thank you for treating me so well. Mubai heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. Silly girl, taking care of you is something that I should do. Don't cry, okay? I'm not crying. It's the sand in my eyes. I'm going to the washroom. Okay. At the same time, Qin Baiyuan and Su Dai also happened to come to this restaurant for a meal. They sat by the window, only 2 tables away from Yi Yin's table. After sitting down, Su Dai was still complaining. It's too difficult to ask you out for a meal. Out of 10 times, you reject me 9 times. How can you bear to reject a beauty like me? If you keep acting like this, I'll lose face, okay? Do you know how many men are lining up to eat with me? Along the way here, you've been complaining like an old woman. Are you done yet? My ears are already growing calluses. Who asked you to be so heartless and reject me so many times? Did I? Just once or twice. You still have the cheek to say that? 9 times. I remember it clearly. Qin Baiyuan was glib. Why do you remember it so clearly? Do you like me? Qin Baiyuan asked this as a joke. But to Su Dai, it was not a joke because she felt guilty. I don't like you. I just feel that you burned the bridge after crossing it. I'm not happy with you. I put in so much effort to help Blue Sky. You should be the one to treat me to a meal. But now, I'm rushing to treat you to a meal, and you're rejecting me. Don't you think you're asking for a beating? It sounds like I'm in the wrong. Then I'll treat you to a meal as an apology? You should be the one to treat me. I didn't bring my wallet out today. I'm already prepared. If you reject me again, I'll go on a hunger strike tonight. Don't. I'm already so skinny that I don't have any meat on me. If I don't eat, won't I look like a mummy? Don't blame me if you can't get married. So what if I blame you? If I can't get married, I'll marry you, Su Dai said half-jokingly. Qin Baiyuan could hear the seriousness in her words. He also knew Su Dai's feelings for him. That was why he had been refusing to meet her. In all fairness, Su Dai was really a very good woman. Her looks and character were top-notch. Therefore, he had also thought about whether he should try it out with her. But in the end, he rejected the idea. It was not just because of Shu Jing, but because he did not have any feelings for her. He just felt that she was suitable to be his friend. When it came to feelings, there was really no logic to it. No matter how good some people were, they just lacked feelings. There was nothing they could do about it. Chapter 307. It was because she was so good to him that sometimes he really couldn't bear to reject her directly. Instead, he hoped that she could understand and back off, so that they could still be friends in the future and avoid awkwardness. What have you been up to recently? Isn't it just the company's stuff? Su Dai pursed her lips and pretended to ask casually. You don't have a girlfriend? Yes. You have a girlfriend? She suddenly screamed. Damn, my ears are deaf from all the screaming. I have a girlfriend. Why are you so excited? It's not like you have a girlfriend. When did you have a girlfriend? Why didn't I know? That's strange. Do I need to report to you if I have a girlfriend? Ew. Of course you need. Aren't we friends? Su Dai's jealousy was all overturned, and she kept guessing who his girlfriend was. She had never heard of her. Where did a girlfriend come from? Who's your girlfriend? You know her. I know her. Qin Baiyuan waved at her mysteriously. Su Dai put her ear over and heard him slowly say one sentence. My girlfriend is a job. Damn it. How dare you fool me? Su Dai slapped him hard, feeling angry and amused at the same time. She heaved a sigh of relief, feeling like she was on a roller coaster. Why are you so indecent? Who asked you to be so nosy? Isn't it because I care about you? Look at how nervous you were just now, as if the sky was going to fall. Isn't it normal for me to have a girlfriend? Sooner or later, I'll have to hand it over. Have you forgotten about Shu Jing? She's already someone else's wife and the mother of our child. What's the use of always thinking about her? I don't want to burden her. I really look down on my last relationship. If I give up, maybe I'll get married soon. Who knows? You mean you'll marry someone you don't love? Maybe, but maybe God is kind to me, and there's another person who can move my heart? Su Dai wished it was her, but from Qin Baiyuan's tone, it was obvious that it wasn't her. In fact, she knew that Qin Baiyuan didn't like her, but it was her own wishful thinking that refused to give up. She had never lost in her life, and this was the first time she had truly fallen in love with a man. She would not allow herself to lose. Therefore, she always took the initiative to contact him and cared about everything about him. In terms of relationships, hard work might not be rewarded in a while. However, if she didn't work hard, there would be no hope at all. She didn't want to miss him. Therefore, even if she felt tired, disappointed, or humiliated most of the time, she still persisted until now. As long as Qin Baiyuan did not have a girlfriend, she would still have hope. She felt that she would not give up. She even thought that even if he had a girlfriend, they might break up or divorce. At that time, she would have a new hope. The idea of hanging herself from a tree was really stupid. However, she was a stubborn and stupid woman when it came to love. Anyway, she had set her sights on Qin Baiyuan, and she would not give up anytime soon. However, there were a lot of thoughts in her mind, but she was laughing on the surface. You're a bad person. If God bestowed a good girl to you, it would be a waste of a good girl. So, don't have any hope. You'd better spend the rest of your life alone. Qin Baiyuan raises eyebrows. You have a sharp tongue. I don't like to hear it. It's better to use it to eat. As he spoke, he turned around to call the waiter, but accidentally caught a familiar figure. It's her? Qin Baiyuan didn't expect his premonition to be so accurate. He actually bumped into her today. He and that little girl were really fated. However, she didn't come alone. There was a man sitting opposite her. Qin Baiyuan felt that he was a little familiar, so he took a few more glances at him. Isn't it their company's top designer, Mubai? How'd she hook up with him? He had heard from Shi Shujing that this Mubai had a powerful background. He was from a prestigious family abroad. So, was Yi Yin relying on Tycoon? Look at how she's laughing so hard that one can only see her teeth and not her eyes. Is it that funny? What are you looking at? Su Dai stretched out her hand and waved it in front of his eyes. Who have you taken a fancy to this time? Nobody. Qin Baiyuan slapped her hand away. Seeing that Yin got up and walked to the washroom, he also stood up. You order first. I'm going to the washroom. So troublesome. Yin scooped up a handful of water and washed her face. Only then did her face cool down a little. Looking at herself in the mirror, whose face was as red as a monkey's, but she was speechless. Yin, can you be more normal? Your face is so red. Teacher Mu can tell that you like him at a glance. I'm just concerned about you as a teacher. Don't think too much. Oh, relax, just like how you usually do in school. The people next to her found it strange that she was talking to herself and looked at her. She stuck out her tongue, dried her hands, and walked out of the washroom. The figure that suddenly appeared in front of her made her scream in shock. Why are you here? That look in her eyes was like she had seen a ghost. No, he was scarier than a ghost. Qin Baiyuan was leaning against the wall and smoking. He looked at her with a faint smile and did not say anything. Yin immediately went into a state of alert. You're following me? I'm following you? You're really confident. What kind of beauty are you? Is it worth me following you? Then why are you here? Is this restaurant owned by you? Why can you come here and I can't? You say it's a coincidence? Do you think I'm a fool? There are thousands of restaurants in Flozen City. You just had to appear here. It's obvious that you have ulterior motives. Then I can also suspect that you're following me and have ulterior motives. What a false accusation. Yin could not help but roll her eyes. I have ulterior motives for people like you? Are you kidding me? Based on our identity and appearance, it's obvious that you have ulterior motives for me. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone and see what they say. You're crazy. Yin had never been polite to this kind of person. What do you want? Nothing. Why did you follow me to the washroom door? Then what do you think I want? Or do you want me to do something to you? His beautiful eyes were filled with ambiguity. A man who wanted to say something but didn't had a kind of enchanting style, which made Yi Yin's heart soften a little. However, she would never be seduced by his charm. Why are you beating around the bush? Do you think you're saying a tongue twister? Qin Baiyuan's tongue moved around his thin lips and slowly puffed out smoke rings from his nose. Am I interrupting your date? Yi Yin's throat tightened. Who is that man? Boyfriend? Or is he a new target? The words new target made Yi Yin very uncomfortable. It was as if she was a gold digger who specialized in fishing for gold. It was very insulting. What relationship do I have with him? Does it have anything to do with you? You just got out of my bed this morning and you're dating another man at night. It seems to be an insult to me. Then what do you want me to do? Commit suicide by jumping off a building? Sorry, I'm not that weak. If I say it, I'll treat it as if I was bitten by a dog. In the future, you go your own way and I'll go my own way. We have nothing to do with each other. She seemed to hate talking to him. She was in a hurry to leave, but in fact, she was afraid. But Qin Baiyuan grabbed her wrist, and Yi Yin was so anxious that she pushed him away with her hand. Let go of me. Why are you so flustered? Could it be that I'm right? Is he your new target? You keep your mouth clean. He's my tutor. Oh, Qin Baiyuan said in a strange tone. So he's a tutor. Teacher-student love is really exciting. Do you like this kind of taboo? I have a pure teacher-student relationship with him. It's your head that's full of dirty thoughts. Really? You dare to say that you don't like him? Under those sharp eyes, Ian actually couldn't deny it. She hated that he was such a shameless scumbag, but he had a pair of clear and sharp eyes. All the thoughts of others had nowhere to hide and were clearly exposed in his eyes. Smiling like a flower. Can you be more obvious? He must be blind to not be able to see that you have ulterior motives for him. So what if I like him? Do you have the right to point at me? Who do you think you are? Are you a moralist? God? I'm not a moralist, nor am I God. I just think that you, a woman, are really casual. I'm casual? Ian's brows were so tightly knitted that a fly could be squeezed to death. Isn't that so? At night, you sell your body in a nightclub, but in the day, you pretend to be a pure college student. Aren't you tired of playing two roles? However, I can see that you seem to enjoy it, and your disguise is not bad. I'm a college student. Dancing in a nightclub is a proper job. Why do you have to look down on me? Oh, then I'd like to ask that tutor of yours if he also thinks that dancing in a nightclub is a proper job. As Chin Bayuan spoke, he was about to walk over, but Yin hurriedly held him back. Her fingers were locked tightly into his muscular arm, for fear that he would take another step forward. Don't go. Aren't you very magnanimous? What are you afraid of? How do I know that you won't add oil to the fire and spread rumors? I don't have the time for that. I'll just tell her the truth about your job and last night. Don't say it. Yin jumped up to cover his mouth. Unexpectedly, Chin Bayuan kissed her palm. She retracted her hand in a fluster, as if she had been scalded. You, so fragrant your head. I didn't wash my hands after going to the toilet just now. Yin was also flustered. Her palm felt hot and numb. Just say it. What do you want? I don't want anything. Chin Bayuan blew a ring of smoke at her face slowly. I'm just a little unhappy. You've already taken advantage of me. What's there to be unhappy about? Even if you're unhappy, that person should be me, okay? Don't tell me that you're obsessed with my body and then fall in love with me. That's why you're following me around like a ghost. Yin was trying to provoke him, but Chin Bayuan did not fall for it. Instead, he laughed. Chapter 308. She was so angry that her face turned red. Don't say it. Anyway, you had a night with me, and you were branded with my mark. You hooked up with other men, and I felt a little uncomfortable in my heart. What kind of possessiveness is this? I'm not your possession, and I can like whoever I want. Also, don't use those dirty words to describe the pure feelings between me and Teacher Mu. Even if it comes from your mouth, it's an insult to us. Really? I like to insult you. What can you do? Chin Bayuan's back was facing the passage, and he stood in front of Yin, so he turned around and pressed her against the wall. She didn't dodge, and could only stick to the wall, wishing that she could melt into the wall. Get out of my way. Look, you're blushing. That's because I made you angry. You know very well whether it's because I have influence on you. Chin Bayuan whispered in her ear, and the tip of his nose rubbed against Yin's ear, burning her earlobe. Although they had the most intimate contact last night, Yin was completely under the influence of the drug, and she didn't feel it was real. So this kind of intimacy was unfamiliar to her, and it was extremely exciting. The contact between the sexes would make one's heart beat faster. Moreover, Chin Bayuan was a very beautiful man, and it made Yi Yin's hormones soar. Her throat couldn't stop itching, and she couldn't control her restlessness at all. Chin Bayuan found that he really liked her pure and innocent appearance of a college student. Even at such a close distance, she didn't have any pores. Her skin was white and rosy, glowing with the vitality of a young girl. It made him want to bite her cheek. But what he wanted to do more was to taste the sweet taste of her honeyed lips. The taste last night was really good, and it made him savor it for the whole day. Had he really not had a woman for a long time? He was actually so thirsty, and his desire was aroused by such a little wild cat. In the past, he only liked docile women, but now his taste had changed. The man's heart was also very restless. He could almost hear her heartbeat, but he didn't know if it was hers or his own. Yin was so anxious that her scalp went numb. On one hand, she hoped that someone would pass by and save her. On the other hand, she was afraid that someone would come and misunderstand the relationship. It had been so long. What if Mubai was worried and came to look for her? What if he saw this scene? Thinking of this, she recovered from her momentary intoxication and became even more anxious. You let go of me. I like the way you smell. He inhaled the scent of her hair. The last time he smelled such a light fragrance was from Shi Shujing. There were very few girls who could still exude the fragrance of flowers without wearing perfume. In some aspects, she was really similar to Shi Shujing, which was why he was so attracted to her. But at the same time, he also knew that they were two completely different people, two different kinds of people. Shi Shujing was not as sharp-tongued as her. But I hate the smell of your body. Yi Yin lied. She didn't want to admit that his breath made her slightly dizzy. His appearance was a little feminine, but he was a man with a very strong aura. Even his breathing was extremely invasive, drilling into her nose. Women often had no resistance to men's domineering and gentle teasing, not to mention that he was so good-looking. It doesn't matter if you hate me. It's enough that I like you. I know what you're thinking. You're afraid that he will come, aren't you? Qin Baiyuan deliberately spoke very slowly. Afraid that he will misunderstand our relationship? Afraid that I will provoke your relationship? But what's the use of hiding it from him? Paper can't cover fire. One day in the future, he will definitely know about your past, including the fact that you have slept with me. Do you think that your teacher Mu will think that you have deceived him with an innocent mask? You, Yin, clench your fists. You're a demon. That's right. I'm a demon, and unfortunately, you've provoked a demon. I just said in the morning that we would meet soon. It's only been a few hours, and we've already met, which means that my prediction is accurate. Then let me tell you again, I don't intend to let you go just like that. The more you fear me, the deeper I will make you fall, until you are beyond redemption. He chuckled beside her ear, and it was obvious that her blushing cheeks were turning pale. He liked to scare her like this. He slowly pulled away, his smiling eyes staring at him as he pulled away. Yi Yin leaned against the wall, unable to move for a long time. When Qin Baiyuan returned to his seat, the dishes were already served. Su Dai complained. Why is a man taking so long to go to the washroom? Is he hiding inside to put on makeup? If there's food, just eat. Why are you talking so much nonsense? TSK. So what if you're treating? Seeing how arrogant you are, I have to make you pay for it tonight. I just ordered the most expensive wine here, 1 million. Does it hurt? Only 1 million, and you're hurting? Am I that stingy? The one thing this young master doesn't lack is stinky money. Su Dai was amused by him. Go ahead and show off. Mubai waited for a long time for Yi Yin to return. He was worried that something might have happened to her, so he went to look for her. When he saw her standing at the corridor in a daze, with a frightened look, he hurriedly asked, What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Yi Yin returned to her senses in a daze. No, nothing, just a little dizzy just now. Actually, she felt very wronged and scared. Mubai's concern made her want to cry. She wanted him to teach that guy a lesson. However, she did not have the face to say it, so she could only swallow all the grievances. Mubai touched her forehead. You don't have a fever. Why do you feel dizzy? I'll go with you to the hospital. No need, let's go. This place was suffocating her. You're leaving without eating? I'm sorry, I don't want to eat here. Let's go somewhere else, okay? Yin forced a smile. I don't have much appetite here. Okay. Mubai nodded, held her shoulder, and left. A pair of smiling eyes followed them closely from behind until they left the restaurant. Qin Baiyuan withdrew his gaze and carefully tasted the 1 million yuan bottle of red wine. He closed his eyes and recalled Yi Yin's frightened and pale face. He felt that the wine was getting more and more mellow. Mubai and Yi Yin ate some noodles at a nearby noodle house. After escaping from the big demon, Yi Yin felt a lot more relaxed. Moreover, she felt that high-class Western restaurants were only suitable for dates. It was impossible for her to fill her stomach. Noodle houses were more down-to-earth. After the meal, Mubai sent Yi Yin home. When he arrived downstairs, he turned around and found that she had fallen asleep. He heard from other students that she often worked part-time. Sometimes, she worked several jobs a day. She must be very tired. A little girl of this age should be carefree, but she bore too much pressure in life. Thinking of this, Mubai felt a little heartache and did not wake her up. He wanted her to have a good sleep. When she slept, she was like a quiet baby. Her breathing was even and relaxed. He could see that she trusted him. Her hair wrapped around her palm-sized face. Her facial features were clean and delicate, as if they were drawn with a brush. She was not very stunning, but she was quite beautiful. The more he looked at her, the more beautiful she became. Although she bore the hardships of life, she was not polluted by the cruel society. She was like a pure white lotus that grew out of the mud in this impetuous society, untainted by the dust. This purity was very rare, and it made Mubai want to protect her. Other than designing, he had no interest in other things. But tonight, he was surprisingly patient. He quietly looked at Yin for a long time. Yin was awakened by the sound of the horn. The corner of her mouth was wet. Mubai smiled at her. She quickly sat up and touched the corner of her mouth awkwardly. I fell asleep. Why didn't you wake me? I couldn't bear to see you sleeping so soundly. She stuck out her tongue. What time is it now? 11 o'clock. Oh my God, I slept for 2 hours? And you just looked at me like this for 2 hours? You even want to find a hole to hide in. Do I look terrible when I'm sleeping? Talking in my sleep? Grinding my teeth? Snoring? No, don't be nervous. You sleep very peacefully. Yin was very doubtful of his words. Didn't she know how restless her sleep was? The space in the car suddenly became ambiguous. She blushed. Teacher Mu, thank you for sending me back. It's not in school. You can call me Mubai. Mubai, Yin murmured. It was really a nice name. It was just like the feeling he gave people. He was gentle and handsome. It made people feel warm from the bottom of their hearts. She couldn't help but feel sweet in her heart. However, she knew that she shouldn't have any expectations of him. So, it was better to keep a distance to avoid sadness in the future. Whether outside or inside the school, you're my teacher. It's more appropriate to call you Teacher Mu. Sorry to trouble you today. The area where you live is not very safe. Why are you staying here? Mubai knew that this area was a slum. The alleys were so narrow that cars could hardly squeeze in. There were all kinds of people living here. Just now, he saw a few gangs of gangsters. It's cheap here. But you're a girl. It's not safe. Why don't you stay in school? I often work part-time. The dormitory closes early, so I don't want to trouble the dormitory manager every time. It's freer to live alone. The people living here are very complicated. Actually, it's not bad. You see, I've been living here for 4 years. Isn't it still fine? Mubai sighed. It's better to be safe than sorry. I know you care about me. I'll take care of myself. I'll go up first. Drive carefully. Wait, Mubai unbuckled his seatbelt. I'll send you. Yin felt very warm for his gentlemanly attitude. She had lived here for 4 years. This was the first time a man sent her upstairs. Moreover, it was the man she had a crush on. Her heart was beating like a drum. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Actually, it's just a few steps. There's no need. I'm worried. Since I'm here, a few more steps won't matter. Chapter 309. Yin stomped her feet a few times and shouted a few more times before the corridor lights came on. It's like this here. The corridor lights are often broken. The floor is a bit slippery, so be careful. Okay. Yin walked in front while Mubai walked behind. Under the dim light, they couldn't see the road clearly. The floor was dirty and the air was filled with a stench. Yin felt a bit awkward. She didn't mind letting others know that she was poor, but she felt bad for letting Mubai suffer with her. As she was lost in her thoughts, she didn't notice that her feet suddenly slipped. She shrieked in fright and fell backward. Be careful. Mubai helped her from behind in time. She gasped, still in shock. That was close. I stepped on a banana peel. Luckily you're here. Otherwise, I would have fractured my bones. Yeah. Mubai was also shocked along with her. She felt a refreshing masculine scent behind her ear. Yin then realized that the two of them were so close. Their faces were almost touching, especially their lips, which were even closer, and they were exchanging breaths. The dim light seemed to converge on both of their faces. She could see every organ on his face, even his pores, clearly. It was really a good-looking face. It was as if the light of the whole galaxy was condensed. She couldn't help but focus her eyes on him. She vaguely heard a sentence. Why do you like someone? Because his body shines. Yes, Mubai had always been a shining star in her ordinary life. For the past 2 years, he was the only one in her eyes. But she was too insignificant, so she didn't dare to get close to him. She carefully hid her humble feelings. The lips that he had been longing for were close at hand. Mubai couldn't help but lean forward bit by bit. But at this moment, the corridor was completely dark. Yi-In hurriedly stomped her feet a few more times before the light came back on. Although Mubai was disappointed, he heaved a sigh of relief. The atmosphere was too ambiguous just now. It caused him to lose control of his rationality and almost kissed her. Fortunately, he didn't. Otherwise, their teacher-student relationship would be at an impasse. How could he be so impulsive? It really shouldn't have happened. I live on the 3rd floor. This is it. As soon as Yi-In turned the corner, she saw her suitcase thrown at the door. Her things were scattered everywhere. How can my things be like this? The fat landlady came back from next door and raised her voice to yell. You're finally back. Why didn't you answer my call? Did you do it on purpose? Why is my luggage here? I'm not renting this house anymore. You're not renting it? But you didn't tell me in advance. I've been living here for 4 years, and I've paid the rent on time every month. How could you just say no? The landlady said impatiently. The house is mine. If I want to rent it, I'll rent it. If I don't want to rent it, I won't rent it. Why you care so much? Sister Zhang, you can't be so unreasonable. I'll be honest with you. The government is going to demolish the house. I'm going to sell the house. All the residents here will have to move out. Then what do we do? That's your business. Whether you want to move to another place or sleep on the street has nothing to do with me. Here, this 1,000 yuan is the deposit you paid. As for this month, you've already lived half of it. I won't refund you the rest of the rent. No, we've signed an agreement. If you don't rent it to me, you have to compensate me. There's no such thing. You can sue me. Anyway, I'm not renting it. You can think of a way yourself. It was really like when it rains, it pours. Everyone was bullying her. Yi-In flew into a rage out of humiliation and took a step forward. I'm not going to. Mubai pulled her gently and shook his head. Forget it. Let's go. He was worried about her staying here. It would be best if she could move away. How can I just let go like this? If she doesn't compensate me, how can I afford to rent another house? The landlady looked at Mubai and said sarcastically, Isn't this man very rich? Just ask him for it. How can I rent the house to someone like you? You're still spouting nonsense. Handsome, let me remind you. She often comes back very late. She definitely doesn't have a proper job. She's probably doing that kind of thing. Don't be fooled by her. Mubai smiled. Yi-In is a student of Tsing University. I'm her mentor. I know what kind of person she is. Please don't slander her. TSK, I'm reminding you out of goodwill. It's fine if you don't believe me. The landlady rolled her eyes impatiently. Don't block here. Take your things and leave. Yi-In complained as she moved her luggage. She kept nagging after getting into the car. Mubai comforted her patiently. It's okay. It's not safe for a girl like you to live there. It's a good thing to move away. But how can she just leave my luggage outside? She's too much. Even if I'm poor, she can't bully me like this. I'm sorry, Teacher Mu. It's so late for you to help me move my things and listen to my complaints. It's okay. Fortunately, I sent you up. Otherwise, you wouldn't know what to do at this late hour. By the way, what's your plan now? I can only spend the night at my friend's place and then look for a house. Is that so? Mubai suggested with a jolt in his heart. Why don't you stay at my place? No. Are you afraid that I'll bully you? His playful tone made Yi-In blush uncontrollably. That's not what I mean. But there's a difference between a man and a woman. If word gets out, I'm afraid it won't be good. It's so late. Your friend must be asleep. Besides, looking for a house isn't something that can be solved in a short time. You should stay in my place for a few days. You can move out when you find a house. It's a 2-bedroom apartment. You can stay in the guest room. Yi-In was conflicted. She wanted to be closer to Mubai, but she was afraid that such intimacy would make her greedy and lose control. She twisted her skirt and didn't know how to answer. If you don't say anything, I'll take it that you agree. I've decided. There are no teachers or classmates in the community. No one will know. Don't worry. Then, I'll trouble you. Yin secretly thought that she would let herself be crazy for once. As the car drove into the high-class community, Yin looked out of the window and sighed. You live in Daijing Star City? The rent here is very expensive. I heard that the best Riverview room costs more than 20 million yuan, and the monthly rent is more than 30,000 yuan. Really? I don't know. I just came back to China and thought it was nice here, so I bought one. Mubai played it down as if he was not talking about a mansion, but an ordinary small house. Yin couldn't stop marveling, and then she blushed a little. Sorry, I rarely come to such a high-class community, so Mubai shook his head and thought that her reaction was very cute. Sometimes, having everything makes you numb, and you don't feel anything no matter how luxurious it is. On the contrary, when people have nothing, it's easier to be happy, and it's easier to see the new side of the world. The night view of the community was spectacular enough, but the view of the room was even more amazing. Yin leaned on the floor-to-ceiling window, widened her eyes, and looked at the bright river view. Wow, the night view here is so beautiful. Quick, pinch me. Am I dreaming? Really? You'll get used to it after a long time. However, it's really a pleasure to sit on the balcony at night and enjoy the river view while drinking. This house is so big. Are these furnishings antiques? They look so valuable. Yin touched this and then patted that and was very curious about everything. You live in this room. I can also see the river view from my room? Great. She threw her head back and rolled on the bed. The bed is so soft and comfortable. Mubai coughed and turned his head away. Yin realized that she accidentally exposed her thigh and hurriedly covered it. She was so shy that she didn't know what to say. Did he think that she deliberately seduced him? There's a bathroom in your room. Go take a bath and rest early. Yin got up and sent Mubai to the door. Teacher Mu, thank you so much. If it wasn't for you, I don't know what to do tonight. Mubai smiled and rubbed her hair. The intimate action made her shrink her neck and tremble. Good night. Good night. Closing the door, Yin looked at the clean room and still felt like she was dreaming. She was actually living with the Prince Charming that she had a crush on for 2 years. It felt so unreal. She secretly pinched herself. It hurt. It wasn't a dream. Yin, calm down. He only temporarily took you in because you were homeless. You must not have any unrealistic expectations. Through the door, Mubai slightly lowered his head and the corner of his mouth gradually raised. 2 shallow dimples appeared on his fair face. That night, because Yin slept next door, Mubai was very happy and fell asleep very late. When he got up the next morning, he was still a little confused. Suddenly seeing Yin standing in the living room, he was stunned. Morning, breakfast time. Yin had her hair tied up in a bun, tilted her head, and dressed in cartoon pajamas. She was very cute and playful. Mubai's throat tightened. Morning. There were 2 bowls of noodle soup and a vegetable salad on the table, which looked very delicious. You cooked the noodles? Yes. I'm used to getting up early and cooking noodles by myself. I want to clean up for you, but the house is so clean that I can't do it. Yin smiled and looked refreshed. You are very clean. Well, I have a slight obsession with cleanliness. You are a guest. How can I let you do this? I can't thank you enough for taking me in. This little thing is nothing. Sit down, or it'll be cold. I know you grew up abroad and may be more used to sandwiches and milk. I'll go to the supermarket to buy some ingredients when I come back tonight and cook for you tomorrow. No, thanks. I prefer noodles to dry sandwiches, Wang Yao said. Chapter 310. Mubai took a bite, and a faint fragrance filled his mouth. It's delicious. Really? I used to think that if I stopped designing in the future, I would open a noodle shop. I even thought of a name, Nightingale Noodle. Mubai was infected by her energetic look. She was always full of positive energy, which made people like to be with her. She was happy all the time. Eating the fragrant noodles and looking at her bright little face, Mubai couldn't help but say, "If you're used to living here, then you can always live here." Always live here? How can I do that? There are 2 rooms here anyway, and they're empty. You'll graduate in a month, and you'll be very busy during this time. It's best not to be distracted by looking for a house. It won't be too late to decide after your job is settled. Of course, Yin didn't want to move around, but she had her concerns. Will this disturb you too much? Of course not. If you feel bad about it, then make breakfast for me every day. Consider it your rent. Okay. With such a sincere invitation, Yin couldn't refuse it even if she wanted to. What's more, she didn't want to refuse it. She knew it was wrong, but it didn't mean she didn't want to. Then I'll have to bother you for another month. It's not a bother. I'm very happy that you can live here. Thank you, Teacher Mu. You're such a good person. Mubai thought that he wasn't a good person, but he actually had his own selfish motives. He just wanted to see her every day. If the 2 of them lived together, they could slowly cultivate their feelings, right? When she graduated and was no longer his student, he could officially pursue her. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look forward to it. Teacher Mu, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Mubai blushed unnaturally. I'm just thinking about today's graduation ceremony. At that time, I'll introduce you to President Qin. You have to perform well. Okay, I know. President Qin, surnamed Qin again? Don't tell me he's that demon king. It shouldn't be possible. There are so many people surnamed Qin in the city. How could it be him? A person like him, acting like a spoiled brat, obviously only knew how to abuse his family. How could he be a CEO? It would be strange if the company didn't go bankrupt. Backstage at the graduation ceremony, the principal, vice principal, professors, and a room full of big shots were all waiting for an even bigger figure, the president of the Qin group, Qin Baiyuan. Originally, Yin was quite calm, but she became serious when she saw their serious expressions. It was as if they were meeting some senior official or something. Her palms were sweating a little. After waiting for about half an hour, a certain super big shot finally arrived. He was surrounded by everyone, and behind him were his secretaries and assistants. The moment that person stepped into the room, the smile on Yi Yin's face completely froze. It was like a bolt from the blue. The great demon is actually Qin Baiyuan? Was there only one person with the surname Qin in Flozin City? What the hell? She wanted to slip away, but Qin Baiyuan's eyes locked on her. That pair of clear and sharp eyes seemed to be smiling, yet not smiling, full of evil intentions. Yi Yin screamed in her heart. Oh no, this time she bumped into him. Oh no. The principal and professors went up to greet him attentively. Qin Baiyuan shook hands with them one by one, and finally came to Mubai and Yin. He and Mubai knew each other, so he greeted him directly. President Qin. Director Mu, what a coincidence. You are an honorary professor at Tsinghua University. Yeah. Qin Baiyuan's eyes slowly moved to Yin. And this beauty is? This is Yin, my student. Oh, student, I thought she was your girlfriend when I saw you 2 standing together so well. Yin's face was completely red, not from shyness, but from anger and anxiety. This great demon loved to spout nonsense. Was he trying to stir up trouble with such a sarcastic tone? President Qin likes to joke. Yin is my favorite student, and I want to take this opportunity to recommend her to you. With her ability, she is completely qualified to be the designer of the Qin group. I heard that you have always been very strict when it comes to choosing people, and the company has never made an exception to promote a graduate as a designer. It seems like you like her a lot. Yin has outstanding design talent, and she is also very diligent. My judgment is never wrong. Really? But since you recommend her so strongly, I really can't help but wonder if you admire her talent, or simply admire her as a person, or do you want to keep her by your side out of personal reasons? President, it's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. But even so, it's not a big deal. There are so many incest nowadays, let alone a teacher-student relationship, right? Qin Baiyuan asked as he looked into Yi Yin's eyes. She kept her head down. In her heart, she had already cursed him from top to bottom and inside out 10,000 times. The principal came over and reminded him. President Qin, the graduation ceremony has begun. Okay. Only then did Qin Baiyuan leave. Yin heaved a sigh of relief and curled her lips. What kind of person is he? He is full of nonsense. Don't mind him. President Qin is like this. He didn't mean anything else. Yin thought that it was not that he didn't mean anything else. His words were full of other meanings. It was a pity that she couldn't expose Qin Baiyuan's mask. Instead, she was worried that he would talk nonsense to Mubai. She had heard that Qin Baiyuan was very difficult to invite and rarely attended public events. Therefore, there must be a reason why he attended the graduation ceremony, and it was most likely because of her. Thinking of this, Yin was very anxious. She could only keep comforting herself that she was overthinking. She was just an insignificant person to Qin Baiyuan, and he would never spend so much time and energy on her. But it was hard to say, because he was really a super boring and super bad person. The graduation ceremony began. When Qin Baiyuan gave a speech, the female students below screamed excitedly. Oh my God, Qin Baiyuan is so handsome. I was fascinated by him when I saw him on TV. He is even more handsome in person. Yes, he is so mature and so manly. I'm almost suffocated. Hurry up and pinch me to see if I'm dreaming or not. The girls were chattering, and Yin couldn't concentrate. However, she didn't need to concentrate on Qin Baiyuan's acting. He was dignified, but in fact, there was only one word to describe him. His acting was so good that it was disgusting. Although Mr. C is also very handsome, Qin Baiyuan is really charming and naughty. He's my type. I really don't know why Shu Jing was willing to divorce him. That's right. You see, he is still so protective of Shu Jing after the divorce, which shows that he is a super good man who values friendship. It's such a pity. He must be very sad. I really hope I can comfort his hurt little heart. Yin was stunned for a moment. He was divorced? She was very busy working, so she had no time to pay attention to those gossip news, and she was not interested in the gossip of rich and powerful families. Otherwise, she would have known what he looked like. Looking at him speaking confidently on the podium and his high-spirited appearance, she really didn't expect that he had such an experience. The divorce seemed to have left no scars on him. However, he was a man without a heart. Divorce was not a big deal to him. Protecting his ex-wife? It should be all an act. If he really valued friendship, she wouldn't have divorced him. His dignified appearance could only deceive ignorant girls. She wanted to vomit when she heard it. The speech of more than an hour was over, and the audience applauded thunderously. Yin didn't want to admit that Qin Baiyuan was very good at talking about business, and she had learned a lot from him. He was full of bad ideas. How could he be so smart? It must be someone else who helped him write the speech. Mubai went backstage with her. Mr. Muai, I suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. I can't accompany Boss Qin anymore. What's wrong? Shall I accompany you to the infirmary? No, it's okay. It's not a big problem. Before Yin had time to slip away, Qin Baiyuan came over. Next, is it time to visit the campus and have a meal? When Mubai was about to nod, his phone rang. He said after answering the phone, Sorry, I have something to do. Yin, you accompany Boss Qin. Mubai hoped that the two of them could contact more, so that Qin Baiyuan could understand Yin's ability. I also have something to do, Yin said hurriedly. Qin Baiyuan raised his eyebrows. Then what should I do? You invited me here. Are you so irresponsible? Don't you still have the principal and the professor? I asked them to leave first. Mubai said a few words and left. Yin was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Mr. Mu, stop calling. He won't come back. You did it on purpose. What? You sent him away on purpose, didn't you? You're not stupid. But I did it for your own good. Do you want him to stay and listen to us? The word warm came out of Qin Baiyuan's mouth. Yin's ears turned hot. She gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, Who wants to be warm with you? You go to hell. I'm a guest specially invited by Tsinghua University. How dare you curse me to go to hell? Is this the quality of Tsinghua University students? Yin rolled her eyes. That's because you don't deserve to be respected. Whatever you say. Now, can you accompany me? Don't use the word accompany. It's disgusting. Qin Baiyuan was amused. Am I disgusted or are you disgusted? You should accompany me. I'm afraid you're the one with an impure heart. Right? That's because you're evil. That's why everything you say is evil. It's not that I'm dirty. It's just a saying. You're the one with a guilty conscience. Why? Are you afraid that I'll tell your Mr. Mu about our relationship? I have nothing to do with you. Our relationship in bed is also a relationship. Moreover, it's a very, very intimate relationship. In my opinion, there's a 99% chance that he still thinks that you're pure. Me too, but didn't you? Thinking of this, Yin wanted to skin him and drink his blood. Let's not talk about that. Tsinghua University is not bad. Accompany me around? I have something to do. The most important thing for you now is to accompany me. Chapter 3:11. Men, what are you afraid of? Qin Baiyuan looked around and said thoughtfully, This is her alma mater. I've never been here. Sure, Shujing's figure could be seen in every corner of this place. If he had known her better, they would be very happy now. She couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Yin suspected that there was something wrong with her eyes. The emotion in Qin Baiyuan's eyes was disappointment. Sadness? How could he be sad? Didn't he have a heart? This she he was talking about should be his ex-wife, right? If he loved her, why would he divorce her? Or was he so cheap that he didn't know how to cherish her until he lost her? Don't think about it. His business has nothing to do with you. Don't worry about it. You'd better find a way to get rid of him first. I'm graduating soon. I have to finish my graduation project. I really don't have time. Boss Qin, you're such a big shot. You must be very generous and won't make things difficult for a little girl like me. Being a big shot doesn't mean being generous. On the contrary, I'm very stingy, very stingy. If my purpose is not satisfied, I'll be very unhappy. Qin Baiyuan dragged his voice and twitched the corner of his mouth. And when I'm unhappy, I'll do something that will make others even more unhappy. Do you want to try? It's already like this. You still want to resist? Qin Baiyuan put his arms around Yi Yin's neck and locked her in his arms. She was so anxious that she jumped up and down. Let go. People will misunderstand. Hey, let go. You smell so good. Do you know? For the past few days, I've been reminiscing about your fragrance. He sniffed hard. Is it your body fragrance? Hey, just talk. Don't touch me. It's not good if people see it. Then tell me, do you want to accompany me to walk around the campus? I'll accompany you, okay? That's a good girl. Qin Baiyuan smiled with satisfaction and let go of her. That smile was more dazzling than the sun, but it made Yi Yin hate it. Smile, smile, what's so funny? Your teeth are so white. Why don't you be in a toothpaste advertisement? How annoying. Qin Baiyuan was the second most despicable and shameless person she could think of in the world. No one could be the first. Yi Yin felt that Qin Baiyuan was definitely a sadist. If he wasn't, he wouldn't have wandered around the campus in high temperature. Not only was he torturing himself, but he was also torturing her. She felt quite depressed. After walking around for more than an hour, they finally walked around the entire campus and rested in a coffee shop. Yi Yin was already sweating profusely. The air conditioner was not enough, so she kept fanning herself with her hands. On the other hand, Qin Baiyuan was still refreshed. There was no sweat at all. Did this man not have pores? He was not sweating at all. Yi Yin grabbed the glass and gulped down 2 mouthfuls of ice water. Girls shouldn't drink ice water. It's bad for the uterus. Qin Baiyuan kindly reminded her, but she did not appreciate it and made a face at him. I just like to drink. It's none of your business. Although it was hypocritical, he actually had such a caring side to him. Was he influenced by his ex-wife again? When a student part-time waitress came over to ask Qin Baiyuan what he wanted to drink, her face was so red that it was about to explode. She had a look of infatuation and could not bear to move her eyes away from his face for even a second. It was as if she had never seen such a good-looking man in her life. She did not even blink. Coffee, thank you. Qin Baiyuan nodded. Yi Yin pouted. He was just born with a good appearance. What was the use of being good-looking? Character was the most important, okay? He was full of bad ideas, but he was much worse than Teacher Mubai. Yi Yin asked for a glass of lemon juice. You like to drink sour? It's none of your business. It's the first time I've seen such a bad attitude as a tour guide. I can complain about you. I'm a person who treats people the way I treat them. If you think my attitude is bad, then you should reflect on your own problems first. What problems can a perfect man like me have? Perfect? With your character, you have the cheek to say that you are perfect? Don't you feel embarrassed? Narcissistic. The word perfect can only be used on Teacher Moo. As for you, you are an insult to this word. So that's why you look like an infatuated fool when you look at him, laughing so hard. Doesn't he know that you like him? What? Between me and Teacher Moo Bai, it's just a very, very simple teacher-student relationship. It's not like what you're saying. Between men and women, it's purely based on feelings. You don't understand. Is that so? Qin Baiyuan leaned forward an inch and stared at her eyes. Then let me tell you, there's definitely no such thing as pure friendship between men and women. Do you think that Mu Bai recommended you so hard just because he's a good teacher? Her. Actually, he's very selfish. He took such a big detour just to keep you by his side. Don't use your dark heart to infer an upright gentleman. Teacher Mu is a good person, and you happen to be the opposite of him. You're as wretched as he is outstanding. Naive, Qin Baiyuan shook his finger. I'm sure that he has designs on you, and it's not just a matter of a day or two. He's been planning this for a long time. If he has designs on me, I'll wake up laughing even in my dreams. You're so thirsty. You're so wretched. We're both adults. Why are you still having a crush? Do you think you're a primary school student? Childish. At least I'm pure, unlike you, who only thinks with your lower body and wants to go to bed with a woman. Qin Baiyuan touched his lips. Do you need me to remind you who was the one who took the initiative that night? A woman who looks pure on the surface is actually the most impure in bed. He gestured for her to stop. Don't argue with me. I've slept with more women than you've ever seen with men. Whether it's men or women, I understand them better than you. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Anyway, a clean conscience is not afraid of a crooked shadow. Everyone knows who's in the wrong. Since you don't believe that your teacher Moo is a wolf, why don't we do an experiment? If you work for Blue Sky, he'll naturally reveal his true colors. Yin rolled her eyes. So you went around in circles just to trick me into working for Blue Sky? Do you think I'm a fool? Didn't your teacher Moo strongly recommend you to me? If that's the case, I'll give him some face. However, your position is not a designer, but my secretary. When the word secretary came out of Qin Baiyuan's mouth, it naturally made Yin think of some very evil things. The secretary he was talking about should be a 24/7 personal service, including the kind that goes to bed, right? TSK, full of obscene thoughts. Too wretched. I refuse. Why? Isn't the answer obvious? Because you're the CEO. So what? Do you know how many people fight to work for Blue Sky? Those people want to work for Blue Sky, not for you to sleep with them. When Qin Baiyuan heard this, he was delighted. Do you think I want to sleep with you? Isn't that so? I admit that you're not bad looking, but you overestimate yourself. What kind of person am I, Qin Baiyuan? If I want a woman, do I need to sleep with her? Then why do you want me to be your secretary? Do I need a reason? Yes. He thought about it. Because you're interesting. Whether you're pretending or not, at least you're different from other women. They've been racking their brains to attract my attention, but you haven't. Instead, you've been resisting me. At the end of the day, it's just that your male chauvinism is acting up. When others chase after you, you think it's very vulgar. When others look down on you, you feel that it hurts your self-esteem. Do you think you're R&B, loved by everyone? In this world, there are people who like you, and naturally, there are people who hate you. You can't control my thoughts. I just hate you. I'm not forcing you to like me. I just think that it's fun to bicker with you. I'll treat it as raising a pet and teasing it occasionally to add some fun to my life. You're the pet. We're all human. Why do you think you're better than others? I'm a person of flesh and blood with dignity, not some random cat or dog. I won't be your pet. Oh, since you're so dignified, then you won't mind the school and your teacher Moon knowing that you've been dancing in a nightclub, right? You. Yin gritted her teeth. Using this to threaten a woman, are you still a man? Don't you know very well whether I'm a man or not? Do you want me to prove it again? Qin Baiyuan's tone was extremely ambiguous and explicit. I've already said that I have 10 million ways to make you submit. I don't even need to think about it to make you submit. Think carefully about what you should choose. My patience is limited. Don't make me wait too long. Being disturbed by Qin Baiyuan, Yin was not in the mood to design, so she went straight back to Mubai's apartment. She bought a lot of ingredients in the supermarket downstairs, calculated that it was almost time, and made dinner. At about 7 o'clock, Mubai returned home. As soon as he opened the door, he smelled a strong aroma of food. Yin had just served the braised fish on the table and wiped her sweat. "You're back just in time. I just finished cooking and was about to call you to ask if you'd like to come home for dinner." Mubai's heart warmed. After returning to China for 4 years, he was used to being alone. The last time he had a homestay was a long time ago. This feeling was really good, very warm. Moreover, Yi not only gave him the warmth he had been looking forward to, but they also had a lot in common when it came to designing. No matter how he looked at it, she was a very suitable partner. Of course, those external factors were not the most important. The most important thing was that she made him feel moved. "Thank you for your hard work. It's just cooking, it's not hard at all." In the afternoon, Yin was a little upset. Only when she was cooking, thinking that she was cooking for the person she liked, her mood became a little better. Mubai washed his hands, and Yin had already filled a bowl of soup for him. 2 dishes and 1 soup were all home-cooked dishes for 2 people. "You seem to be able to eat spicy food, so I cooked braised fish with brown sauce. The taste is also quite strong. It's delicious. It's much better than the takeout we used to eat at school. During the months when I was doing the graduation design, you almost always treated me to dinner. This is the first time I've treated you. The meaning of cooking is different from takeout. Thank you for preparing such a delicious dinner for me." Chapter 312. What's wrong? What's on my face? No, nothing. As long as you like it. By the way, how about you accompany CEO Qin to visit the school today? Hearing that disgusting name, the light in Yi Yin's eyes dimmed, and she said with some repulsion, "What do you mean? That's it. Do you get along well with him?" So, that's it. What do you think of CEO Qin?" Yi Yin wanted to reply that he was a super invincible perverted demon, but she could only reply with one sentence. "Not very good. You don't like him? Why should I like him? CEO Qin is a very charming man. Many women like him." Mubai asked this to test Yi Yin's attitude. He knew that she was not a shallow gold digger. She would not like Qin Baiyuan just because he was rich and powerful. However, Qin Baiyuan was also very charming. On the one hand, he wanted to introduce them to each other. On the other hand, he was afraid that she would fall for him. It was really contradictory. It was the first time in her life that she had such a feeling. It's their business if they like him. It doesn't mean that I have to like him too. Anyway, I don't like him. I think he's a hypocrite." "Oh, what hypocrite?" "I don't know how to say it. It's just a feeling." "Ms. Mu, why do you care so much about my feelings for him? Do you want to give me to him?" "Of course not." Mubai immediately denied it. Giving the woman he liked to another man? How could it be possible? "Then why do you keep asking me?" I just want to ask what you think of him." "Oh." He ate 2 mouthfuls of rice and didn't say much. "Did he mention anything about work?" "No." Yin lied. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look into his eyes. "Oh, but it's okay. I can arrange it. Actually, I don't have to work at Blue Sky. Didn't you say that this is your dream? Now that you have the opportunity, why don't you seize it?" I just said it casually. I didn't think it through. Although Blue Sky is a large corporation, there are many other powerful companies in Flozen City, such as the Ocean Group. I don't necessarily have to enter Blue Sky. But I want you to work in Blue Sky. "Why?" "Because I want you to stay by my side." Mubai couldn't help but say. The gentleness and expectation in his eyes made Yi Yin's imagination run wild. He said he wanted her to stay with him? Did that mean she liked him? The young girl's heart was thumping wildly. Mubai realized that he had made a slip of the tongue and blushed unconsciously. "What I'm saying is that we could be good work partners." "Oh, I see." Yin was a little disappointed. As expected, she had thought too much. Her male god was so outstanding. How could he fall in love with an ordinary person like her? She was too full of herself. However, no matter what the reason was, at least he wanted to be with her. She should still be happy. She mustered up her courage, and the smile returned to Yi Yin's face. The ribs are quite delicious. Let's eat more of them. Okay. Thinking of how Qin Baiyuan threatened to tell Mu Bai about her dancing in the nightclub, she still felt a little uneasy and asked tentatively, "Teacher Mu, what kind of girl do you like?" Mu Bai's fingers paused. He had the answer in his heart. He liked her. However, this secret couldn't be revealed now. There's no special type. To put it simply, it depends on fate, as long as there's a feeling. Oh, then, if you like a girl, will you mind her past? For example, she's divorced. As long as I like her, I won't mind. A glimmer of hope ignited in Yi Yin's heart. Then what if she used to work in a nightclub? But it's not like that. She only danced there. She was expecting him to answer no, but Mu Bai nodded. I don't mind that she was married and even had children, but I can't accept girls who have worked in those places. Why? She's not an escort. Everyone has a bottom line. My bottom line is that the girl I like must be innocent. I'm not saying that the girl in that place must be dirty, but at least she will be more complicated and not so pure. And, to be realistic, who knows what she has done in there? So, I can't tolerate this. Yi Yin's heart felt as if it had been stabbed by a knife, and it was dull and painful. She didn't think there was anything wrong with dancing in a nightclub, but if she mentioned it, others would associate it with those ugly dances. She had to admit that she did wear revealing clothes when she danced. What's wrong? No, nothing. I'm just asking on a whim. Yi Yin forced a smile. Drink more soup, or it'll get cold. Her reaction was a little strange. Could she have danced in a nightclub before? This thought only existed in Mu Bai's mind for a second before he denied it. If she had danced in a nightclub, she couldn't be so pure. He must be thinking too much. That night, Yi Yin tossed and turned, and she barely slept. The next day, she went to school with 2 big dark circles under her eyes and continued to work on her graduation design with Mu Bai. There was only 1 month left before graduation, and time was tight, so Yi Yin didn't work much these days. Basically, she spent all her energy on the design. She revised it and showed it to Mu Bai. What do you think? Well, it's already very good. You just need to change a few details. Where? Here, and here. Mu Bai walked behind her, pointed at a few places on the design, and patiently taught her how to modify it. Yi Yin had a feeling of enlightenment, and she was so excited that her eyes shone. According to your method, it will be much better. Thank you, Mr. Mu. Turning her head, she found that Mu Bai's face was just above her lips. If she moved a little closer, she would touch his face. Yi Yin's cheeks instantly turned red. Mu Bai also looked at her without blinking, and he couldn't help but think of the throbbing desire to kiss her that night. The air suddenly became very romantic, and both of their hearts beat faster, and their mouths became dry. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking on the door broke the atmosphere. Yi Yin was so anxious that she almost knocked over the pen holder in her hand. Mu Bai's reaction was calmer than hers, and he naturally turned his head. Qin Baiyuan stood at the door and looked at the two of them with a probing gaze. He seemed to smell something, so he smiled with some evil intentions. Boss Qin, why are you here? Qin Baiyuan? Yi Yin was already very embarrassed. When she saw him, not only was she embarrassed, but she was also very annoyed. She felt that he came to catch her in the act on purpose. Bah. There was nothing going on between her and Mr. Mu. Today I came to talk with the principal about the donation of the teaching building, so I came to have a look. Qin Baiyuan walked in and stared at Yi Yin with a playful look. I didn't expect to see this scene. What did you see? Don't talk nonsense. Yi Yin said bluntly. I didn't say anything. Why are you so guilty? Yi Yin bit her lip. She couldn't out-talk him, so she just shut up. What were you busy with? Helping Yi Yin revise her graduation design. Mu Bai took this opportunity to show the design to Yi Yin. This is Yi Yin's design. It doesn't look like a student's work at all. Few domestic designers can reach her level now. It's really good. I didn't expect her to dance well, and the design is quite good. Yi Yin was so anxious that her face turned red, and she winked at him to shut up. Dance? Mubai asked curiously. Do you know how to dance? I heard she mentioned before that she could dance, but I didn't have the chance to see it. Student Yi, what kind of dance do you know? Qin Baiyuan asked deliberately. I'm talking nonsense. I don't know how to dance. Really? But I see that you have a good figure. You should know how to dance, and it should be a hot dance. Yin was so angry that she almost fainted. If he didn't speak, no one would think he was mute, okay? By the way, about the matter of you recommending her to work at Blue Sky. As far as I know, there is no vacancy in the design department of Blue Sky. Yes, there is a designer who is about to leave. Mubai said, Do you mean Fanny? Don't you know that she will stay for another 3 months? Mubai frowned. She didn't mention it to me. Anyway, there is no vacancy for the time being. I can arrange for Yi Yin to be my assistant. You already have an assistant. If you get your own student out of nowhere, I'm afraid you will be criticized. After all, Director Mu, you are famous for being impartial. I'm afraid this will affect your reputation. Although there is no vacancy in the design department, I have been looking for a secretary, but I haven't been able to find one. I think Yi Yin is quite suitable. Secretary? Mubai shook his head when he heard that. She is a designer. How could she be a secretary? Qin Baiyuan raised his eyebrows arrogantly. Could it be that you think that being my secretary is a disgrace to her talent? Even if she enters the design department, she can't be promoted to a designer immediately. She needs at least a few years of work experience. But if she becomes my secretary and passes my assessment, I can directly promote her and guarantee that everyone will be convinced and won't talk about her behind her back. This is an opportunity. Think about it. Mubai couldn't deny that what Qin Baiyuan said was the truth, but he still felt very uneasy. Why? Are you worried that I have ulterior motives? Are you afraid that I will steal your woman? Don't talk nonsense. Teacher Mu and I are only in a teacher-student relationship. Yin's attitude was strong. If looks could kill, Qin Baiyuan would have died 10 million times. It didn't matter how he bullied her, but she couldn't ridicule Mubai. If it's the truth, then there's no need to emphasize it, right? Director Mu, you know my temper very well. I can't change the decision I have made. If you really care about Yin, you should seize this opportunity for her. Of course, I won't force you. Think about it carefully. Qin Baiyuan left after saying that. Yin quickly chased after him and dragged him to the stairwell. The first thing she said was scolding him. Qin Baiyuan, you are 8B *TCH. He didn't care and tidied up the wrinkles on his sleeve. Chapter 313. If you have something against me, just come at me. Why did you come here? Do you want Teacher Mu to suspect us? I do, but it seems that his IQ is not high enough. He still can't see the clues. Or rather, he trusts you too much. As I said, my patience is limited. Since you can't make a decision, then I can only let your dear Teacher Mu choose for you. Qin Baiyuan slapped her finger away. Girl, talk nicely. Don't point your finger at people. I don't like it. I don't like you either, you shameless great demon. At least it's better than you trying to cover it up with lies. When was I full of lies? When weren't you? Qin Baiyuan took a step forward and held his arm, trapping Yin between him and the wall. Relying on his tall figure, he suppressed her in terms of aura. You keep insisting that you and Mubai are just teacher and student, as if you two are the purest people in the world. But what did I see just now? If I didn't interrupt you, you would have kissed him, right? Or, have you already kissed him? We didn't. Oh, that's just temporary. It will happen sooner or later. I really want to ask. You just had sex with me a few days ago, and now you're flirting with your own teacher. How does it feel? Is it exciting to cheat on 2 people at the same time? I'll emphasize it again. Oh. Qin Baiyuan covered Yin's mouth with his palm. If you do, then you do. If you don't, then you don't. The truth won't change because of your denial. Do you understand? I don't like it when you're always lying through your teeth. I'll give you one last week. After 1 week, report to Blue Sky on time. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. After a week of struggle, Yin finally accepted her fate. She reported to Blue Sky early in the morning. At 8 in the morning, not everyone came. Yin waited for a while and saw a person who looked like a secretary walk over. She asked, "Are you Secretary Lin?" "I am." "You are?" "I mean, I'm here to report today." "Oh, it's you." Lin Fei couldn't help but take a few more glances. Previously, the CEO had said that someone would be transferred over in the next few days. She had thought that it would be some extraordinary elite, but the person in front of her looked simple and innocent, like a graduate who had just come out of society. He did not look like someone who had been trained in a Fortune 500 company at all. Could it be that the president coveted her good looks? Women were more sensitive when it came to makeup. No matter how Lin Fei looked at her, she felt that she didn't have any makeup on. His skin was like jelly, sparkling and translucent, without a single pore. It was the legendary porcelain skin, so good that it made her jealous. Young girls were born beautiful. What are you looking at? It's nothing. Come and fill in the job form. After completing the entry procedures, Lin Fei brought Yi around the company and gave her instructions. The CEO has 3 secretaries. I'm in charge of external affairs, and there's also Yao Yao, who's in charge of socializing with the CEO. Actually, their roles are similar to public relations. As he said this, he curled his lips. As for you, you're in charge of the CEO's daily affairs. 3 secretaries? That's a lot. Is it a lot? For the CEO of a multinational financial group, it's not a lot at all. Because it's a lot, the workload is especially heavy. You have to be mentally prepared. Have you done this kind of work before? Yi shook her head. Before she graduated, she had been doing part-time jobs, such as serving dishes and delivering food. This was her first formal job, so she was quite nervous, afraid that she wouldn't do well. Lin Fei patted her on the shoulder, with an expression that said, "Then I can only wish you good luck." There was a scent of perfume in the air. Yi looked in the direction of the scent and saw a butterfly flying in. It was not a real butterfly, but a gorgeous beauty. Because it was too beautiful and too ostentatious, the first word that flashed through Yi mind was butterfly. The other employees were all wearing work clothes, except for her, who was wearing a pink spaghetti strap skirt, which was bright and attractive. If it were any other occasion, Yi would have felt that it was understandable. She had beautiful legs and breasts, and she had the capital to show off. She wanted to show off, but she couldn't. But in a workplace, it seemed a little too unprofessional. The male colleagues in the company were only looking at her, and they were not in the mood to work. While they were absent-minded, the beauty had already walked in front of them. She was more than 7 meters tall, and with her high heels, Yi and Lin Fei looked like dwarfs in front of her. "Why are you only here now? Can't you come to work on time one day?" Lin Fei asked unhappily. "What does it have to do with you? We're all secretaries, so why do you care? I had a business meeting until 2 o'clock last night, and it's good enough that I can come to work today. If you can do it, then do it. Otherwise, don't talk nonsense. There are some things that I really can't do. Think about it." But she looks down on you. Yao Yao deliberately glanced at Lin Fei's flat chest. TSK, so pitiful. Looking at this situation, it was not the first time that the two of them had a conflict, and Yi did not want to be involved. "Who are you?" "I'm the new secretary, Yi." "Oh, you're the one that the CEO specially arranged?" "I was talking about a national beauty, but it turns out that she is just an ordinary beauty. I am really a little disappointed. If she had known earlier, she would not have dressed up specially today. A little girl could not even compare to one of her fingers." She pushed her away and walked away while twisting her slender waist. All the male colleagues in the office fixed their eyes on her perky but vixen. Lin Fei made a vomiting expression. Vixen, so ostentatious all day long. Is she here to work or to seduce men? Flirtatious. She likes to backstab people, so don't get too close to her. "Okay, I got it. I'm almost done. The CEO is waiting for you in the office." "He is here?" Yi was very surprised. "I arrived at 8 o'clock, but I did not see him come in. Don't you know? The CEO goes to work at 7 o'clock every day and arrives earlier than anyone else. Don't be fooled by his frivolous face, but he is very serious about his work. Otherwise, Blue Sky would not be able to come back to life in such a short time. So, he is really a very powerful man." Lin Fei's face was full of admiration. And he is so handsome. The corner of Yi Yin's eyes twitched twice. This was the first time that she met him as a subordinate, and Yin could not help but feel a little nervous. She adjusted herself at the door and took a few deep breaths before pushing the door to enter. Qin Baiyuan was busy with his work, and he raised his hand to make a gesture to wait. Yin stood at the door for a while, feeling a little awkward. According to her previous expectations, Qin Baiyuan was an ignorant and incompetent rich kid, and the so-called work should be just a formality. But she did not expect that he would be very serious about work, as if he had changed into a different person. That pair of peach blossom eyes usually harbored evil intentions, but at this moment they were clear, sharp, and very focused. When he read the document, there was a cigarette in his hand, quietly burning, and the smoke slowly curling around his fingertips. After reading the last word, he put out the cigarette and raised his head. The black shirt made his whole face look even colder, so the moment their eyes met, Yi Yin's heart felt as if it had been hit hard, and there was a kind of shock that went straight to the soul. How could a man have such exquisite facial features? Qin Baiyuan took a sip of coffee and smiled playfully. I know, I am good-looking, but there is no need to stare at me like this, right? There's still a long way to go. What's the hurry? As soon as he spoke, he broke her temporary intoxication, so that handsome face turned into a devil skin again, which made Yi Yin's teeth itch with hatred. I'm not looking at you. I'm looking at the building behind you. Oh. He had an expression that said, as if I would believe you. Qin Baiyuan narrowed his eyes and slowly looked at her. Under the white shirt was a black skirt, which was a very ordinary work outfit. It was probably because of her slender and long legs that she looked very sexy. Yes, work clothes were also a kind of uniform temptation. What are you looking at again? Don't look around. Yin used her hand to block the skirt. This work outfit was given to her by a classmate who had grown fat and couldn't wear it anymore. The skirt was a little short, and she also felt strange. If you don't want me to look around, don't wear so short. If you were so short, then don't blame me for looking around. Which man isn't a visual creature? I originally hired you because I thought you were interesting, but now it seems that you have another use for visual enjoyment. Not bad. About what you said just now, I can sue you. Really? Why don't I know that looking more is considered molestation? Since you want to sue me, why don't I just make this accusation a reality? I still have a bed inside, why don't we? His slender fingers touched his lips, and Yi Yin was so disgusted that she had goosebumps. Looking at her, as if she was facing a formidable enemy, she was extremely cute. Qin Baiyuan felt that if he scared her every day, his life would be much more interesting. Don't worry, I'm not in the mood to eat you now. I'm hungry, buy me breakfast. Why aren't you eating when you're here so early? I'm too busy with work and forgot to eat. I'm your secretary, not an errand boy. Didn't Secretary Lin tell you clearly that you are in charge of my daily life? If she didn't tell you clearly, then it's her fault, and I'm going to hold her responsible. No. Yi Yin hurriedly waved her hands. She said that it's my own understanding. I thought that being in charge of your daily life meant work. Although she had never been a secretary before, according to normal understanding, she didn't need to buy breakfast for the CEO, right? Was he bullying her because she had never worked before? How can work alone satisfy me? Qin Baiyuan deliberately paused on that word. He was already very handsome, but this made him look even more evil. What I need is a woman who can meet all my needs, 24 hours a day in all aspects. Yin was sure that she was not thinking about it, but Qin Baiyuan was really thinking. How on earth did a pervert like him, whose mind was full of dirty thoughts, become the CEO? In her opinion, he went to work at 7 every day because he secretly hid in the office to read dirty magazines, right? Okay, don't say any more. I'll buy it for you. What do you want to eat? Rice noodle roll from Song's Tea Restaurant. Song's Tea Restaurant? Where is it? Chapter 314. Yin was confused and shook her head. I can't remember. If you can't remember, why don't you write it down in a notebook? You said it's very close. It's not far, within 10 kilometers. If this was called close, she could chop off his head. It's just breakfast. Do you have to be so troublesome? Troublesome? I don't think so. I eat like this every morning. But it's the peak season recently, and the workload has increased a lot, so I don't have time to buy breakfast. This task will be handed over to you in the future. In the future? You mean every day? Qin Baiyuan nodded. It's easy for you to take one on the way to work. What if it's not on the way? Then, it's also very convenient to take a detour. Yin wanted to take off her hand and smash it on his face. He was messing with her. He must be messing with her. Otherwise, how could it be so troublesome to eat breakfast? Oh, he could buy breakfast before, but now that she was at work, he couldn't even buy breakfast for himself? Could it be any more obvious? President, I live a little far from here. It takes an hour to come here by bus. There's a bus stop near the company. If I go to the company to buy rice noodle rolls, it will waste a lot of time. I don't want to delay my work. Is your work more important or my work more important? Moreover, your job is to do what I give you. If you can't do such a small thing well, what's the difference between you and a salted fish? It sounded very reasonable, but it was all nonsense, okay? Since I'm here to work, I should do something more meaningful. If I don't eat breakfast, I will have a stomachache and low blood sugar, and I can't work. But you can avoid all this by buying breakfast. Secretary Yi, do you know how meaningful your work is? Yi Yin was afraid that she would faint from anger if she argued with him one more word. I'll go. She was completely confused by the left and right turns he said just now. Fortunately, she remembered the name of Song's Tea Restaurant and could check it with the map on her mobile phone. The sun was scorching in August, and it was already very hot in the morning. In addition, Yi Yin had a poor sense of direction. She had to spend an hour to find the few kilometers of road. When she returned, she was covered in sweat. Qin Baiyuan was sitting leisurely in his office, smoking and enjoying the air conditioner. When she came back, drenched in sweat, the first thing he said was, "What took you so long?" After a long time, the rice noodle roll has become cold. Yin rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. You're still eating hot food on such a hot day. It won't taste good if it's too long. If you have something to eat, then eat. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I haven't eaten yet. Qin Baiyuan opened the box and frowned. Soy sauce and spring onions? I won't eat it. How do I know that you don't eat seasoning? Won't you ask? I've never eaten rice noodle roll before. How would I know what's inside? You're a big man. Do you have to be so picky about your food? Qin Baiyuan replied. If I can't get the woman I love, I can't even eat the breakfast I want? Then you should have told me earlier. That's all I can do for today. Just may do with it first. The young master closed the lid and pushed it forward. There's no such thing as making do in my dictionary. Then what should I do? I'll go buy another one. Yin felt as if 10,000 horses were galloping madly in her heart. She really wanted to curse. But what was the use of cursing him? Whatever the young master said, arguing with him would just be a waste of time. She could only suppress her anger and make another trip. In the end, she had already bought it. Yin came back to report. I can't do anything even if it's sold out. You're the one who's too picky and didn't make it clear. I just remembered that the rice noodle roll is limited. It was sold out at 10 o'clock. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Didn't I tell you? I just remembered. Yin didn't want to scold him this time. She just wanted to slap his smug face. What's that in your hand? Shumai. I want to eat it. I bought it for myself. I've eaten it. I don't mind. Qin Baiyuan crooked his finger. Give it to me. Didn't you insist on rice noodle roll? That's what I was thinking. But I think the food you've eaten tastes good. Well, I took a bite. You've already kissed and slept with me. What's there to be afraid of? Qin Baiyuan took the first bite and ate the half-eaten shumai. She was satisfied with the taste. It's delicious. Yin clenched her fists. What? I'm not full myself. She was not full, but she was full from being angry with him. The breakfast problem was finally solved, and Yin could only deal with work now. She had never done a clerical job before, so she didn't know how to use a lot of software. She was overwhelmed. Fortunately, Lin Fei was there to help her. The two of them got along very well, so they got to know each other quickly and had lunch together. Yin was a little dumbfounded. Wow, is this the staff cafeteria? It's as high class as the Western restaurants outside. Yeah, and it's free. Free? Yeah. Blue Sky is famous for its good benefits. You'll know it in the future. Just take whatever you want to eat. Yeen was starving. She ordered a set meal and took a lot of bread and desserts. You can eat so much by yourself? Yeah, I'm a big eater. Didn't you say it's free? Of course I have to eat more. Wow, it's delicious. This is delicious too. The high-intensity work in the morning was quite depressing. So seeing her eating so happily, Lin Fei's mood suddenly brightened. Young people are so energetic. You're not old either. I'm 27. I'm old compared to you. Oh, by the way, what's your relationship with the CEO? It's okay. Why would he hire you if it's okay? He's a person who separates public and private interests. Really? I just think he's a bit rude. Lin Fei opened her mouth in surprise. You said the CEO is rude? Isn't it not good to say bad things about your boss? Yeen actually had a lot to say, but after thinking about it, she changed her words. Anyway, he's a bit weird and hard to serve. He's a perfectionist, not picky. Compared to other bosses, he's much better. Also, he's very handsome. Don't you think he's the male lead in a romance novel? All the female employees in the company see him as a fantasy object. Of course, that includes me. Unfortunately, I've been working for him for a few years, but he hasn't even looked at me. That's a good thing, right? If he likes you, you'll be the unlucky one. Why would I? If he likes me, I'll be so happy I'll go crazy. Don't you think he has a peach blossom face and looks very unreliable? Yeen wanted to call him a pervert, but that would be too direct. Even if he's a playboy, he has the capital. Also, the CEO used to be a playboy, but now he's completely different. There are very few scandals. Sigh. Actually, the CEO is very pitiful. You mean about the divorce? Yes, his ex-wife used to be an employee of Blue Sky. They didn't have a good relationship, but later the CEO really fell in love with her. She wanted to divorce him and marry Mr. C of Ocean Group. Speaking of which, she's also a legendary woman. He has such a bad temper. No one can stand it, right? I don't think the CEO has a bad temper. Don't be fooled by his sloppy appearance, but he's very capable. A few months ago, his father was in prison and his mother was exposed for cheating. Blue Sky almost collapsed, and it was all thanks to him. You can't imagine the pressure he was under during that time. Ordinary people can't stand it all. Yeen just replied with a no. She didn't expect him to have such a past. That's it. What else can I do? It wasn't that she had a heart of stone, but that her own life wasn't good. She really didn't have the right to sympathize with others. Qin Baiyuan didn't have it easy, but in the real world, who had it easy? It seems that you really have a lot of opinions about the CEO. It's all right. Lin Fei suddenly received an urgent email and left first. Yeen stayed and continued to eat. In fact, she was already a little full, but she didn't want to waste food, so she kept stuffing it into her mouth. Xiao Yin. The familiar voice came into her ears, startling Yeen. Cough, 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 cough. Mubai hurriedly handed her water. Are you okay? Yeen gulped down 2 mouthfuls of water before she recovered. She was extremely embarrassed. Did he see how cruel she was when she ate just now? She was very ladylike when she ate in front of him. This time she was exposed. Yeen squeezed out a forced smile. Moo, Teacher Moo. We're in the company. Don't call me Teacher Moo. Just call me Mubai. Yeen nodded. You're here to eat too? Yes. How do you feel on your first day at work? Just like that. Don't you get along well with CEO Qin? Not just not good. She want to kill someone, okay? However, Yeen would complain in front of anyone except Mubai, so she had to say it. No, it's okay. Maybe I'm not used to it. Yes. It's always like this at the beginning of work. I'll get used to it slowly. If you need any help, come to me immediately. Thank you, Teacher Moo. No, Mubai. I'm still not used to it. How about I call you Director Moo? Okay. Soon, Yeen heard discussions coming from all directions. The female colleagues around her were all pointing at her, probably talking about her relationship with Mubai. You're very popular in the company, right? Many female colleagues must like you. Really? I don't really care about that. They're all talking about us. How about we keep a distance? You don't look like a girl who will be influenced by other people's opinions. It's different at work now. I'm afraid I'll attract bad publicity for you. You're a pure girl. What bad publicity do you have? Don't care too much about other people's opinions, okay? By the way, I have good news for you. The project between Blue Sky and Ocean Group is already on the market. I'm the chief designer. Really? Ian was so excited that she almost jumped up. I heard that the skyscraper this time is known as one of the most eye-catching buildings in the world. You're amazing. Yes, I have the blueprint on my phone. Do you want to take a look? Sure. Chapter 315. She was always beaming with joy in front of Mubai, and her eyes and lips were always full of smiles. But in front of him, she always acted as if she was facing a formidable enemy, as if she was ready to fight with him at any time. This little girl really had two faces. Qin Baiyuan ordered a simple meal. After sitting down, he stared at them, thinking that Yin would notice him. But after sitting for half an hour, she was still chatting with Mubai, and her eyes never left him or his phone. Qin Baiyuan felt neglected and started to feel a little unhappy. A man as handsome as him was always dazzling and eye-catching wherever he went. But Yin actually completely ignored his existence. Besides, he had been staring at her, but she didn't feel anything at all. It was really frustrating. The most ridiculous thing was that after they stood up, they continued to chat and laugh as they walked past him, still not looking at him. Qin Baiyuan's face darkened on the spot. He would remember this. In the afternoon, Lin Fei brought a cup of coffee over to him. Someone seems to be in a good mood this afternoon. Yeah. At the thought that her idol was the chief designer, Yin couldn't suppress her excitement. She was even prouder than if she had done something great herself. Why? Is it because of Director Mu? How did you know? The company forum has a photo of you two chatting. Don't tell me there's nothing between you two. I don't believe it. Leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist. He's my mentor, right? I think he's a professor at Tsinghua University. Director Mu is very popular in our company, second only to the president. His family seems to be very rich in England. It's a super big family. TSK. Are you going to counterattack the teacher? What are you thinking? I'm so ordinary. How could he like me? That's not what the photo says. He's so happy. I can't be bothered to argue with you. I'm going to print it. Yin had just taken 2 steps when she suddenly tripped and fell into a human wall. She heard a mocking laugh. Secretary Yi, it's not a good idea to throw yourself into someone's arms in public, right? A few murderous gazes. Only then did Yin realize that everyone in the office was staring at this scene. She hurriedly broke free from Qin Baiyuan's arms, and her face was flushed with anxiety. She glared at him angrily. He was the one who tripped her, yet he falsely accused her of throwing herself into his arms. Could this man be any more despicable? Damn it! Qin Baiyuan was satisfied to receive her vicious gaze. The corners of his mouth curled up. He waved his sleeves and left easily. After he left, the surrounding colleagues began to whisper. So many people actually dare to. Aren't they a little too thirsty? That's right. Shameless. I think she's here to seduce men. She was just having dinner with Director Mu. She looks quite pure. Who would have thought? Tisk. Yin blushed at their words. She hurriedly picked up the documents that were scattered on the ground, lowered her head, and left quickly. That afternoon, Yin was forced to bear the criticism from all sides, and they all regarded her as a vixen. Halfway through, she went to the pantry to make tea. There was no one else around, so she could finally relax a little. She had never cared much about other people's opinions before, but in such an environment, she had to care even if she didn't want to. Finally, she completely understood the horror of public opinion. She took 2 sips of tea to ease her nervous mood. When she turned her head, she bumped into a figure, and the whole cup of tea was poured on her. But it was not Yi Yin's fault. It was that person who did it on purpose. She was already in a bad mood, so she directly said one sentence. Don't you look where you are walking? She did not expect Yao Yao to be even more arrogant than her. You are a newcomer. How dare you talk to me like this? Do you know who I am? Yin looked at the tea dripping down her white shirt. She did not care who she was, but it was wrong of her to bump into her on purpose. You were so arrogant on your first day of work. Do you really think that you have the support of the president? I could not tell. You are a fresh graduate who pretends to be so pure. I did not expect that you would take the initiative to throw yourself into my arms, and in public. Why are girls nowadays so thick-skinned? Do you really think that you are so great just because the president came out of nowhere? I see that the president is not interested in you. It is you who took the initiative to throw yourself at him. It has nothing to do with you. It is not a reason for you to bump into me. I bumped into you on purpose. Do you have proof? I can say that you bumped into me on purpose. Your dress looks like a street stall item that costs about 100 yuan. Do you know how expensive my dress is? It is from Chanel and costs more than 10,000 yuan. You can't even afford to pay for a drop of it. Then why did you bump into me on purpose? Don't talk nonsense. So what if I have proof? So what if I bumped into you? You can go cry to the president and say that I bullied you. Let's see if he will care. You are so young, but you learn to be a vixen. You even dream of becoming a phoenix. You reap without sowing and only think about seducing men. You can only be a crow for the rest of your life. Yao Yao poked her shoulder with her hand. With your looks, you can at most deceive old men. Don't even think about hitting on the president. You are not worthy, understand? I didn't. You say you didn't, but your body is very active. I am warning you, stay away from the president, or else I will not be polite. After saying this, Yao Yao turned around and walked away with her head held high. Yi Yin stood where she was, and the tea continued to drip down. Yi Yin had been tormented for the whole day. She felt that she was not this tired, even when she was running around delivering takeouts. The mental fatigue was much more tiring than the physical fatigue. She was completely exhausted. Dragging her heavy steps towards the bus stop, a sports car suddenly turned a corner and stopped in front of her. Yi Yin's anger rose to the top of her head. Wasn't this murder on purpose? The car window rolled down, and Qin Baiyuan sat inside with a smug look on his face. Hello, did I scare you? What do you think? Your car brushed past my arm. It was just a brush, not a real collision. You have to believe in my driving skills. It would be strange if Yi Yin believed him. Even if he did not want to kill her, he wanted to scare her to death. How could there be such a hateful man? Qin Baiyuan pushed down his sunglasses and glanced at the tea stain on her shirt with a smile. Not bad. The color is very special. You are still smiling? It is all because of you. What does it have to do with me? I did not create any stains on your body. His voice was deep and meaningful, and it sounded especially ambiguous. You're still playing a rogue? Because you tripped me and accused me so loudly of throwing myself at you. I became the public enemy of all women. That is why I am like this. Did I trip you? Why do I remember that you were the one who threw yourself at me? I did not. You do, and you can't wait to do it. I can't stand your enthusiasm anymore. Yin clenched her fists and stomped her feet. If you talk nonsense again, I will. Qin Baiyuan waited for her to continue with an expression that said, what can you do about it? It was very annoying. The more handsome he was, the more annoying he was. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Yin turned around and left, but Qin Baiyuan's car kept following her. To get rid of him, she walked very fast, but how could a person outrun a car? Instead, she was so tired that she was sweating profusely. She had to stop and rest with her hands on her knees. She glared at him angrily. What do you want? Get in the car. Why should I get in your car? I told you to get in the car, so get in the car. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Do you think I will sell you? That is hard to say. There is nothing a person like you can't do. Don't worry, you are not worth much. There were already a lot of people watching. They probably thought that it was a rich second generation picking up girls. The women's eyes were full of envy and jealousy. If you don't get in the car, we will continue to waste time like this. I don't believe you can walk home. I don't like to repeat myself. Do you understand? Yi Yin hesitated for a moment, but finally got in the car and slammed the door angrily. Today is your first day at work. Are you happy? Happy? How could he say this word? It was completely vexed, okay? She couldn't help but reply in a strange tone. Don't you know whether I am happy or not? The road began to become congested. Qin Baiyuan put one hand on the steering wheel and drove very slowly. Under the sunglasses, the bridge of his nose was high, the curve of an aristocrat, and the pair of rosy lips was even more eye-catching, exuding a seductive luster. There was a faint smile on his face with a kind of good and evil feeling. With such a good boss and colleague like me, you should be very happy, isn't it? She gritted her teeth. It is really very happy. Now, actually, no one will think that you are mute if you don't speak. It is time to get off work. You are no longer my boss, and we are not familiar. Don't talk about nothing. You look gentle, but you are full of thorns. Does your teacher, Moon, know that you are so fierce? However, this young master likes to pluck thorns. Aren't you afraid that I will stab you to death? If you can stab me to death, then you have the ability. Normally, you are so busy every day. Why do you still have so much time to pester me? I'm just a small secretary. It is really not worth spending so much time and energy on me. Do you have a problem with me liking you? He deliberately said this without pausing. So Yi could not help but shiver when she heard it was "I like you" at first. When she heard the whole thing, she realized that it was what he meant. She could not help but secretly blame herself for being too narcissistic. The big demon did not have a heart. How could he like her? He just thought that she was fun. Besides, it would be her misfortune if he liked her. Qin Baiyuan took in every subtle reaction of hers. He felt that it was such an interesting thing to be hated by a woman. Yi, this little hedgehog, was definitely the one with the most expressions among all the women he knew, and she had a lot of small movements. It was strange that he only liked mature and sensible women in the past. He felt that it was very convenient. But now, he felt that thorny roses were not bad. Even sarcasm were very pleasing to him. He now felt that it was getting more and more interesting. Qin Baiyuan got out of the car, and Yi had to follow him. Looking at the luxurious women's flagship store in front of her, she stopped in her tracks. Why did you bring me here? Nonsense, of course it is to buy clothes. Do you think I will bring you to rob? Wait, I did not say that I want to buy clothes. I want to buy them for you. Chapter 316. Qin Baiyuan took off his sunglasses and glanced at the tea stains on her shirt. You call this clothes? I didn't say I wanted to buy them. What a bunch of nonsense. Why are you so worrisome? Qin Baiyuan grabbed her and dragged her into the store. The shop assistant welcomed them with a smile. Welcome, young Master Qin. Then she saw Yi, who was dragged in, and thought, what's going on? Did young Master Qin have a new girlfriend? The girl's heart broke. Yi didn't want to make a scene in a high-class place, so she lowered her voice. What do you want? Don't you have enough brains? Obviously, I want to buy clothes. I can buy them myself. Why do I need you to buy them? Because your taste in clothes and those cheap clothes hurt my eyes. I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for myself. Qin Baiyuan pushed Yi forward. We're clothes, casual clothes, and dresses, 10 sets each. Okay, this way, please. When Yi passed by the luxury flagship store, she just looked at it from afar, imagining that one day she could go in and spend money when she was rich. Being served by a group of arrogant shop assistants was something she didn't even dare to think about. After all, she was a girl with vanity, so she couldn't help feeling smug. She glanced at Qin Baiyuan, who was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, and felt that he wasn't as hateful as before. Although he forced her to come here, at least he gave her a dream, didn't he? She changed into one set of clothes after another, and the sky darkened. The streetlights lit up and the neon lights flashed, making the city look more prosperous at night. Yi couldn't count how many sets she had changed, and each set was beautiful. It was like a dream. Young Master Qin, this is the last set. Qin Baiyuan looked up at her. Behind him was a floor-to-ceiling glass window. Outside the window was a bustling city. The light soaked into his face, making his usually evil face look handsome and gentle. He had a cup of coffee in his hand and a cigarette in his right hand. He exuded an aristocratic aura. Yi-Yin's face slowly heated up, and she subconsciously tightened her grip on her skirt. Would he like her like this? Qin Baiyuan snuffed out his cigarette, got up, and walked towards her. His well-ironed gray suit accentuated his noble temperament. His legs were slender and straight. He was a natural hanger and had an outstanding temperament. Stopping in front of her, the corners of his beautiful lips curled up slightly. This suit suits you. Qin Baiyuan really thought she was beautiful. He had seen too many different kinds of beauties. In fact, it was rare for him to find a woman beautiful. However, Yin in front of him made his heart tremble. She was wearing a classically styled evening gown. The fishtail style outlined her exquisite curves, slender waist, and perky buttocks. The skirt was embroidered with classical tulips, which accentuated her elegant, low-key, and gorgeous temperament. Her black hair fell softly on her shoulders, wrapping around her pure little face. Her eyebrows were picturesque, and she was pure and beautiful. She was very suitable for this kind of dressing. If she was born into a better family, she would definitely be the most eye-catching socialite. However, the hardships of life had tempered her to be strong and independent, which gave her a unique charm. Qin Baiyuan didn't want to admit that he was a little intoxicated by her beauty. Why are you looking at me? Yi Yin lowered her head, and the tips of her ears turned red. You look good. No way. Although she was mumbling, the corners of her mouth had already curled up slightly. Give me the address. What address? Your address. There are more than 30 sets. Of course I have to deliver them. Do you want me to do hard labor to bring them back? Are you really buying all of them? 1 or 2 sets will do. I'm not buying them for you. I'm buying them for Blue Sky. As the secretary of the CEO of Blue Sky, you will embarrass Blue Sky if you dress so shabbily. Qin Baiyuan handed a black card to the shopping guide. Give her the address. After leaving the flagship store, a warm current hit her face, and it also made Yin a little more awake. Just now in such a gorgeous flagship store, she felt like she was dreaming. She really thought that she was a princess. It wasn't until she walked out of the door that she returned to the real world. She was still the same Yin, and Qin Baiyuan was still that devil. Where was the halo of a prince? It wasn't a halo just now. It was just a light. How much is it for more than 30 sets of clothes? I don't know. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would ask for the price when buying things? Qin Baiyuan's tone wasn't arrogant at all. It was just a plain and straightforward sentence. This was a very normal thing for him. However, Yin's heart couldn't help but let out a thump sound. Buying things without asking for the price, who wouldn't want such a life? She had to admit that this was all fate. Everyone was destined to have a different background. She wasn't arrogant at all. She really envied Qin Baiyuan, who reincarnated better than 99% of the people in this world. Don't think that you can buy me with a few clothes. Don't worry. If I, Qin Baiyuan, want to buy a woman, it's not just a few clothes. It's just a small matter to buy this brand and give it to you. She curled her lips. You used to chase women with money, right? Only women have been chasing me. Do I need to chase them? Are you kidding me? However, if they can please me, I will also give them some gifts as a reward. Reward? What's the difference between this and raising a pet? Is it? But they are willing to be my pets. Yin shook her head. She admitted that material things were very attractive to women. Even she found it hard to resist. However, there were always some things in the world that were more precious than money, including dignity and freedom. If she was raised like a canary in a cage, waiting for him all day long and treating him as the center of the world, what was the point of such a life? Where do you live? Yin almost answered directly that it was Daijing Star City. Fortunately, she stopped in time and said an ordinary neighborhood nearby. He knew that she had no money and couldn't afford to live in a mansion. If she said it, she would definitely be exposed. Oh, do you know that there is a Daijing Star City nearby? Yes, what's wrong? I have a few apartments there. They are empty. You can move in. Yin quickly shook her head. No, I live well where I am now. I don't want to move. Qin Baiyuan didn't force her. After arriving at the destination, Yin hurriedly got out of the car, as if she was running for her life. Wait. Qin Baiyuan pressed her hand. The skin contact aroused sparks, and Yin quickly withdrew her hand. What are you doing? Don't always be surprised, okay? I won't eat you. I sent you back. Out of politeness. Shouldn't you invite me up for a glass of water? No, I live with someone else. It's not convenient. Don't sit in the living room. Go to your room. No, a girl's boudoir is not a place for a man like you to enter. I still have to get married in the future, okay? Qin Baiyuan was amused by her words and laughed. My God, did you come back from the last ocean? Boudoir? Junior high school students are more open-minded than you. Then go find a junior high school student. Anyway, you're not welcome here. Hey, hurry up. I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep. Yin ran into the strange building in front of her without looking back. She hid in the corner and peeked. When Qin Baiyuan's car drove away, she was relieved. She walked out and entered Daijing Star City. She kicked the stones at her feet and walked forward slowly. She was so tired after only one day. What should she do in the future? When would such days come to an end? She was feeling dejected when a hand suddenly patted her from behind. She screamed and jumped a few meters. Oh my God, why are you so scared? Do you have a guilty conscience? Qin Baiyuan put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked at her calmly. Why are you here? Didn't you leave? I saw you hiding behind the door sneakily and didn't go up. I wanted to see what you wanted to do. After a long time, it turns out that you live here. Qin Baiyuan had an expression that said, I've caught you. Let's see where you can run to now. She was really a cunning little fox. Unfortunately, as the saying goes, a foot is higher than the devil. Her little tricks could not escape from the palm of his hand. Yin hated him. How could there be such a cunning man, and he was still haunting her? Who said that I live here? This environment is good. Can I take a walk? You don't go home at this time, but come here for a walk? Do you think I'm stupid? Who said I can't? I like to come here, can't I? Is this your home? Don't you know that Daijing Star City is the property of Blue Sky? You earn a few thousand a month, but live in a mansion worth tens of millions? I said I don't live here. Qin Baiyuan raised his chin. You still have the owner's card in your hand, and you tell me that you don't live here? Yin was speechless. I believe that with your financial ability, you can't pay the rent here. Then, someone will pay for you? A man? Who pays the rent for me has nothing to do with you. Do you think that only rich people like you have a place to live, and we have to sleep on the street? I don't have to sleep on the street, but I certainly can't afford to rent here. This is the house my parents left me before they went bankrupt. Is that okay? As far as I know, you're an orphan with only a hospitalized grandmother. You actually have an ancestral property? You investigated me? I can't hire an unknown person as my secretary. Improving mutual understanding is conducive to deepening our relationship. Yin took a step back. Who wants to deepen our relationship with you? I don't know you at all. First time strange, second time familiar. If we do it a few more times, how familiar do you think I will be? You're a psycho, a stalker. I don't want to talk to you. Yin turned around and wanted to escape, but to her surprise, Mu Bai came. Teacher Mu, you are back. Mu Bai looked at Qin Baiyuan, who was behind her. He felt a little sour in his heart. Boss Qin sent you back. She came back so late. Was she with him? No, it's not like that. Yin didn't know how to explain. Qin Baiyuan immediately understood something. Director Mu also lives here? Don't tell me that you just happen to live in the same community. Chapter 317. Mr. Mu. Yin was anxious. If Qin Baiyuan knew about it, he would definitely be twisted again. But from Mu Bai's point of view, he was more or less warning Qin Baiyuan. He was just suspicious before, but now he was very sure that Qin Baiyuan was interested in Yin, so he must keep a distance from her. Oh, cohabitation. The teacher-student relationship nowadays is really open. You can even live together. It's not what you think. Mr. Mu and I are just sharing a room and sleeping in separate rooms. Yin hurried to clarify. How you sleep is your business. You don't have to explain it to me. Since you already have a guardian, I won't disturb you. Good night. Qin Baiyuan smiled deeply, which made Yin's hair stand on end. She had an intuition that there was a deep conspiracy behind that smile. After he walked far away, Yin grumbled. Why did you tell him that we live together? Even if I didn't say it, Boss Qin is so smart. The more I deny it, the more guilty I will look, right? Mu Bai explained in a light tone. Are you afraid that he will misunderstand our relationship? I just sigh. I don't know how to say it. Sorry, if it caused you trouble, I apologize. As soon as he apologized, Yin immediately felt that she was wrong and shook her head. It doesn't matter if he knows. Let's go home. The next day, Yin got up an hour earlier, took a long detour to buy rice noodle rolls for Qin Baiyuan, and ran to the company. Fortunately, she was not late. While she was busy, Qin Baiyuan was leisurely sitting in the office enjoying the air conditioner. He glanced at the time and said, "Why late? Do you want me to starve to death?" Yin was so tired that she wanted to vomit blood. She didn't want to hear this. She held her waist and panted. "If you want to eat it so much, go buy it yourself. You bought it. It's delicious." She opened the box and nodded with satisfaction. "I didn't buy the wrong thing today. I've grown a brain. It's a bit far from Daijing Star City. Why don't we find a house near the Song's Tea restaurant? Come straight to work after you bought it." Yin was speechless. So the meaning of her life was to buy breakfast for him? How could there be such an arrogant man? However, I think you can't bear to part with your teacher, Mu. The current teacher-student relationship is really an eye-opener for me. A student can live with a teacher, so what else is impossible? Hee hee. However, you can go to the bar to dance erotically, so you're not an ordinary woman. Didn't we have sex the first time we met? That's because I'm charmed by you. Yin couldn't bring herself to say the word traitor. You're quite sly, too. You made me drop you off halfway. If I wasn't smart, I would have been fooled by you. In order to hide it from me, you must have racked your brains. Are you feeling guilty? I'm not feeling guilty. Then why didn't you tell me? What do I have to do with you? Why should I let you know? Don't be so unreasonable, okay? It's my business who I live with. It's none of your business. Don't you need to? Oh, since that's the case, I don't need to hide the fact that you danced in the bar and slept with me from your dear teacher, Mu. Yin hated it the most when he said this. She gritted her teeth. Are you going to threaten me with this 100 times? No, he laughed softly. I can threaten you 10,000 times. For example, you have to accompany me for dinner tonight because of this. I don't want to. Yin didn't even think about it and refused. I'm not an escort. Is that so? Then it's time for your teacher Mu to know that his pure and obedient student is no longer a matter of this. Qin Baiyuan pretended to make a call. Just say it. Am I afraid of you? I know you're not. He had already picked up the phone. Secretary Lin, connect me to Mu. No. Yin hurriedly rushed over to cut the line. She was still terrified. Qin Baiyuan smiled proudly. Then, shall we have dinner together after work today? They chose a Japanese restaurant for dinner. It was decorated in a classic Japanese style. The environment was quiet and the lights were very dim. The customers inside talked softly, and it was not appropriate for Yin to speak loudly. Actually, she did not like this kind of environment. Eating was supposed to be in a lively place with a lot of people. There was no way for her to eat to her heart's content here. However, Qin Baiyuan liked to show off. What could she do? After sitting down, Yin asked in a low voice, "Why did you think of eating sushi? I thought you liked it." "I don't like it. I really don't like it." "Oh, then I like it." He handed the menu to her. "A poor person like you must have never eaten authentic sushi before. I specially brought you here to broaden your horizons. Otherwise, if something happened to you one day, wouldn't it be a pity? Don't jinx it. Don't look down on me, okay? Who hasn't eaten sushi before? I used to eat it when I was in school. Eel and salmon for 3.50 yuan each. Small rolls for 2 yuan. Qin Baiyuan shook his head. "See, I said you were very pitiful." Yin looked at the menu, and her eyes immediately widened. Such a small sushi costs a few hundred yuan? Are you robbing me? The ingredients in this restaurant are all transported from Hokkaido. They're very fresh. I'm afraid the food you eat is poisonous. It should be poisonous too. Otherwise, how can your IQ be like this? You eat at least a few thousand yuan. It's too extravagant. Do you know how many people can't even afford to eat? That's their business. What does it have to do with me? They starve because they can't. Yin curled her lips. You're just better than them in reincarnation. What are you showing off for? That's why I said you're a frog at the bottom of a well. How can you cultivate the temperament of a woman by eating those roadside stalls every day? With your little knowledge, if you attend some high-class banquet, you'll definitely be laughed at. It's fine if you're laughed at, but it won't be good if you embarrass me along with you. So you're training me? Uh-huh, you're not stupid this time. I don't think you know how to order. Let me do it. Sea urchins, sashimi, tuna, cuttlefish, salmon roe. Yi only recognized these few. She had never seen the others. The color was crystal clear, and the aroma was tempting. It was like a piece of art. Yi didn't move her chopsticks. She admired it for a while. It does seem different from the sushi that I've eaten for a few yuan. Nonsense. How can something that costs a few hundred yuan and something that costs a few yuan be the same? It's just that the lighting is better, she said stubbornly. It's just the same when you bring these to the food stalls. Qin Baiyuan rolled his eyes. Eat. Yin picked up a sea urchin sushi. It was so delicious that she almost swallowed her tongue. The sushi she ate in the past was just to fill her stomach. But this one was really worth the aftertaste. It was so tender that she couldn't bear to swallow it. Qin Baiyuan couldn't help but smile when he saw her eating so happily. Eating sushi was already considered the most elegant. But her table manners were so fierce. It was really scary. But how should he put it? Compared to those women who only knew how to eat salad, he still preferred Yi who had a good appetite. Just looking at him made him hungry. Slow down. No one is fighting with you. He picked up a piece of salmon and gave it to her. Hey, don't. You've already eaten with your chopsticks. You've already kissed me. Are you still afraid of eating my saliva? She blushed and glared at him resentfully. Shut up, okay? The phone rang. Qin Baiyuan looked at the number. I'm going to answer the phone. Yin was only focused on eating. She didn't have time to talk. She just waved her hand. Eat slowly. Don't choke to death when I come back. Because she ate quickly, Yin was also full very quickly. She touched her stomach with satisfaction. Actually, her mouth still wanted to eat, but she really couldn't stuff it in. She wanted to sneak away when Qin Baiyuan was not around, but she hadn't paid yet, so she could only wait for him. A pregnant woman with a big belly walked in with a few bags. The waiter just happened to leave. Seeing that she was tired, Yi went up to help her. Let me help you. Okay, thank you. Sure Shu Jing smiled gratefully. Are you sitting here? Yes. The restaurant manager hurried over. Mrs. C, why didn't you inform us in advance? Mr. C will blame us if he knows. It's okay. He doesn't know. Sure Shu Jing blinked. It's okay. Only then did the manager breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing the manager so nervous, Yi thought that Mr. C must be a big shot. Then I'll go back first. Thank you. It's okay. It's nothing. When Yin returned to her seat, Qin Baiyuan was already back. Where did you run off to? I thought you left. I wanted to leave, but you haven't paid yet. I can't eat and dash, can I? I didn't go anywhere. I just saw a pregnant woman carrying a few big bags. She looked very tired, so I helped her. You're so kind? I've always been very kind. Don't deny my character, okay? Yin pointed. Look, she's over there. Qin Baiyuan only took a casual glance, but when he saw that person, he paused. Sure Shu Jing? Fu Lixing couldn't let him come out to eat alone. She should be waiting for him, right? Should he go over and say hello? Qin Baiyuan hesitated, but his desire to talk to her overcame everything. Wait for me. Oh. It was a few steps away, but Qin Baiyuan walked very slowly. Finally, he walked to Sure Shu Jing. Hi, what a coincidence. Qin Baiyuan, you're here too. Sure Shu Jing was overjoyed. Yes. Can I sit down? Of course you can. I haven't seen you for 2 months. Have you been busy recently? Yes. It's all the company's business. I heard that Blue Sky has returned to normal. Congratulations. Thank you. Qin Baiyuan looked at her. Her 8-month belly was already very big. She also gained some weight. Her face was round, exuding a ruddy luster, and her face was full of happiness. This was really good. Why are you looking at me? Have I gained a lot of weight? Sure Shu Jing held his face in embarrassment. It's all Wenchen's fault. He forced me to eat those supplements every day. I feel like I'm about to become fat. No, you look good now. Chapter 3:18. She used to be quiet and always spoke in a soft voice, but now she was much more cheerful. Her eyes sparkled brightly, and Qin Baiyuan could be infected by her happiness. It's good to have freckles. Aren't freckled models popular abroad? You also said that it's abroad. It's very troublesome to have freckles. Okay? The due date is next month. Yes. Now my stomach is so heavy that it's hard for me to walk. I can't wait to unload the goods as soon as possible and relax. But when I think of him leaving my body, I'm a little reluctant. During this period, the psychology of pregnant women must be very strange. Well, relax a little. By the way, who are you having dinner with? Shu Jing followed his gaze. Hey, the girl who helped me carry the things just now is very beautiful and warm. She is your girlfriend, Qin Baiyuan blurted out. Perhaps, subconsciously, he wanted to reassure her. Girlfriend? You and Su Dai. I told you I don't have that kind of feeling for Su Dai. That's a pity. She's a good girl. But I also feel good about this girl. You're not lying to me, are you? Do you want me to call her over? No need. I don't think any current girlfriend would be willing to see their ex-wife. Since you've decided to be with her, treat her well and keep your bad temper in check, okay? You're a very kind man, but sometimes you have a bad temper and are a slow person. Don't scare her away. Got it. Qin Baiyuan smiled. Will pregnant women become more verbose? Well, I'm doing this for your own good. Si Wenshun came over. Sorry, I'm late. Seeing this, Qin Baiyuan got up. She's 8 months old now. How can I let her come out alone? Si Wenshun didn't explain anything. He just bent down, stroked Shi Shujing's belly, and kissed her on the forehead. I'm more nervous about her and the baby than anyone else. Shi Shujing smiled sweetly, with admiration and infatuation in her eyes. Wenshun, do you want to eat together? Si Wenshun asked. He came with his girlfriend. Let's not be the third wheel. Qin Baiyuan smiled. I'll go back first. Yes. Remember what I said. After Qin Baiyuan left, Si Wenshun asked, what did you say to him? I just told him that since we've decided to be together, he should treat her well. Don't scare her away with your bad temper and cherish her. Actually, I think he and Su Dai are quite compatible, but he just doesn't like her. I can't do anything about it. He's asking for it, don't you know? He's an expert in love. Why would he need you to worry about him? What's wrong? Are you jealous that I'm worried about him? Shi Shujing asked with a smile. You even pretended to be magnanimous and invited him to dinner. I knew it was just an act. Silly girl. Si Wenshun pinched her chin. His gaze was filled with love and adoration. When Qin Baiyuan returned to his seat, Yin asked curiously, do you know her? Yes. Looking at Qin Baiyuan's expression, Yin felt that it was a little strange. It was as if he had suddenly become more solemn. Could it be that the woman was his ex-wife? She had doubts in her heart, but she didn't dare to ask more and continued to eat the sushi in silence. After that, Qin Baiyuan became much quieter, and Yin didn't take the initiative to speak. She thought that Qin Baiyuan would send her home, but he wandered aimlessly on the road. In the end, she couldn't help but ask, where are you going now? I don't know. Qin Baiyuan answered faintly. Are you in a hurry? Nothing urgent, but it's good to go home and rest early. If you have other things to do, just drop me off at the front. I'll go back by myself. Do you want a drink? Drink. Yin immediately thought of the bar and shook her head hurriedly. No, I want a drink. Qin Baiyuan stopped the car by the roadside. Wait in the car for a while. Hey, where are you going? Yin sat in the car and watched him walk into the supermarket. After a while, he came out with a box of beer and put it in the back seat. Why did you buy so much beer? Of course, drink. Just the two of us? I won't drink. The most important thing was that it was dangerous to drink with him. Okay? Then watch me drink. After saying that, Qin Baiyuan immediately started the sports car and deliberately drove very fast. Yin hurriedly grabbed the seatbelt and was too scared to speak. By the river, orange lights poured on the surface of the river, and both sides were brightly lit. Qin Baiyuan and Yin faced the river and drank. In fact, only Qin Baiyuan was drinking. Yin only took a bottle for show and didn't drink at all. He didn't force her. He drank one bottle after another, and there were several empty bottles by his feet. The river wind messed up Qin Baiyuan's hair. His picturesque face and quiet posture had a kind of melancholy, which made people feel sorry for him. Yin looked at the face close to her. It was handsome and hazy. It was still Qin Baiyuan's facial features, but it was like a different person. He was usually sloppy. Who would have thought that melancholy would appear on such a face. She suddenly felt that she would rather he be a hooligan or be extremely cheap than to see him like this. She opened her mouth and couldn't help but ask, "Are you okay? Do I look bad?" Qin Baiyuan smiled. It was a kind of casual smile, as if he had seen through everything and didn't care about anything. However, the more he looked like he didn't care, the more he actually cared. Yi nodded. "Don't think that you know me very well. I don't need to know you. Your emotions are written on your face. You're a person who can't hide your feelings. If I guessed correctly, the pregnant woman just now is your ex-wife, right?" Qin Baiyuan drank a mouthful of wine. "The whole world knows that I was divorced. I also heard from others. I don't know the specific situation." "I think she's a good person. Why did you divorce her?" Yin asked this question purely out of curiosity. After asking it, she immediately felt that she should not pry into his privacy, so she quickly said, "It doesn't matter if you don't want to answer. I shouldn't have." "What other reasons?" Qin Baiyuan said directly, looking at her with a pair of smiling eyes. "I am cheap." It turned out that he knew. She thought he didn't know. "I like her sister Stony Moon, but she married me willingly. I was very disgusted with her. So during the 3 years of marriage, I used her love to torture her. The more she loved me and treated me well, the more ruthless I was. In the end, she was completely disappointed with me. She met the most important man in her life. At first, I was very angry that she betrayed me and humiliated her with all kinds of unpleasant words. I thought that I was just unwilling, but in fact, it was because I had unknowingly fallen in love with her. I just realized it later." Qin Baiyuan shook his head. "I always thought if I could see my heart clearly earlier, would the situation be different? Would she not have left me? But the most painful thing in this world is nothing more than if. Some things were predestined. Moreover, I really can't compare to her current husband. They went through a lot of difficulties together. I saw it with my own eyes. I did my best to help her, but it was not to let her return to me. In fact, I had already given up a long time ago. I just wanted to be good to her and make up for the sins I had committed. Do you believe it? I don't have any unwillingness now, and I have never thought of getting back together. If she is happy, I am happy. That is more important than anything else. However, I still feel a little sad. Probably because I am cheap. Don't say that. I understand how you feel. It's very painful to miss the person you love. I don't know how to comfort you, but I believe that everyone who appears in your life has their own meaning. Not everyone can accompany you to the end. Some people appear just to teach you some things. For example, she taught you to cherish. Then in the future, when you meet the girl in your life, you won't make the same mistake again. You are still so young, and your life is still so long. You will definitely meet the girl in your life. Qin Baiyuan twitched the corner of his mouth. His teeth were white and shiny under the light. He poked her forehead. You really don't know how to comfort people, don't I? I think what I said makes a lot of sense. In the past, I was the caring sister in our dormitory. Anyone who had relationship problems would come to me. You don't even know about relationships, and you still have the cheek to enlighten others? Yin stuck out her tongue. The onlooker sees the game more clearly than the person involved. Do you understand? At least I can help you analyze the problem objectively. It's more useful to drink with me. Come, cheers. Yin clinked glasses with him, but did not drink. Are you kidding me? I don't drink, and with a dangerous person like you by my side, I can't drink. I have to stay sober at all times. Her serious look made Qin Baiyuan laugh. What can I do to you? There are many things you can do to me. Really? Just one thing. He suddenly leaned close to her ear and said ambiguously, Do you? Yin's face heated up and she hurriedly pushed him away. Hey, why are you acting like a hooligan again? Just now, his face had brushed past her face. That area was burning hot, and it was extremely hot. Qin Baiyuan laughed heartily. Waves of hearty laughter came from his chest. It was the kind of laughter that was very real. Although Yin was teased, she was also a little happy that he could laugh heartily. He was not suitable for those sad emotions. A man like him should always be arrogant and insufferably arrogant. He should not be bothered by anything. That was Qin Baiyuan. Qin Baiyuan looked at Yi Yin's little face that was soaked in the light. It was red and exceptionally cute. He especially liked her eyes. They were very pure, and he could not help but feel moved. Say something. I quite like you. How about being my woman? He straightforwardly made this request, and his tone was somewhat serious. This caused Yi Yin to panic for a moment, and she spoke incoherently. Like? What kind of like? The kind that keeps pets? I'm not a cat or dog. Who said that I treat you like a cat or dog? I like you because you're not vulgar. Hee, you misunderstood. I'm very vulgar, more vulgar than most women. Besides, I also love money. Chapter 319. I love money, but I didn't say that I want to take your money. A gentleman loves money in a proper way. Even if I'm not a gentleman, I won't sell my body for money. That's dirty for me. In fact, I understand what you're thinking. The women around you are all rushing to please you, so you feel bored. Instead, you think it's interesting to meet my rebuff, and you want to conquer me. Isn't that the deep-rooted bad habit of men? What you can't get is the best. But I'm not that special. I'm just a very ordinary girl. I have all the shortcomings that women have, such as sensitivity, jealousy, narrow-mindedness, vanity, and so on. So, after you get me, you will feel bored. But at that time, I will pay with my heart. If you leave me, I will be in so much pain that I want to die. I don't want to. Qin Baiyuan, I admit that you are a very charming man when you're not a hooligan. So, I want to keep a distance from you before I fall in love with you. I don't want to be sad in the future. Qin Baiyuan shook his head. In the end, you have an inferiority complex. Yi nodded. Yes, I have an inferiority complex. I'm so ordinary. How can I get your heart, right? Don't you think that a man who passes by thousands of times will be more serious about love? Although Qin Baiyuan had a pair of peach blossom eyes, there was no lack of seriousness in them. Maybe I'm more loyal than other men. I didn't say that you're not loyal, but that person can't be me. Besides, I have someone I like. Mubai? Yi nodded. Yes, I like Teacher Mu. It was one thing for Qin Baiyuan to know in his heart, but she admitted it directly, which made his stomach sour. Jealous? Was it possible? Would he be jealous of a woman other than Shu Jing? But if it wasn't jealousy, what was that sour feeling? He raised his head and took another sip of wine. What do you like about such a boring man? Boring? He's mature, okay? There's so many things I like about Teacher Mu. He's mature and steady, gentlemanly and elegant, gentle and kind, attentive and considerate, talented. Yi used more than a dozen words to describe it, but she still felt that it was not enough until Qin Baiyuan interrupted her. That's enough. Is it that good? Of course, he is my Prince Charming. There is no man more perfect than him in the world. Yi had a dreamy look on her face. Then she sighed. Sigh, it's a pity that the gap between me and him is too big. I'm just dreaming. It's impossible for him to like me. Qin Baiyuan wanted to say that she was blind. As long as she was not a fool, she could see Mu Bai's feelings for her. However, when the words were on the tip of her tongue, they changed. That's right. A common woman like you is a dime a dozen on the streets. How could he fall for you? Hey, I was just comforting you out of goodwill just now, and you're attacking me like this. Isn't your mouth too vicious? I'm telling the truth. You're annoying. Since you know it's impossible for him to like you, then you should give up as soon as possible, lest you miss out on a better one. Is there a better one? You? Yi rolled her eyes. Other than being richer than Teacher Mu, you can't compare to him in any other aspect, okay? Is that so? Let's not talk about anything else. At least my skills in bed are better than his, and I can make women want to die. Moreover, I'm also better than him in bed. Qin Baiyuan smiled deeply. Suddenly, he held the back of Yi Yin's head and pulled her into his embrace. He lowered his head and kissed her. She widened her eyes in shock. Her whole body was stunned. After she came back to her senses, she began to push him violently. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between a man and a woman was too great. Qin Baiyuan easily controlled her, and he kissed her deeply without restraint. The fragrance of wine permeated between them, and gradually, Yin became a little intoxicated. Her hands that were pushing him unconsciously tightened their grip on his shirt. As they loosened and tightened, she felt like she was about to suffocate. The night breeze caressed their faces, and it also caressed their hearts. The lingering gentleness seeped into their hearts bit by bit, and both of them were immersed in it. When the kiss ended, both of their faces were flushed red. Yi-In was panting heavily, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Qin Baiyuan's face was bathed in the light, making it look exceptionally gentle. How do my kissing skills compare to Mubai's? How would I know? I've never kissed teacher Mubai before. Qin Baiyuan smiled in satisfaction and kissed her forehead. Good girl. You're so annoying. Why did you kiss me so forcefully? You're a robber. Who asked you to look so delicious? You're tempting me, do you know that? He pinched her chin, and his gaze was burning. Yi-In was so anxious that she slapped his hand away. I'm not tempting you. You like my kiss, right? No, I hate it. Yi-In wiped her lips hard to show that she really hated it. Hate it? You still responded to me if you hate it? Don't deny it. You know very well whether you responded or not. You're dumb in other aspects, but you're very good at learning in this aspect. Even if I did, it's because your kissing skills are so superb that Yi-In already did not know how to explain. She just wanted to find a hole to hide in. Ring, 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 ring. The phone suddenly rang. Yi-In was about to answer it when Qin Baiyuan held her hand. Don't answer it. He enjoyed the warm interaction between the two of them and did not want it to be broken by anything. No, I have to answer this call. Whose call is so important? Is it Mubai? Qin Baiyuan frowned. It's not him. Yin quickly pushed his hand away. Nurse Lin, it's me. Your grandma suddenly had a heart attack. She's being sent to the emergency room now. Hurry over. What? Yin quickly stood up. Okay. I'll come over now. What's wrong? My grandma had a heart attack. I'll go with you. Qin Baiyuan was drunk and could not drive. The two of them took a taxi. When they arrived at the hospital, they were receiving emergency treatment. Yi-In was so anxious that she began to cry in the corridor. Qin Baiyuan's heart ached for her and kept hugging her. It's okay. Don't cry. It's my fault. I promised to accompany her today. If I came, maybe she wouldn't. She's my only family. If anything happens to her, I really don't know what to do. When I was very young, my parents passed away in a car accident. It was my grandma who raised me. My uncles and uncles all avoided me. It was my grandma who sold ways to make money for my education. If it wasn't for me, she wouldn't have to work so hard and get sick. I'm really afraid. I'm afraid that before I have the ability to take care of her, she would have already, Yi-In said intermittently as she cried. Qin Baiyuan felt very upset when he heard this. He was born in the Qin family, a wealthy family. He had the best food and clothes since he was a child. He never had to worry about living. This cultivated his arrogant and fragile character. If it wasn't for the Qin family's accident, he would always be a playboy. On the contrary, Yi-In was much better than him. He suddenly liked the girl in his arms even more. He thought that she had suffered so much in the past. He must not let her suffer anymore in the future. He wanted her to feel that no matter how much she had suffered in the past, it was all in the past. Now that she had met him, everything was over. No matter what kind of relationship they would have in the future, he would be responsible for her until the end. During the 2-hour surgery, Yi-In was in a state of high vigilance. When the doctor told her that her grandma was out of danger, her whole body relaxed and she almost fainted. Then, how is she now? Can I go in and see her? The anesthetic effect is not over. She is still in a coma and will only wake up tomorrow. Fortunately, it was discovered early this time. If it was later, I can't imagine what would have happened. By the way, she has owed several medical fees. I really can't afford to owe more. If the hospital finds out, they will force her out of the hospital. I know. Please help me again. I'll go with you. Qin Baiyuan said. I'll pay for her medical fees in the future. Qin Baiyuan. Yi-In hurriedly shook her head. No, I can't let you pay. Do you have any other way? Qin Baiyuan patted her shoulder and said with a smile. Wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Thank you. That night, Yin spent the night in the hospital. Qin Baiyuan accompanied her and arranged a high-class ward for Tian Hanfang. It was common for Qin Baiyuan to not sleep for a night, so he recovered in the morning and bought breakfast. Yin was still sitting in front of the bed, holding Tian Hanfang's hand. Her eyes were red and swollen, and they were bloodshot. This scene reminded Qin Baiyuan of the time when Qin Yuning was hospitalized. He also accompanied her for 3 days and 3 nights. Blood was thicker than water. The relationship between family members was stronger than any emotion in the world. Therefore, he could understand Yi Yin's current mood very well. Eat breakfast first. I bought porridge. I'm not hungry. I didn't sleep last night. I stayed up for more than 10 hours. How can I not be hungry? I know you don't want to eat, but eat a little, huh? I'm really not hungry. You eat. I just want to accompany Grandma. You accompanied me for the whole night yesterday. It's very hard. Go and rest first. I'm not tired. Xiaoyin, a weak voice came. Yi Yin immediately stood up excitedly. Grandma, you're awake. Xiaoyin was scared to death. Tears streamed down Yi Yin's cheeks. Grandma, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If I came to accompany you earlier, you wouldn't. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Silly girl, it's Grandma who dragged you down. Tian Hanfang said word by word slowly. I made you suffer. Yin shook her head desperately. As long as you're fine. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? I'll call the doctor. No need. I'm just a little tired. It's fine if you accompany me. You didn't sleep last night, right? Your eyes are so red. Go and rest quickly. No, I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay with you. Tian Hanfang's face was tired. She closed her eyes, gathered a little strength, and slowly opened them. This is not my previous ward. Where's this? We changed to a better ward. It's a lot of money, right? You're already burdened. I don't want to live in such a good place. Let's move back. Grandma, the money has been paid. You don't have to worry about this. Chapter 320. You are. Yin didn't know how to introduce Qin Baiyuan, so he answered first. I'm Xiaoyin's boyfriend, Qin Baiyuan. Boyfriend? When did he become her boyfriend? Don't talk nonsense, okay? Yi Yin winked at him, signaling him not to mess around. When did Xiaoyin have a boyfriend? Tian Hanfang was also surprised. Judging from his taste in clothes and temperament, she could tell that he was from a rich family. He was not from the same world as them. Grandma, he is not. Qin Baiyuan held Yi Yin's shoulders tightly. It was so painful that she couldn't speak. I've been pursuing Xiaoyin before, and she only agreed to me in the past 2 days, so you don't know yet. Is that so? Tian Hanfang was still a little doubtful. Of course, she hoped that someone would take care of Xiaoyin. However, what she envisioned was a boy from an ordinary family. He didn't need to be rich, and he just needed to be nice to Xiaoyin. The one in front of her was too different from her family, so she couldn't help but be a little worried. Grandma, I know what you're thinking. I like Xiaoyin. I like everything about her. My parents have seen her, and they are very satisfied with her. Qin Baiyuan looked at Yi Yin affectionately. She's a very kind girl. I'll take good care of her. Yi Yin was speechless. He was too good at making things up, wasn't he? He said it as if it was true. His acting was too good. Even she almost fell into his affectionate eyes. If what he said was true, how happy she would be. Stop. Yi Yin, he's just acting. Don't fall for it. Tian Hanfang saw that he was very sincere, so she was relieved and nodded. Xiaoyin is really a very good girl. It said that there's no filial son in front of sick bed, but she has been taking care of me these years. She worked everywhere to pay for my medical expenses. It was very hard, but she never complained. I owe her too much. Grandma, how can you say that? You brought me up. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. Tian Hanfang wiped her tears in relief. Grandma knows you're filial, but she doesn't want you to work so hard. Now that there's someone taking care of you, I can finally relax. Seeing Tian Hanfang's brows relax, Yi Yin's heart also relaxed a lot. If it could make Grandma feel at ease, then a white lie would be good, right? Grandma, don't worry. Qin Baiyuan is very good to me. That's good. I'm a little tired. I'll take a nap first. You guys go back and rest too. We're not going back. We'll just sleep outside. Yes, Grandma. Have a good rest. I will take care of Xiaoyin. Qin Baiyuan said and kissed Yi on the cheek. She restrained herself on the spot. As soon as she left the ward, she pushed Qin Baiyuan far away and wiped her face hard. You're taking advantage of me again, damn it. Damn, I've never seen someone burn the bridge after crossing it. After using me, you treat me like a virus? Is there anyone as cruel and unscrupulous as you? Aren't you talking nonsense first? If I'm talking nonsense, then why are you acting with me? Qin Baiyuan imitated her tone and said sarcastically, Grandma, don't worry. Qin Baiyuan is very good to me. Is that what you said? Then I'm doing it for Grandma's peace of mind. No matter what, you have a purpose. As soon as you achieve your purpose, you can't wait to push me away. I can only say that you are cruel and unscrupulous. You are cruel and unscrupulous. One lie needs 1,000 lies to cover up. What should I do now? If my grandma knows that we're acting, she may not be able to bear the shock and have another heart attack. Yin was very anxious at the thought of it. Then make it real. I'll suffer a little loss and be your boyfriend. In your dreams. I won't jump in a fire pit myself. I think it's quite good. You and Mubai have no chance, and I happen to lack a girlfriend. Isn't this just right? Yin rolled her eyes. There are so many women who lack boyfriends. Why don't you go find them? I like you. Qin Baiyuan was very serious sometimes. Even though Yin knew that he was just joking, she still couldn't help feeling that her heart was about to melt. The man's electric eyes emitted 10,000 volts of electricity. She couldn't resist it at all. Can you be more serious? I'm very serious. I can't communicate with you. Now that I don't want to lie, I can only take it one step at a time. At most, I'll say that we broke up. By the way, how much is the medical fee? I'll write an IOU. Yin took out a pen and paper from her bag. More than 200,000 now. Her hand trembled and the pen almost fell to the ground. More than 200,000? I owed less than 5,000 before. Qin Baiyuan couldn't help but smile when he saw how useless she was. A VIP room costs 2,000 a day, and you have to use the best medicine. Do the math yourself. Yin swallowed and her scalp went numb. To him, 200,000 was about 20 yuan, but to her, it was an astronomical figure. Then let's check out. Do you have a heart to let your grandmother squeeze into a normal room with a few people? She just had an operation and needs a good rest. This room faces the lake and the air is the best. It's good for recovery. But I can't afford it. I'm not asking you to pay. Can I use your money? Why not? Qin Baiyuan said indifferently. Anyway, I have more money than I can spend. It's not bad to have someone to spend it for me. It's your business that you have money, but I can't take advantage of you. 200,000 it is. At most, I'll pay it back slowly. 200,000 is just the down payment. You still have to pay it later. When will you pay it back? Then what do you think I should do? My salary is so low. Even if you sell me, you won't get that much money. I know. With your beauty, only I will look at you. You can't sell for a good price. How about this? You could be my maid and offset the medical fees. Maid? Yin was dumbfounded. Do you really think you're acting in a melodramatic idol drama? Why don't you say you're the emperor? You're thinking too much. I just moved and need someone to clean and cook. And you insist on paying me back, so I'm just giving you a chance. Anyway, you said you have more money than you can spend. It doesn't matter if I pay you back or not. That's what I thought. But since you hate me so much, you won't owe me, right? After all, the most difficult thing to bear is a debt of gratitude. Won't your conscience feel bad? But even if I clean and cook for you, it's just a formality. It's not like I'm really paying you back. I still owe you. That's more meaningful than paying me back. I eat takeout every day, and it's going to spoil my stomach. Your cooking won't be worse than the takeout, right? Just treat it as saving my stomach. My stomach has more than 200,000. Cleaning and cooking? Doesn't that mean I have to live with you? Qin Baiyuan raised his eyebrows. What do you think? I don't want to live with you. What are you afraid of? Do you think I'll eat you up? Don't worry. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Those who look gentle were often the wolves, tigers, and leopards. And I'm much safer than them. You mean Teacher Mu? That's what you said. I didn't say it. Since you're willing to live with him, it doesn't matter if you change your partner. What's more, we've been honest with each other. There's no grudge between us. Don't you think so? Yi-in wanted to refute, but her lips were pressed by Qin Bai Yuan's fingers. I still say the same thing. I don't like to force people. Think about it carefully. Don't come to work these 2 days. Take good care of your grandma. I'll go to the company first and come back after work. Why did you come back after you left? I'm your boyfriend now. Of course, I have to play my role. Qin Bai Yuan took advantage of his height and rubbed her fluffy head. Be good, my lovely girlfriend. Yi-in had goosebumps all over her body. She originally thought that Qin Bai Yuan was just having fun. She didn't expect that he would come over after work every day to chat with Tian Han Fong, feed her porridge, and take care of her in every possible way. Yi-in's jaw almost dropped when she saw it. Even though she knew that he was just acting, she was very touched that he could do this. So sometimes, Yi-in couldn't help but think how good it would be if he was really her boyfriend. She had been supporting herself all these years and was under a lot of pressure. If there was someone to help her, the burden on her shoulders would be much lighter. After all, she was a little woman. She still longed for someone to rely on, to shelter her from the wind and rain, and to hold up the sky for her. But she also knew very well that that person could never be Qin Bai Yuan. After staying in the hospital for 3 days, when Tian Hanfong's condition stabilized, Yi-in went back to work. After returning home after work, she cooked for Mu Bai as usual. She told him that she spent the night at a friend's house these days, and Mu Bai didn't doubt it. Of course, he was very happy that she was back. Halfway through the meal, Yi-in said, "Teacher Mu, I'm sorry to disturb you these days." "Teacher Mu, I'm sorry to disturb you. I'll move out tomorrow." Mu Bai's smile suddenly froze on his face. "Move out? Why? Did I neglect you? Or is there something I didn't do well enough that made you angry?" No, you're very good to me, but I can't keep bothering you. I'm very happy that you're here. It's not a bother. There are 2 empty rooms at home, and it doesn't affect anything. Do you think it's inconvenient? It's really not, but when I first moved here, I said that I would only stay for a few days. If you're afraid of what others will say, it's actually okay. You're going to graduate soon, and you're no longer my student. Whether I graduate or not, I'll always be your student. This can't be changed. Of course, I'm not afraid of what others will say, so I'm moving out. It's just that it's really not convenient to disturb you anymore. I've been staying at my friend's house for a few days. I think it's more convenient for 2 girls to live together, and it's more enjoyable. Her roommate just moved out, and there's an empty room. Chapter 321. Mu Bai was very reluctant to let her go. He really wanted to keep her, but he could not find any reason. They were just friends, not lovers. Since she had decided to leave, what right did he have to ask her to stay? As a teacher, he was lucky to have met her. However, at the same time, it also became a barrier between them. He was in a gloomy mood, but he still forced a smile. "Well, I respect your decision. When will you move tomorrow? I will send you. We'll talk about it then." Both of them were in a gloomy mood, so they just ate quietly and didn't say anything. When Yi-in was clearing the dishes for dinner, Mu Bai came over to help. "No, you go and rest. I will do it. You used to say the same thing. Today is the last time. Let me do it." Mu Bai's tone was nostalgic and grateful. Yi-in couldn't help letting go of him. Watching him walk into the kitchen, her eyes couldn't help but turn red. It had only been a few days, but she was already very reluctant to leave him. But the more she was like this, the more she wanted to leave. Otherwise, the longer they stayed, the deeper their feelings would be. She was afraid that if she really fell in love with him, it would be more painful when she left. The next day at work, after reporting to work, Yin asked, "Can you tell me your address?" Qin Bai Yuan looked up from the document, leaned back, and said with a faint smile, "What? Do you want to hire someone to beat me up?" Yin wanted to scratch his face a few times when she saw his frivolous look. "If I want to find someone to beat you up, I don't have to go through so much trouble. When you are alone, I can just ask someone to put a sack over your head and beat you up. So you planned it. If I am beaten up one day, it will definitely be you." She rolled her eyes. That may not be true. You are so annoying. There are too many people who want to beat you up. It may not be me. Why do you want my address? Qin Baiyuan asked knowingly, with a bit of pride. Didn't you say you want me to be a maid? Have you decided so quickly? That's quite efficient. In any case, I can't beat you. I'll just have to stab you. The sooner I die, the sooner I can reincarnate. You're just going to be my maid. Is there a need to be so miserable? Qin Baiyuan was amused and touched his chin. Go out and shout that I'm looking for a maid. I guarantee that the queue will stretch from here to Jiangdi Avenue. Narcissism. I can be your maid, and I can live with you. But the condition is that you can't have any improper thoughts about me, and you can't touch me. Even if someone did, that person should be you. After all, I'm a feast for the eyes. Qin Baiyuan was tempting her with his eyes, as if she was a delicious delicacy. However, Yi Yin resisted the temptation and said stubbornly, Don't worry. Even if you're food, you're an overnight dish. I'm not interested in overnight dishes. I'll be poisoned. Qin Baiyuan liked to bicker with her even more. He always felt that teasing her was like teasing a little hedgehog. It was very interesting. Dongfang Villa, Block 7, Room 201. The password is my birthday. How do I know your birthday? Don't you know how to ask? In the entire company, you're probably the only woman who doesn't know my birthday. Why should I know? Just in case. What if we have further development in the future? Yin gestured for him to stop. I'll emphasize it again. I'll be your maid, and I'll only be responsible for laundry, cooking, and cleaning. It doesn't include providing any sexual services. Don't even think about it. Even if the distance between you and me changes, it'll only get farther and farther. It's absolutely impossible for us to improve, not even by half a step. Qin Baiyuan picked his ear. All right, is there any point in talking so much nonsense? If I really want to close the distance, what can you do? Yi Yin made a face. I can't be bothered with you. I'm going to work. At noon, Yi Yin and Lin Fei had lunch together. She found that Lin Fei was really a good person. Although she felt that Lin Fei was quite aloof when they first met, she was, after all, the chief secretary. She must be a very powerful person. But after getting to know her, she found that she was very easy to get along with, enthusiastic and loyal. No matter when there was a problem at work, Lin Fei would look for her and help her solve it tirelessly. Sigh, single dogs like us who don't have boyfriends can only rely on the TV series as spiritual sustenance. Otherwise, what would we do in the long night? What are you doing? Do you have a boyfriend? Yi Yin shook her head. Do I look like I have a boyfriend to you? It's hard to say, but since you don't have one, why don't you go on a blind date with me? There's a blind date on Saturday. The men are all executives, and the resources are very good. I'll give you one in advance. Do you believe in blind dates? And it's a group blind date with so many people? Of course I believe in it. Blind dates are the fastest and most effective way for modern people to get married. I've been going on blind dates for the past few years. It's either I don't like them or they don't like me. I've never succeeded. That's why I didn't have a boyfriend until I was 27. If that's the case, then why do you keep going on blind dates? I'm not successful, but it doesn't mean that others can't. I have a few sisters who got married like this, and they married very well. Moreover, it's because I'm not successful that I can't give up. As someone who's experienced it, I have to give you a piece of advice. Women are worthless when they're old. You must seize the opportunity to get married while you're still young. Do you understand? Let's go. Are we going on a blind date together? At most, I'll help you pay for your share. Just treat it as accompanying me. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Then I'll take it that you've agreed. Don't stand me up. Did she agree? Oh, by the way, do you know the CEO's birthday? Of course, September 22nd, 1984. Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No wonder you're so stubborn. Shoo, lower your voice. If others hear you, they might complain. I really don't know why you have such a big problem with the CEO. Do you know how many people envy you? I can't wait to change places with those who envy me. Lin Fei kept shaking her head as she listened. You don't know how lucky you are. If you go out, you'll be beaten to death. A whiff of perfume drifted over. Yao Yao walked up to Yi Yin arrogantly and mocked her. You denied it when I said that you seduced the CEO. You're so noble. Now you're asking about the CEO's birthday. It's obvious that you have bad intentions towards the CEO. I've said it before. Some women like to be prostitutes, and even set up chastity memorial archway. How ridiculous. Yao Yao deliberately spoke very loudly. The other colleagues were all listening and gloating. Lin Fei was just about to speak when Yi Yin held her hand. She had always been a pacifist and had tolerated Yao many times. However, blindly tolerating sometimes did not bring about peace. On the contrary, it would make the other party think that you're easier to bully. If you can't bear it anymore, then there's no need to bear it anymore. There are so many people in the company who have ideas about the CEO. Who do I think I am? Even if some people dress up beautifully and flirt in front of the CEO every day, the CEO won't even look at them. For someone like me who only knows how to work hard, how can I attract the CEO's attention? Yao Yao's expression changed. Are you mocking me? I didn't mention your name. Why do you have to take it personally? Do you think that you're like that? There were a few snickers. Those who were waiting to see Yin's show had now turned to watch Yao Yao's show. They felt that she was asking to be humiliated. In fact, many female colleagues in the company hated Yao Yao. They felt that she was too flirtatious and arrogant. It was only because of the power behind her that they sucked up to those in power. However, it was obvious that Yao Yao was arrogant but not intelligent. Now that someone was openly going against her, they were naturally happy to watch a good show. Yao Yao was so angry that her face turned red. However, she couldn't think of a word to refute. She clenched her fists, stomped her feet, and stormed away. Lin Fei was rolling on the floor laughing. Ha! When you're being sarcastic, your mouth is quite poisonous. Yi Yin shrugged. It's okay. She didn't like to cause trouble. However, if trouble really came to her, she wouldn't be afraid of it. This was her principle. She was afraid that Mubai would insist on helping her move. So Yin got off work 2 hours earlier in the afternoon. She didn't have much luggage, so she finished packing in 15 minutes. After he was done, he cleaned up the whole house. Although she had only lived here for more than a week, it was already a warm little home for her. She had left a lot of good memories here. When she said goodbye, she was still very reluctant. Dongfang Villa was not very far from Daijing Star City. It only took 20 minutes to get there by car. Daijing Star City had a quiet environment, and Dongfang Villa was even more magnificent. It looked like an ancient castle, which was amazing. Qin Baiyuan's house was on the top floor. He had probably just moved in. The house was empty except for a few pieces of furniture. It looked very empty. The walls were white, the carpet was black, and the sofa was dark, which gave people a cold feeling. Yin didn't like it very much. Not long after she arrived, Qin Baiyuan came back and joked. It seems that someone has remembered my birthday. That's just the password to open the door for me, not your birthday. Oh, you remembered it anyway. Then when it's my birthday, if you don't do something, won't it be too unreasonable? There's still 3 months left. You're thinking too far ahead. Qin Baiyuan glanced at the empty table. You haven't cooked yet? I just arrived, and there are no ingredients in the fridge. How about I cook some noodles for you? Oh, you cook noodles for me? Have you washed them? Yi Yin was ashamed and annoyed. Will you die if you don't act like a hooligan? Didn't you say that you would cook noodles for me? What do I say? Are you thinking the wrong way? Obviously, your meaning is very wrong. No, it's just you thinking the wrong way. You said that you are pure and clean, but I think your mind is quite impure, Xiao Huang. You are the Xiao Huang. Then what should we eat without ingredients? Should we order takeout? I'll look for you because I don't want to eat takeout. And you actually asked me to order takeout? Is there anyone who is so lazy? Then what do I need you for? Can't I order it myself? Then what do you say? Go to the supermarket downstairs and buy it. Wait for me. I need to change clothes. Chapter 322. What are you thinking about? Qin Baiyuan snapped his fingers in front of her. I know I look good, but aren't you too thirsty to stare at me like that? I'm not thirsty. No? You're already drooling. Yi Yin touched the corner of her mouth hurriedly, only to find that she had been fooled. They went down to the supermarket downstairs. Qin Baiyuan walked in front and gave directions, while Yi Yin pushed the trolley and follow behind. Wherever Qin Baiyuan pointed, she would take it. Soon, the food in the trolley was piled up like a hill. That's enough. Can you finish so much food? It will go bad, even if you put it in the fridge. And do you know what these two dishes are? Qin Baiyuan shook his head honestly. I don't know, but they look hard to make, so I bought them. You are torturing me on purpose. This is not torturing, this is training you. Isn't it better to learn a few more dishes? To be able to say that torture was training, he must be the most shameless person in the world, right? She was really unlucky to meet him. After buying the groceries, Yi tugged at him gently. There are not many furnishings in your house. It looks a little empty. Why don't you buy some furnishings to add a sense of home? I like it that way. It feels crowded when there are too many things. But it doesn't feel like home. Oh, really? So, you want to build a family with me? What are you talking about? Forget it. It's your territory anyway. Why should I worry about it? After Yin finished speaking, she pushed the cart and left. The security system beeped, making her extremely embarrassed. After buying groceries, the two returned home with big and small bags. Yin was so tired that she went into the kitchen to cook before she could catch her breath. After buying groceries for an hour, she was so hungry that her chest was sticking to her back. Qin Baiyuan sat in the living room, watching TV with his legs crossed. He listened to the sound of the kitchen and was in a good mood. He was a quiet person, but now he didn't find it noisy at all. Instead, he enjoyed this feeling. When was the last time he felt this kind of family atmosphere? That was before she divorced Shi Shujing, right? He thought that no other woman in his life could make him feel like home. But amazingly, Yin did it. He had been lonely for too long and needed someone to accompany him, but not just anyone. Otherwise, it would be too easy for him to find a random woman. There were too many beautiful women, but apart from Shi Shujing, Yin was the only one who could give him warmth. Could it be that he had fallen for her? If that was the case, Qin Baiyuan wouldn't feel repulsed. He wouldn't be trapped in his previous relationship and live in a shadow for the rest of his life. On the contrary, he wanted to leave the shadow as soon as possible. If Yin was that person, then he would hold on to her tightly. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile as he urged loudly. Are you done? I'm hungry. Yin poked her head out of the kitchen with a spatula and said angrily, Urge, urge, urge. You've urged me hundreds of times. If you can do it, then do it. If you can't do it, don't complain. It's annoying. Then she ran back to cook, huffing and puffing. When the dishes were served, Qin Baiyuan crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at them speechlessly. I bought more than 500 yuan of food, and you just feed me this? Mapo tofu, farmhouse stir-fried pork, seaweed, and egg soup. Both meat and vegetable soups. Isn't it good? Time is tight. I can only make these. I told you not to buy so much, but you insisted. The fridge is full. Stop looking, hurry up, and eat. Yin put the chopsticks in his hand. Whether the food is delicious or not depends not on its price, but on the cooking skills. These are all my specialties. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Qin Baiyuan drank the soup with a doubtful attitude. He wondered how delicious the seaweed and egg soup could be. However, it tasted delicious, not inferior to the seafood soup at all. He couldn't help feeling a little amazed. What did you add to the soup? Nothing much. Just ordinary oil, salt, and MSG. It's delicious, isn't it? The key lies in the heat, not the seasonings. In fact, it's not good to add too many seasonings. It tastes like MSG. It's okay. You're so stubborn. Mr. Mu said it's delicious. Every time we eat, he praises my cooking. Qin Baiyuan felt it was a little harsh. Mubai is Mubai. I'm me. Don't compare me with him. I don't like it. Yin thought to herself. Is he jealous? His tone was sour. But when he thought about it, he felt that his thoughts were a little ridiculous. He was just too arrogant. So he hated being compared to others. She couldn't help muttering. Narrow-minded. Qin Baiyuan really didn't like it. Nonsense. He said these two words childishly. Yin was amused. Anyway, you're like that in my eyes. I'm definitely not slandering you. Qin Baiyuan said he despised her cooking, but his mouth was very honest. He ate 3 bowls of rice at once. Yin pitifully ate only half a bowl. She was not full at all. Not only was she not full, she also had to clean the house. In fact, the house was very clean, but she also had a slight obsession with cleanliness. She would only feel comfortable if she cleaned the house herself. The house was more than 200 square meters, so it was very tiring to clean it. Yin was lying on the ground, wiping the floor. Qin Baiyuan, who had finished his bath, walked out of the bathroom with a scarf tied around his waist. It was loose as if it would fall at any time. She blushed when she saw it. Can you put on your clothes first? No, I can't. Do I have to wrap myself up at home? I'm not asking you to wrap yourself up, but you have to cover your upper body. It's too exposed, and it's harmful to public decency. Yin was a little stuttering. She tried not to look at his body, but her eyes kept glancing at him. This was a very instinctive physical reaction. She couldn't control it. Everyone was willing to look at a person with a good figure, wasn't it? If you say it again, I'll strip naked for you to see. Qin Baiyuan threatened. Yin really believed that he would do this. You'd better put it on. After all, there are outsiders around. It's not good. I don't treat you as an outsider. Qin Baiyuan smiled mischievously. We've already slept together. How am I an outsider? Besides, which part of my body haven't you seen? Stinky rogue, Teacher Mu is much better than you. People at home are all... Before Yin could finish her words, she was pulled up from the ground by Qin Baiyuan and warned with a faint smile. What did I say? Don't compare him with me. If there's a next time, I'll beat you, but until it blossoms. Yin glared at him resentfully. Qin Baiyuan was sitting on the sofa watching TV. His two long legs were on the coffee table, and his legs were shaking. Yin couldn't stand it. I'm cleaning up. Can you go back to the room? No, the living room is comfortable. But you're sitting here. How am I supposed to clean? Just clean it how you should clean. Yin resisted the urge to beat him up. She lay on the ground and continued to wipe the floor. She was muttering to herself, pretend that he doesn't exist, pretend that he doesn't exist. This trick was quite effective. As she wiped, she forgot about it. When she looked up, a certain scenery suddenly appeared in her eyes. Only then did she realize that she was lying between Qin Baiyuan's legs. Then, he was actually not wearing underwear. Yin was extremely shy. You definitely did it on purpose. Qin Baiyuan smirked. Nonsense. How did I do it on purpose? The living room is so big, and you just had to wipe the area below my legs. How can you say that it wasn't on purpose? Qin Baiyuan was proud of himself. He was always in a good mood when he teased her. Yin couldn't defend herself. It's only the first night, and you're already so proactive. You're really passionate. If you want to see it, just say it. Why do you have to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger? It's not only men's nature to be lecherous. It's also women's nature. Be bold. I won't laugh at you. Shameless. Yin hurriedly crawled out from between his legs, went around to the other side of the coffee table, and opened the drawer. Some unbearable pictures reflected in her eyes, and she screamed in fear. Like a hot potato, she quickly threw them out. A thick magazine was thrown to Qin Baiyuan's hand. He glanced at it. It turned out to be a Playboy. The European and American women on the cover were very sexy. Yin's eyes were almost blinded. You shameless pervert. I'm a pervert just because I read a magazine. Is there any man in the world who isn't perverted? This is very normal, okay? What a fuss. Your teacher mood doesn't have it? He's not as perverted as you. A man who isn't perverted is either impotent or gay. Which one do you think he is? But it's also possible that he's hiding it all. He's hiding it quite well. Anyway, you're a big pervert. You're shameless. This young master is really shameless. What's wrong with that? Qin Baiyuan had a "what can you do to me" expression. It's not like you haven't done it before. Why do you have to pretend? Nowadays, people use computers to read. There are very few men like me who have retro feelings. You have to cherish it. Cherish your head. Hurry up and put these things away. I don't want to see them again. I'm really sorry. I forgot where to find them. Maybe the toilet, the living room, the cupboard, my room, maybe yours too. When you can't sleep at night, you can read them to relieve your boredom. You're crazy. Who reads such books to relieve boredom? After that, when Yin cleaned the house, she was more careful. She was afraid that she would suddenly find such a magazine. When she was rummaging through the drawers, she would first reach in to see if there was one. She also rummaged through her own room. She felt like she was going crazy. After taking a shower, she checked the door 3 times to make sure it was locked. But she was still worried. Previously, when she lived with Mu Bai, she felt very at ease. But when Qin Baiyuan lived next door, she felt as if there was a wolf living next door. She was very vigilant, afraid that he would suddenly barge in. She stared at the door anxiously until she was too sleepy to fall asleep. Qin Baiyuan, who was in the next room, was still awake. When he raised his head, it was already 12 o'clock. He loosened his neck. At this moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Su Dai. His first sentence was teasing. Chapter 323. You're so talkative. Are you alone? No. Who else? Which woman? You sound like you're going to eat someone. Do you mind which woman I'm with that much? I don't mind. I just sympathize with her. You're all alone. You should sympathize with yourself first. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Do you have a date for Blue Sky's anniversary banquet this Friday? Qin Baiyuan pinched his eyebrows. He had been too busy with work recently and only thought of this matter. The first thing that came to his mind was Yin, but he still answered. Not yet. Then I'll take a loss and be your date. Are you sure you're not taking the initiative? There will be a lot of people at the banquet that night. What if people misunderstand our relationship if you're my date? Do you still want to get married? You're thinking too much. Can we be good friends? I helped you last time, and you promised me one thing. You have to fulfill your promise now. Qin Baiyuan wasn't very willing, but it didn't affect him much. It was just that he had too many affairs in the past, so the reputation of any woman who got involved with him would be affected. He didn't want to tarnish Su Dai's reputation, but at the same time, he knew that she was also a very stubborn woman. She would call to prove that she had made up her mind. Have you thought it through? Yes. All right then. I'll pick you up on Friday night. Deal. Don't stand me up. Okay. Qin Baiyuan hung up, deep in thought. He had expressed several times that he did not have that kind of feelings for her. But Su Dai was unwilling to give up, and he did not want to directly refuse and hurt her. How long would it take to drag on like this? It seemed that it was time to harden his heart. Even if they could not be friends, he should not delay her. Yin did not want to see Qin Baiyuan early in the morning, so she got up at 6 o'clock to make breakfast and then went to work. She did not sleep well last night and woke up early in the morning. She yawned the whole morning, and Lin Fei could not stand it anymore. Did you steal last night? You're so tired. Don't mention it. It's worse than being a thief. What's worse than being a thief? Tell me about it. A secret that cannot be told. Keep me guessing. By the way, did you receive the notice for Friday's banquet? Who are you going to bring? Should I bring someone along? Can't you go alone? Sure, but don't you think it's better to bring a handsome guy as a family member? But I don't have a boyfriend, and neither do you, right? I don't, but I can rent one. Rent? Are you talking about the male prostitute? Lin Fei blushed. Io, can you not be so direct? That's called a rental boyfriend. Holding the phone in front of her face. Here, look, I've carefully selected these few. There are all kinds of styles. Which one do you think is better? It's really hard for me to choose. Yi Yin's mouth twitched. Is there a need to be so desperate? Wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if someone found out? If you don't tell, and I don't tell, who would know? I told everyone that I had a boyfriend, but only you knew that I didn't. So, no matter what, I have to bring someone along. Otherwise, when I lose to Yao Yao, I can't lose to that vixen. Hurry up and help me choose which one. Yin could only choose one that looked more manly. This one. No wonder you're my good sister. You have the same taste as me. Then it's him. It's only 500 a night without sex. So cheap. Ah, right. Don't forget to accompany me on a blind date on Saturday. Friday's banquet. Saturday's blind date. This week's life is so colorful, huh? Secretary Lin, Secretary Yi. Mubai walked over to greet them. Lin Fei's heart shrank. This Mubai was really too handsome. His lips were red and his teeth were white, but he was not feminine at all. He was quite masculine, a little like a man who walked out of an ancient painting. His facial features were soft and beautiful, and he looked like a modest gentleman. He was capable, and his family was rich. He was definitely the best choice for a husband. Unfortunately, he came for Yin. She'd better be sensible and not be a third wheel. Director Mu, what a coincidence. I rarely see you eat in the staff cafeteria before, but you come every day recently. Could it be for someone? Fei. Yin frowned and told her to stop talking. I suddenly remembered that I still have a document to deal with. You guys take your time. I'll leave first. Okay, goodbye. Mubai stepped aside to let her pass and sat down. The way he looked at Yin became more and more gentle. Are you used to moving away? I just moved away for a day. I don't know yet. Yin felt a little guilty and did not dare to look into his eyes. I'm sorry, I didn't want to disturb you yesterday, so I got off work early. I left without saying goodbye. I'm really sorry. Mubai shook his head. He was very disappointed when he returned home and faced the empty room. But this was her choice, and there was nothing to blame. Subconsciously, he hoped that she would say that she was not used to it, and then he could persuade her to move back. But this idea was very selfish. Perhaps people were selfish when it came to relationships. He used to be indifferent to everything, but now he really wanted to have it. Will you attend the dinner party on Friday? Yes. I lack a female companion. I don't know if you are willing to. Yin hesitated. For some reason, the first thing that flashed through her mind was Qin Baiyuan's opinion. She was afraid that he would be unhappy. It was really strange. What did it have to do with her whether he was happy or not? He was not her boyfriend. Did she have to consider his feelings when she went out with a man? Xiaoyin? Well, I'll think about it. The light in Mubai's eyes dimmed instantly, and he just forced a smile. Okay. Yin's heart ached because of that smile, and she felt that it was an unforgivable thing to refuse him. He had helped her so much, and he just wanted her to be his female companion. Couldn't she agree to such a small thing? She quickly changed her words. I've thought about it. I'm willing to be your female companion. Mubai originally thought that saying he would think about it was just a tactful refusal, and there was no hope anymore. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Really? Yes. I'm just afraid that I'm not beautiful enough and will embarrass you. Of course not. Then it's a deal. Okay. Although she had promised Mubai, Yin was still worried that Qin Baiyuan would be unhappy, so she made 2 more dishes in the evening and specially asked for his opinion. When they were eating, she was especially attentive. You've been busy the whole day. Eat more. I'm good at making poached eggs. Eating eggs can supplement protein. This crab is also delicious, and oysters. Don't you like seafood? Do you know what oysters can do? Yin shook her head. Oysters can strengthen your sex drive. You made so much on purpose, right? Strengthen your sex drive? I don't know. I just think that roasted oysters are easier to make. I ate more than 10. What if I get too excited at night? Qin Baiyuan's gaze and tone were like an evil big bad wolf. Yin swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Then you eat less. I'm done. What if you get excited? We're a man and a woman alone in a room. I'm afraid we won't be able to control ourselves. Stop talking. Hurry up and eat. Yin ate a few mouthfuls of rice. You'll be attending Blue Sky's anniversary banquet, right? Yes. Have you chosen a female companion? Why? You've been so attentive today because you won't be my female companion? Of course not. I'm just asking casually. Do you have one or not? Yes. Really? Why would I lie to you? Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, Yin heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, she felt a little uncomfortable. Who's his female companion? His girlfriend? She wanted to ask, but she was afraid that he would misunderstand that she cared, so she held back with difficulty. That Teacher Mu invited me to be his female companion today. Of course, I didn't agree. Since you have a female companion, I'll say yes to him. Okay? Yin held her breath and waited for his reaction. She thought that even if he didn't flip the table, he would at least make a few sarcastic remarks. However, Qin Baiyuan's reaction was very calm. He slowly finished eating a crab leg and then looked at her. That's your business. Why are you asking me? Was this sarcasm? But she couldn't hear the sarcasm. Are you afraid that I'll be unhappy? Are you so concerned about my feelings? Could it be that you're treating yourself as my girlfriend? I'm not. Yi Yin's face was burning, and she denied incoherently. How? How could I consider your feelings? But you're crazy. You can't see others doing well. I'm afraid that you'll be jealous. And then I won't have time to clean up. You're so picky. She stuttered and explained a lot, but in Qin Bai Yuan's eyes, she was trying to hide something. He knew that she had fallen for him. Originally, he was a little unhappy that she was Mu Bai's female companion, but the heart was the most important. Moreover, he was Qin Bai Yuan. How could a woman be so blind to choose Mu Bai and not him? Yin was completely under his control. Compared to attacking her directly, he enjoyed the process of fishing more. I have no objection. You can go. Got it. I've already promised him. Yi Yin replied sullenly. From your tone, it seems that you're a little angry. Do you want me to stop you and tell you not to go and be my female companion? No way. If you want me to be your female companion, I'd rather slit my throat and commit suicide. Oh, then you don't have to commit suicide because I already have a female companion. I know. There's nothing to show off. Ian's heart was sour. Sure enough, a man like him was only interested in her for a moment of novelty. Now that the novelty had shifted to another woman, he didn't care about her life anymore. Selfish. Wait, why did her thoughts sound a little like jealousy? She was jealous because of Qin Bai Yuan? How could that be possible? She couldn't wait for him to quickly shift his attention to harm others. Okay, great. She would soon be free again. But why couldn't she be happy? Chapter 324. When Yin got out of the taxi, Mu Bai was already waiting for her. He was wearing a white tuxedo and a bow tie, like a Prince Charming out of a fairy tale. Many female guests looked at him with admiration. But in his eyes, there was only Yin. Usually, she was dressed casually. Suddenly, she was dressed up, and he was completely stunned. A golden mermaid evening dress outlined her slender figure. She was a beautiful goddess, exuding an elegant charm. Mu Bai opened his mouth, but he didn't know what words to praise her, because no flowery words could describe her beauty. Yi Yin was a little embarrassed by his gaze. She knew she was very beautiful. In the past, she always imagined Mu Bai's reaction after she dressed up. At this moment, it was like a dream come true. But these were all given to her by Qin Bai Yuan. Very beautiful. Mu Bai only said these two words in the end. Thank you. Why don't you let me pick you up? That's too troublesome. In fact, it's very convenient for me to take a taxi here. Well, let's go in. Yi Yin held Mu Bai's hand as they walked into the hall. Every step they took felt like they were stepping on clouds or a dream. It was so light and unreal. Was this Cinderella's dream? If it was, she didn't want to wake up at 12 o'clock. She hoped that this dream would be longer. Yin didn't have dinner, so she ate some cakes first. It was not convenient to eat with lipstick, so she could only take small bites. It was really not so easy to be a princess. While chatting with Mu Bai, she looked for Qin Bai Yuan. The banquet had already started, but as the protagonist, he hadn't appeared yet. Did he have any sense of time? But why did she pay so much attention to him? It was best that he didn't come, so as not to spoil her mood. Speak of the devil. A couple appeared at the door, immediately attracting the attention of all the people present. He was wearing a black tuxedo. The handsome man was Qin Bai Yuan. The woman beside him was also wearing a black tuxedo. They looked like a couple's gown. Yi Yin was shocked by his female companion at first glance. She was a mixed blood, so it was natural that she was beautiful. However, what shocked her even more was her temperament. Growing up in an aristocratic family, the elegance that permeated into her bones was not something that could be created by wearing a gorgeous gown. She was a real socialite, a real princess. Yin suddenly felt inferior and felt that she was making a fool of herself by imitating others. She was an orphan. Apart from designing, she had no other skills. Even if she wore a gorgeous gown, she would never become a princess. Only a real princess is worthy of Qin Bai Yuan, right? When they walked together, everyone will give them their blessings and think that they are a good match. As for her, even if she managed to stand by his side, people would only point fingers at her and say that she was climbing up the social ladder. Such a comparison was really meaningless. She had nothing to do with Qin Baiyuan. Why should she compare herself with his female companion? However, the jealousy in her heart kept bubbling. Yin took a sip of champagne. Xiaoyin? Xiaoyin? Mubai called her twice, but there was no response. He followed her gaze and saw Qin Baiyuan at the door. There was sadness in her eyes. Did she like Qin Baiyuan? Mubai only knew that Qin Baiyuan was interested in Yin and thought that she resisted him. However, if she resisted, how could there be sadness in her eyes? He felt a deep sense of crisis. After all, no woman could refuse a man like Qin Baiyuan. He had to confess his love to her as soon as possible, or he would really lose her completely. After a while, Yin realized that Mubai was calling her and came to herself in a daze. "Mr. Mu, what are you talking about?" "Nothing. I need to go to the bathroom." "Wait a moment." "Okay." As soon as Mubai left, Lin Fei came over and praised her cheerfully. "Oh my God, you're so beautiful today. You are like a completely different person. I almost couldn't recognize you." Lin Fei praised her sincerely, but Yin felt a little sarcastic. Yes, the so-called changed person meant that she had no temperament before. She was just an ordinary person. She was not like Qin Baiyuan's female companion, who was always elegant and beautiful. The distance between them was really like the distance between clouds and mud. "What's wrong? Are you not happy that I praised you?" "No. By the way, why are you alone? Where's your male companion?" "Over there." Lin Fei pointed. "Alas, it's really a fraud. The real person is much worse. Okay? Cheap goods can't be good. With 500 yuan, I can only buy this kind of goods. I think it's okay. Hey, don't comfort me. He can't even compare with a finger of your Mubai. Okay? I'm so jealous of you. If I had such a handsome boyfriend, I'd wake up laughing even in my dreams. He's just my mentor, not my boyfriend. You're still lying to me? Fine. Even if you treat him as a mentor, Mubai likes you." He didn't say it, but his eyes betrayed everything. You'd be blind if you couldn't see it. But I don't think he can stand it for long. If he confesses to you, you have to tell me. Yin was not in the mood to think about that, nor was she in the mood to explain anything. She couldn't help but ask, "Who's the CEO's female companion?" "Sudai, you don't know? She's the apple of Rongxin's eye, the #1 socialite in Flozen City. Speaking of her, I feel that God is so unfair. She's beautiful and rich, but her existence is to attract hatred. But she seems to be a good person, and she's also very educated. So I only envy her, not hate her." "She's the CEO's girlfriend?" "More or less. When the company was in trouble, Rongxin helped a lot. They really don't care about the cost, and don't ask for anything in return." I was puzzled, but now it seems that Su Dai likes the CEO and wants to help him. Also, I think she likes the CEO a lot. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed by his side when he was in trouble. I guess they want to use this opportunity to announce their relationship. That's good. The CEO was hurt in love and needs someone to comfort him. Su Dai is a good match for him, so they're a good match. Yeah, they're really a good match. Yin murmured. From the beginning to the end, Qin Baiyuan's eyes didn't stay on her for even a second. He didn't notice her existence at all. Actually, she wasn't worth him stopping for her. She couldn't think that he treated her differently just because he teased her. There was nothing to feel unbalanced about. When she went to the washroom, she ran into Yao Yao. Yin went left, and she went left. Yin went right, and she blocked the way on the right, which annoyed her. "What do you want? Yo, why are you so angry? Who made you angry?" Could it be that he was jealous of the president and Miss Su Dai together? But why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Do you have the right to be jealous? You mock me for wearing revealing clothes to seduce the CEO. Why don't you look at yourself? The CEO said that you took the initiative to throw yourself into his arms. How shameless. You were still dreaming of becoming a phoenix, weren't you? Are you awake now? Open your eyes and see clearly. Only Su Dai deserves to stand beside the CEO. You don't even deserve to carry his shoes. Do you understand? Yi closed her eyes and suppressed her anger. Please get out of my way. I won't. I haven't finished yet. I hate women like you the most. You pretend to be pure, but you're actually very lascivious and want to hook up with rich men. Do you think you can have a fancy for a big man like the CEO? He's just playing with you. Only Su Dai deserves to marry into the Qin family. Yi smiled. What's your relationship with Su Dai? Are you her dog? You always speak for her. Yao Yao was furious. You call me a dog? If that's not the case, why do you keep speaking for her? She doesn't even know who you are, right? You might be mocking me, but I think you're the one who's mentally unbalanced. You, see if I don't tear your mouth off. Yao Yao grabbed Yi Yin's hair. She used so much strength that she almost tore her scalp off. Yi Yin was in so much pain that she wanted to cry, but she controlled herself and didn't hit her. You, mad woman, let go, let go. Yao Yao lost her balance and fell. She was in a sorry state. Someone came over to see what was going on. She was even more furious. You pushed me. Yi Yin, you're so evil. I didn't push you. You were the one who lost your balance. Don't accuse me. It's you. You're the one who pushed me. Yao Yao cried aggrievedly. I've worked hard for the company for so many years. You, a newcomer, actually dared to hit me. You're too much. I didn't. Otherwise, why would I fall? Don't I know how to wear heels? Yi Yin couldn't defend herself. The people around her were pointing fingers at her. Just then, a gentle voice interrupted. I saw it clearly. She fell on her own. No one pushed her. Plus, she was the one who started it. You, Su, Miss Su? Yao Yao's expression changed. She got up and lowered her head, looking guilty. How could I have fallen on my own? It was clearly, you. Aren't you standing too far away? Are you saying that I saw wrongly? Su Dai's tone was stern. Her words were authoritative. Everyone believed her and looked down on Yao Yao's actions. Yao Yao knew this too. She could only admit that she was unlucky and kept apologizing. No, it's my fault. I'm sorry. You don't have to apologize to me. You have to apologize to her. Yao Yao clenched her teeth. In the end, she said it unwillingly. I'm sorry. Then she ran away. The onlookers also dispersed. Su Dai had actually helped her. Yin didn't know how to feel for a moment, but she definitely had to thank someone for helping her. Thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to explain. You're welcome. I'm just telling you what I saw. Yi Yin secretly heaved a sigh of relief when she heard the gentleness in her tone. She guessed that Su Dai hadn't overheard her conversation with Su Dai. You're Qin Bai Yuan's secretary? Yes. I'm Su Dai. I know. Don't be so nervous. I don't eat people. Su Dai joked. On the contrary, I have a favor to ask of you. A favor to ask of me. Yes, I want you to keep an eye on Qin Bai Yuan for me. If any Tom, Dick, or Harry walks around him, you have to inform me. I'm joking. I'm not that domineering. We'll meet again in the future. See you next time. Su Dai then left with a smile on her face. Chapter 325. After the banquet ended, Qin Bai Yuan sent Su Dai home. The limousine drove steadily, and the two of them sat in the back seat. Qin Bai Yuan loosened his tie and leaned back in the seat. He looked a little tired, but he looked even more sexy. The neon lights outside the window flashed across his face, and Su Dai's heart skipped a beat when she saw his handsome face. She used to like handsome men and felt that Qin Bai Yuan looked a little feminine. But the more she looked at him, the more she liked him. Sometimes she could not help but be a little obsessed just by looking at him. Do you have 3 secretaries? I saw 2 of them fighting just now. One was Yao Yao, and the other seemed to be called Yi Yin. I asked someone else, and she seems to be new. Qin Bai Yuan's eyes, which were originally closed, opened. Fight! Why are you so nervous? Could it be that both of them are your confidants? Qin Bai Yuan said perfunctorily. No, it's just that how could they fight on such an occasion? What happened in the end? Who won? Actually, it was not a fight. Yao Yao deliberately made things difficult for Yin. She pulled her hair, and when she pushed her, she accidentally fell and blamed Yin for pushing her. That kind of girl is very scheming and jealous. I've seen many of them. Why would you let her be your secretary? Could it be that you covet her good figure and beauty? Am I such a shallow person? Aren't you? Then how did Yeen react? She did not hit her. She is quite tolerant. If it were me, I would not be able to hold back and would fight back. I help her explain. It's fine. Thank you. Su Dai could not help but tease him. You actually know how to say thank you? Am I such a rude person? Anyway, you are not very polite. Qin Baiyuan was relieved. It seemed that Yeen, that little hedgehog, only dared to show her claws in front of him. She was just a little coward when dealing with others. She was so weak. What if she was wronged in the future? By the way, my dad asked you when you're free. He wants to invite you to eat together. Qin Baiyuan could tell that it wasn't as simple as having a meal, so he said with little effort. He has helped Blue Sky a lot. I will pay him a visit when I have time. When will you be free? Are you trying to brush me off? The anticipation in Su Dai's eyes made Qin Baiyuan feel a little pressured. There were some words that he didn't want to say, but now he had to say them. Originally, before he left, he had thought of taking this opportunity to make it clear to her. He sat up straight and looked at her seriously. I have something to say to you. Why are you suddenly so serious? Subconsciously, she wanted to escape. Su Dai, tonight's banquet was quite successful, wasn't it? Seeing the blue sky getting better and better, I'm very happy for you. Sorry, why are you suddenly apologizing? You're so strange. Did you drink too much? Should I send you back first? You know what I want to say? I'm sorry that I can't respond to your feelings. Qin Baiyuan said sincerely. What feelings? You can't possibly think that I like you, right? How is that possible? Didn't I say it already? I help you because I see you as a friend. Don't think too highly of yourself. Su Dai's voice became softer and softer. In the end, she became silent. She clenched her fingers weakly and lowered her head as if she had accepted her fate. Yes, I like you. For the first time, she directly admitted her feelings. However, it wasn't in a sweet mood. Instead, it was very bitter. You're selfish, fickle, and not serious at all. You're not the type of person I like at all. At first, I just sympathized with you and wanted to help you. But as I helped, I seemed to slowly sink into it. I couldn't control my heart and fell in love with you. I also fought with my feelings for a long time, but the more I fought, the deeper I fell. It's like taking a risk, but I'm betting on my feelings, even my whole life. Tell me, what should I do? I'm as bad as you said. I don't deserve your love. You're the best girl I've ever met. You deserve a better man. Do you know that saying this is even more hurtful? You say I'm good, but you don't like me. Then what's the use of being good? You're just lying to me. I'm not, but I can't bear your good. You've helped me a lot. If you need anything in the future, I'm willing to go through fire and water for you. I'm even willing to die for you. But I really can't respond to your feelings. If it's just for fun, I can play with you. But I don't want to play with feelings anymore, especially your feelings. So I hesitated for a long time and only made it clear to you now. Don't waste any more time on me, okay? Is it because of Shu Jing? You still can't forget her? It's not because of her. I've already given up on her. Then why? Did you fall in love with someone else? No, it's because I don't have feelings for you. No matter how good you are, I don't have feelings for you. That's because you never gave me a chance. You didn't love Shu Jing at first, but didn't you fall in love with her later? Maybe you're always slow to realize when it comes to feelings. Is it only after I leave that you'll be able to recognize your heart? Qin Baiyuan shook his head. There was a misunderstanding between me and Shu Jing before. That's why I rejected her. But there's no misunderstanding between us. After all those things, I've already seen through my own heart. Whether I like him or not, I could tell very clearly. How would you know if you don't try? Maybe if we spend some time together, you'll... Don't lie to yourself. If I liked you, I would have liked you long ago. Believe me, I've tried, but it's useless. Su Dai, I'm sorry. I don't want to hear you say sorry. Su Dai's eyes turned red. You rejected me without even giving me a chance. That's not fair to me. You said you've tried, but I couldn't see it. Let's try again, okay? Even if it's just once. For the first time in her life, she put herself down and begged for his feelings. But Qin Baiyuan still rejected her. I can't do it. Don't waste any more time on me. Su Dai laughed self-deprecatingly. Okay, I understand what you mean. But it's your business if you don't like me, and it's my business if I like you. I can't force you, and you can't change my mind. What you're doing is meaningless. Just take it that I'm stupid and stubborn. I don't know if I'll regret it in the future, but I know that if I give up now, I'll definitely regret it in the future. In the past, whether it's in my relationship or in my career, I've been too successful. Sometimes, I have to look for trouble, don't I? I'll pretend that I didn't hear what you said tonight. Sudai, don't say any more. I don't want to hear it. She turned her head to the window, and her hair covered her face. But Qin Baiyuan could still see that she was crying from her trembling shoulders. She made his heart ache, but it was just heartache. He couldn't force himself to love her. That would be unfair to her. He had said what he needed to say very clearly. As for whether she would give up or not, it was really not within his control. He could only hope that she would think it through quickly. When Qin Baiyuan returned home, Yin was already there. She was sitting on the sofa in a daze. He went to the kitchen to get a bottle of water, opened it, and took a big gulp. Why so early? You're not going on a date with your teacher, Mu? You don't have a date either, do you? Qin Baiyuan sat opposite her and put his long legs on the coffee table, looking like a yuppie. I heard that you got into a fight tonight. Oh, no. I should say that you were beaten. I didn't. It was just a small conflict. When you're with me, you take revenge for the smallest grievance, but in front of others, you're so timid. You really have two faces. Do you think that I'm easy to bully? If I hit you in public, wouldn't I lose face for blue sky? So, should I thank you for saving face for blue sky? Uh-huh. Yin pursed her lips and gathered her courage. I shouldn't live here anymore. Qin Baiyuan wasn't surprised by this sentence at all. Aren't you living well here? What do you mean by shouldn't? When I moved here, I didn't know that you had a girlfriend. Now that I know, I can't pretend that I don't know. Why didn't I know that I had a girlfriend? Isn't Sue Dai your girlfriend? What did I say that? There's no need for you to say it. Everyone has already agreed. You two are a good match, and she helped me, which means that she's a very kind child. Don't let her down. Qin Baiyuan threw his tie aside. Okay, even if she's my girlfriend, what does it have to do with you living here? Of course it has to do with me. She'll be jealous. That's funny. Why would she be jealous of a maid? Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Why would she be jealous of you? Or is it because you have a guilty conscience and are afraid of feeling guilty in front of her? I feel guilty. Yin pointed at her nose and almost jumped up. Why would I feel guilty? I have nothing to do with you. But as a woman, I know very well that women are very narrow-minded, who would allow their boyfriend to live with another woman. When that happens, will you block a slap for me? Yin raised her voice and denied it excitedly. But the more agitated a person was, the more guilty they seemed. Qin Baiyuan did not say anything and just quietly watched her yell. In the end, Yin was embarrassed and quickly stood up. I can't communicate with you. I'm too lazy to talk to you. When she walked past him, Qin Baiyuan suddenly pulled her onto his lap. She was so scared that she shivered. Hey, what are you doing? Sitting on his lap like this was too ambiguous. It made her very uncomfortable, and her face was as red as fire. Let go. Don't be a hooligan. You're taking advantage of me again. Qin Baiyuan's hand clasped her arm, and with a little force, he firmly pressed her on his lap, unable to move. With a satisfied smile, he looked at her calmly and leisurely. You're so anxious to cut ties with me. Are you jealous? Jealous? Because of you? How is that possible? Yin rolled her eyes a few times. I can't wait for you to get married. Stop pestering me. You're a man with a girlfriend. Do you think it's appropriate for you to live with me? Don't you feel sorry for your girlfriend? I've never admitted that she's my girlfriend. Even if she's not now, she will be sooner or later. She's a good match for you, and her character is 10,000 times better than yours. You're lucky that she likes you. As a man, can't you be more responsible and loyal? Don't make me look down on you even more. Qin Baiyuan sat up straight and moved closer to her ear, deeply inhaling the fragrance of her hair. Chapter 326. The feeling he gave her was like a beast that had cornered its prey and was ready to eat it. Her whole body was covered in goosebumps and was tense. Don't be like this. I'm not your toy. If you were just trying to have fun, please let me go, okay? Yin couldn't help but feel pain in her heart. She knew that a man like him usually wouldn't be tied down for a woman. He married Su Dai and could have many women outside at the same time. She was just one of his pets. But even if she had no power, she didn't want to lower her self-esteem to be someone else's plaything. She would look down on herself if she did. You are really interesting. I like you more and more. Qin Baiyuan said in a joking tone. Su Dai was more beautiful than her, more docile, and better than her in everything, but she lacked that kind of feeling. Qin Baiyuan couldn't describe what kind of feeling it was. In short, when he was with most women, his heart was still, but when he was with Yin, he felt vitality and his heart was beating. That was why he spent so much effort to keep her by his side. If in the long run, only she could give him that kind of feeling, then he was willing to keep her by his side, even for a lifetime. I hate you. Women always say one thing, but mean another. The more you hate me, the more you like me in your heart. You know that you should like people like Mubai, but you can't help but be attracted to me, right? Is it because you can't resist that kind of feeling, but you can't get rid of it, and it's very exciting to fall deeper and deeper? His breath lingered around her ears, stimulating her eardrums. Yin's whole body was trembling slightly. His face was too seductive, but his aura was full of the strength of a man. No matter which one it was, she couldn't resist it. Since you can't resist it, just accept your fate. It's very hard to fight against your own heart. Yin, I allow you to like me. Qin Baiyuan's eyes locked onto her, as if he was pronouncing his fate. Yin wanted to mock him. Who was he? Why did she need his permission to like him? However, his lips were trembling, and he couldn't open his mouth. In his eyes that were swirling with desire, she saw herself, like a little beast, half of her body already sunk into the mud, sinking deeper and deeper. That night, Yi Yin's brain was in a state of excitement, repeatedly recalling that scene. The look in Qin Baiyuan's eyes pierced into her heart, and she felt that she would never forget it for the rest of her life. Since she didn't sleep well, she was naturally listless at work. She almost fell asleep as she went to bed. Lin Fei returned the document to her for the nth time. What's wrong with you today? This is the 8th time you've made a mistake with this document. Didn't you bring your soul to work? I'm sorry, Yin yawned again. I didn't sleep well last night. Did he fight with Director Mu too late? No, we're really just friends. I'm so excited about my blind date tonight that I can't sleep. Yin was just joking, but she didn't expect that Lin Fei would actually believe it. Is that so? I'm also looking forward to it. There's still 3 hours before I get off work. Great. If I didn't have to work overtime today, I would want to go to the spa. Are you sure you don't want to put on makeup? No, I'm mainly accompanying you. You're the main character. What a sweet little mouth. I like it. Yin sent a text message to Qin Baiyuan, saying that she couldn't go back to cook tonight. He didn't reply, so she took it as a tacit agreement. After work, she accompanied Lin Fei to the venue of the blind date. The legendary high-standard blind date was chosen at a Western restaurant in a 5-star hotel. Yi Yin and Lin Fei didn't draw the same number, so they were separated into 2 rooms. There were 20 sets of silver tableware on the long, white dining table. 10 men and 10 women were sitting opposite each other. The other blind dates arrived one after another, but the seat opposite Yi Yin was still empty. She looked at her watch and found that the other party was 10 minutes late. But she didn't come with the purpose of a blind date anyway. She planned to leave after the dishes were served. Sorry, I'm late. A silhouette sat down on the opposite side. The moment their eyes met, Yi Yin felt as if she was struck by lightning. Her whole face was petrified. Qin Baiyuan? Did she see a ghost? Why are you here? Isn't this a blind date? Of course I'm here for a blind date. Are you here for a meeting? Qin Baiyuan seemed to have a smile that was not a smile. He looked a little evil. The moment he appeared, it was as if he had a halo around him. In an instant, he outshone the other men. The women were no longer in the mood for the blind date. They kept staring at him. Yi Yin lowered her voice. Blind date? I think you're here to ruin the place. Ruin the place? Whose place are you trying to destroy? Mine, of course. You're here on purpose to ruin my blind date. Am I? The rule here is that only single men above the age of 25 and with a monthly income of over 50,000 can participate. I completely meet the requirements. Anyway, I don't have a girlfriend. Is it strange to meet a woman on a blind date? You can't get any woman you want. You're here for a blind date? Are you kidding? I don't like people who throw themselves at me. I just want to meet a woman on a blind date. Can I? Yi-in couldn't win against him. She wanted to leave, but she had already paid. It would be a loss if she didn't eat. For the sake of food, she held back and pretended that he didn't exist. Qin Baiyuan lit a cigarette and enjoyed her angry expression. He was in a very good mood. Speaking of which, don't you like your teacher Mubai? Does he know that you're here for a blind date? What does it have to do with you? It's none of your business. Since you're here, why don't we have a blind date? I'm not interested in you. I'm very interested in you. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Qin Baiyuan, 28 years old, CEO of Blue Sky Group. Annual income? I haven't calculated it. Anyway, the 168 companies in Blue Sky Group are all my assets. There are private islands, private planes, and sports cars under my name. The total value is about 300 billion. Are you satisfied? Yi-in rolled her eyes, but the eyes of the woman next to her almost fell out of their sockets. He was so rich and handsome. She would even be willing to kneel down and lick his feet. They were both going on a blind date for 1,000 yuan. Why was there such a big difference in the partners? She was so envious. As for my hobbies, I don't know anything about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I'm good at eating, drinking, and playing. I'll accompany you in whatever you want to play. I also know what's the most fun. Ian rolled her eyes at him. So you're saying that you're an ignorant idiot? She really didn't know what to be proud of, other than showing off his wealth. He had nothing else worth showing off. Of course not. This is called knowing how to enjoy life. Life is short. We need to enjoy ourselves. There are so many natural and man-made disasters now. I don't know when I'll die. When I think back on it, if I've been a slave all my life and didn't enjoy myself, it would be a great regret. Have you been a slave? It's always others who have been working for you. I have the capital. Do you have a problem with that? As for you, there are many who are younger than you. As for beauty, it's just SOSO. There doesn't seem to be anything redeeming about you. You're lucky to have me on a blind date. Yin couldn't bear to listen to a single word. Wasn't it enough for her to be humiliated by him at home? She finally managed to escape for 2 hours, and he still wanted to pester her. She had had enough. She squeezed out a mocking smile. Yeah, I'm really out of my league. I really don't deserve a big CEO like you. There are many younger and prettier girls waiting for me. I won't waste your time, Yin said with a fake smile and turned to leave. But Qin Baiyuan chased after her. Aren't you going on a blind date? Why are you following me? Go away. Yin walked very fast. The two of them were like a couple who were having an argument. Qin Baiyuan took advantage of his long legs. He put his hands in his pockets and strolled behind them. My blind date has left. Why should I stay there? Didn't you say that I don't deserve you? You don't deserve me. But I really like people who don't deserve me. Wouldn't it be boring if they were right in every aspect? Okay, don't be angry. It's my fault, okay? What do you mean it's your fault? It's your fault. Fine, it's my fault. Don't argue with me. It was rare for him to take the initiative. Yi-in's anger dissipated. In addition, walking in high heels was too tiring, and she really couldn't walk anymore, so she stopped and stared at him resentfully. It's all because of you. I haven't eaten yet. Isn't it simple? I'll treat you to dinner. What do you want to eat? Yin saw that there was a convenience store nearby, so she said, I want to eat fish egg curry noodles. Qin Baiyuan's eyes flickered. He recalled that night when he and Shu Jing had worked late into the night and had also eaten noodles here. It was probably that night that he began to see her differently. Why are you in a daze? Don't you want to eat? No. Let's eat this. Qin Baiyuan ordered 2 bowls of noodles. They sat side by side and ate facing the window. Yi-in was starving. She didn't care about her image and wolfed down the food. Qin Baiyuan unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to her. Eat slowly. Why do you eat like you're snatching food every time? Nonsense. I didn't eat at noon. I've been waiting for dinner. I'm starving. You deserve it. Phew. I've eaten so many noodles, but the fish egg curry noodles here are the best. The fish eggs are also very soft and tender. Do you eat here often? Yes. I used to work part-time in this area. When I got off work, the surrounding shops were all closed. Fortunately, this place is open and the noodles are very cheap. You don't know how happy it is to have a bowl of fish egg curry noodles after a busy day. Even if I become successful in the future and have a lot of money, I'll probably miss those days. Qin Baiyuan was also infected by her smile. In fact, it was easier for people to be happy when they had nothing. On the contrary, when they had everything and others thought they were happy, they weren't so happy. Happiness usually belonged to people like Yi Yin who were simple and easy to satisfy. Therefore, he felt very happy when he was with her. This was probably why he couldn't like Su Dai. They grew up in the same environment. Sometimes he felt that Su Dai was another him, so she couldn't bring him any novel feelings and desire to understand her. They could be very good friends, but they could never be lovers. Qin Baiyuan couldn't help but be distracted again. Yi Yin waved her hand in front of his eyes. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.